There's a small spider. Let's do some 1996 commercials while people trickle in.
Let me guess. You crave a big bold taste. You crave the wave.
Wait, this is too early. Yeah, there we go. 98 to 99.
Aerodynamic design.
What up, Cal? What up, John?
Breathtaking acceleration. Air-cooled, turbocharged engine.
Logan.
Standard built-in DVD player. And of course,
Look at that.
a tinted window.
That was peak. That's peak Apple right there.
Introducing the iMac Special Edition. Heated leather seats, sold separate.
Remember the simple pleasures of being a kid.
What up, Lucinda?
They're back.
You're back!
Now you can eat like a kid again when all you cared about was taste. Introducing new Lay's Wild
Michael.
Potato Chips. They taste just as good as regular Lay's, and because they're made with Olean, they're half the calories and 100% fat-free. Honey?
I just realized you can't even see the fucking Hard Rock Cafe logo on this anymore.
Wow, life tastes good again.
I've worked out in this so many times and watched it so many times. We used to say Cayman Islands, right? Yeah, it says Cayman Islands. What else? This over here. Move this because Lucy has to go. Lucy has to say hi. Lucy, don't come say hi.
You're watching Third Rock from the Sun on NBC.
You're facing the wrong way, but that's okay.
Learning can be fun and exciting, even if you happen to live in a PC. Just make sure Intel's powerful
Ventilation going. Oh no, our bat.
It can help bring your educational software to life.
Oh yeah, I was like, why is there all kinds of stuff in the way now? I forgot. I was moving stuff around. Had to pack things last night. Or pack things for shipping. Is that a fucking Miata? Is this a Miata commercial? Love it. Absolute fucking classic car. The all new 1999 Miata. Is that Knoxville? It is. Knoxville for a Bud Ice commercial. They only do Bud Ice in 40s now, right? Or anymore?
Drink Bud Ice, but beware the penguins.
Bobby, looks like you found a home in Bakersville. Holy tomato bomb, you've been treated to the torpedoes. They love ya.
The torpedoes.
Respawn, Bobby, respawn. It's the trick.
Doesn't mean you can't take along a
We'll put the stuff from last night there.
For a limited time, grab 3 crispy strips, wedges and a Pepsi for just $2.99. They're ready to go when you are.
I'll show them in a little bit more detail here in a sec.
Isn't it time for some really good chicken? Hey, how's it going? Can't complain.
Get my gas turned on.
Hey, can I borrow your eyebrow pencil? Come on, kudos for it. Now, financing as low as 2.9% APR is available on any Mitsubishi.
What do Lexi?
Go beyond all you go.
Go beyond.
And all you
This is Battlestar Galactica. What is this?
Rock and roll.
Is that fucking Joey Tribbiani?
Lost in space. Starts Friday.
I've always wanted one of those cars with the wood panel on the sides.
With thousands of outlets, antique shops, boutiques, markets, galleries, museum shops, malls, and no sales tax on clothing. The challenge isn't getting people to shop in Pennsylvania. It's getting home. For your free visitor's guide, call 1-800-VISIT-TA or browse our website.
Right now, it's time
Hello,
for
baby.
we got fried. Hurry in for your cruiser cup with me, Kenny Law, right on the side. Keep one for yourself or give one to a friend.
Kenny! No way!
Get to Taco Bell, your transport orders for your own Kenny Lawson Cruiser Cup. It's free when you buy a 30.
What happened to 12? Just at some early nights.
And while you're there,
We'll still be live at 12.
banana for just $1.49.
I love this cup.
Get to Taco Bell.
Could those extra pounds ruin your marriage? Before you answer, you better watch at 10.
What the fuck, Fox?
He's single, and women find him irresistible. Too bad his dad isn't as lucky.
Aww, he's so adorable.
Holding the Baby premieres Sunday at 7:30, 6:30.
Holding the Baby?
Check free.
Fox just fucking throwing shit at the wall.
Yes, got a new safety feature designed to help keep you out of an accident.
So how come you don't put it on all your cars?
All our cars, like Subaru does.
Is that fucking...
Every Subaru we make comes
What's
with
his
a
name? I
safety
forget his
Volvo
name.
drive. Every wagon, every coupe, every sedan. Only one Volvo has all-wheel drive.
Is that the Lizard
They
King
all have cup holders.
from The Office?
Subaru, the new with all-wheel drive.
You don't even know my name. I'm the Lizard King.
Why don't you slip into something a little more comfortable?
All right.
What up, Miller? I got so many snacks. Also, I saw these Nerds candy corn. It's not actual candy corn, or it might be, I don't know, but there's a candy shell on the outside of it. I thought it was going to be a smaller bag.
Exposing dirty hot dogs on hard coffee.
Let's try it.
Local weather on Channel 3.
Yeah! Yeah! It's Nerds candy corn. They look interesting. Doesn't look like the candy shell on them are that fucking thick. Oh, those are good.
Last year, 40 million faces had to
Oh my god, those are so good.
But no face should have to face another one alone. Ask your physician.
It's got the consistency of candy corn, but it tastes like Nerds. It's just a big Nerds in the shape of a candy corn. With the chewier inside.
And it penetrates to block the virus that causes cold sores. So Denavir helps healing.
See, because I don't usually like candy corn.
Imagine.
I can't eat too many of those. I'm gonna save these for later. If I eat too many of them right now,
Instead of a cold sore.
it'll give me a fucking stomachache.
A few people experienced headache and redness.
No,
1-888 Denavir, or ask your physician or dentist.
Nerds candy corn.
Help cold
New
sores
Halloween
disappear
Nerds
with
candy corn.
viral Denavir.
Plenty of advice from the first woman of Wall Street.
Also, we're watching
Monday.
1998 to 2000s commercials for now.
Dr. Nielsen comes home.
We're gonna watch the David Koresh, the Waco happenings here in a little bit as well. We watched Jonestown yesterday. The clusters are delicious. Those are just the bigger nerds, right? The ones that stuck together, and they realized people wanted bigger nerds, right?
Siemens Furniture today for quality furniture at everyday low prices. Right now, there are no payments for 1 year. No down payment, no finance charges, and no payments for 1 year. Discover real value at Siemens Furniture.
Okay, you want a great year-end deal on the versatile Mercury Villager? Well, how's $2,000 cash back
Or financing as low as 0.9%.
Marley almost made me fall.
Right here in Ohio, Villager
Marley's
offers
trying to
more
take me
room,
out.
More room and an interior that changes back
These
to
aren't
the
for you
weather
guys.
around
You
here.
wouldn't even
Right
like
now,
them. I
get
promise you wouldn't
$2,000
even
cash
like
back
them.
or 0.9% financing on the minivan that drives like a car. $19.99 Mercury Villager. You only save like this once a year. See your Mercury dealer now.
Oh, Nerds Rope. I think I like Nerds Rope better than those, though. The breakup of texture from it. And that you can, not allowed to have that song play, and that you can break up, you can either eat the nerds off of it and then eat the rope separate, or you can eat them together. I usually ate them separately. Alright, let's see. We're going David Koresh and Waco. I don't know how to spell his last name. It's with a K, right? David Koresh, there it is. No. God damn it. Why isn't it right there? Ooh! As the lady from yesterday. I really liked how she delivered the Natalie Lamb that happening. We'll watch her again.
Will he customize and save $652 with Liberty Mutual? He's got it!
Refresh your home with the help of Living Spaces
What up, Sky?
Prairie, located at the George
We're doing
Bush
Waco.
Arkansas Lane. Upgrade with
David
in-stock
Koresh.
collections and get everything you need.
Hello everybody and welcome back to
Oh
our
wait,
channel.
Lexi, you're
This
here.
is the first video in our cult series this month. And today and in the
You know what? I shouldn't do that.
following videos, we are going to be talking about David Koresh and the Branch Davidians.
The Branch
Now this was a tough one. I didn't
Davidian.
really know what I was getting into. I didn't know how much I was biting off when I started to research on this cult or this group of people. There's a lot of implications, and there's going to be a lot of things that we discuss during these videos that may offend or upset people, or that you may disagree with. And that's what happens when you start talking about religion and government and human relationships in general. So just understand that I'm only telling
Good
you
stuff.
what I've researched. Personally, myself, I was raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic school.
My
It's the
thumbnail
only religion I've known, and I think
came
most
off
of us,
finally,
unless
and now
we're
my thumbs look
scholars
weird.
and
My thumbs look way
went
too
to
short.
College to study different religions. We only really know the religion that we were raised in, the religion our parents taught us, and I really do want you to keep that in mind as well. Not only in order to be respectful to other people in the comments, but to be respectful towards the people we're talking about in the videos. You may not agree with them, what they do
Ashtray.
may seem wrong to you, but
Or
understand that
whiskey glass, I
everybody
guess.
has reasons for why they do things.
And then
I
cup.
don't personally believe that any human being is 100% good or 100% evil. So be respectful
Mortal.
to each other in the comment section. I always encourage an intelligent discourse in the comment section. I want us to be able to learn from each other. I want us to be able to learn from each other's different viewpoints and different experiences in life. And it's always possible that you can change
I really like the
somebody's
lip
mind
on this.
by telling them your point of view. But please understand that this is just to talk and discuss, and we're not trying to convert anybody, or we're not trying to convince anybody that what they believe in is stupid or wrong. With that being said, let us talk about our sponsor really quick. Magellan TV is the sponsor for this video, and Magellan TV is one of my favorite sponsors, and also one of my favorite
numbers still haven't
streaming
updated.
services that I've ever discovered. Magellan TV
I don't want to play your sponsor content.
Thank you again so much to Magellan TV, and thank you
Thank you,
for
Magellan
watching
TV.
sponsor, as always. On April 19, 1993, armored trucks and FBI agents surrounded a compound occupied by a religious group and their leader in the desert of Waco, Texas. They shouted warnings inside the compound that they were going to be pumping tear gas in. They told the people hiding inside to come out. They stressed to them that this wasn't an attack, They just needed them to come out, or they were coming in.
You missed it?
Within
You're
no
like...
time, these trucks were punching holes into the walls. There was rubble everywhere, people everywhere, complete chaos. The men, women, and children inside this compound ran around, reaching for gas masks or wet rags to place over their faces and the faces of their children as the tear gas rushed from room to room, and the sounds of a building being pulled to the ground echoed around them. And then the fires started in three separate places in the compound. When all was said and done, 80 of the people inside the compound had perished. 25 of them were children under the age of 13. This isn't a story about a cult. This isn't a story about religion. This isn't even a story about David Koresh. This is a story about all of those things, as well as the role of the U.S. government in what happened at Mount Carmel that day. This is a story about all the people who are a part of this tragedy, their lives before, their lives after. And yes, it includes David Koresh, and it includes the cult conversation, but I found in my research that there's so much more to this. So if you're looking for a Wikipedia recitation of who David Koresh was, who the Branch Davidians were, what happened, this isn't the video for you. But if you're ready for an in-depth look, a deep dive into all the pieces of the puzzle and how they fit together to ultimately lead to what happened.
Oh yeah, Lucinda.
Grab yourself a snack, pour yourself another cup of coffee, and
Look what I got.
because this is a wild ride. The Branch Davidians were a religious group,
I'm
and
gonna
they
give them a
sprung
try.
from the Seventh-day Adventists who sprung from the Millerites. And if this sounds complicated, it is. And it's also very interesting and also possibly really important to understanding why
I feel like I've had these before. That smell immediately brought me back to childhood. I've had these before.
And in this case, we're going way back.
These
We're
are
going
good.
back
Yeah,
to the
I remember these already.
1800s. William Miller was
1800s.
born on February 15th, 1782
How the fuck are you supposed to get
in
these out?
Pittsfield, Massachusetts. His father was a veteran of the Revolutionary War, and when he was 4, his family moved to a rural area
Straw
in New York, and he was
Newtons.
homeschooled until the age of 9.
These are just called
In
Newtons.
1802, he married a girl named Lucy and moved with her to her hometown, Pulteney, Vermont. Here he became a
Wait,
farmer.
where are
He
my
held
fig
some public office
Newtons?
such as constable and justice
Them
of the
sons of
peace,
bitches
but he
didn't
also
give me my
met some
regular fig
people who
ones.
caused him to change the way he thought. He'd been born, baptized, and raised as a Baptist, but in Pulteney he met a
Very
group of
good.
people who called themselves deists,
Sweeter.
which
Sweeter than the
translated
other
from
ones.
Latin pretty much means goddesses. Those who practice deism believe in God, but they only believe in what they can see in nature as evidence of his existence or presence.
So
They
rational.
felt that people needed to be enlightened, read more, learn more, and start viewing religion and God with logic instead of emotion. They were.
I feel like
and still are
I can't eat as many of
heavily
these
and they believe that people can improve
than the
and
fig
redeem
ones since
themselves.
they're sweeter.
William thought that these were good people, moral people,
Which is
and
probably
they
a good
introduced him
thing.
to the works of Voltaire, Thomas Paine, and David Hume. Now, these were all writers and philosophers who were active during the Age of Enlightenment, when people were stepping outside their boxes and trying to figure things out for themselves
Tasty.
instead of just blindly believing and following what their government or church told them. And these were the words that William Miller devoured before breaking away from the Baptist religion and becoming a deist himself. But then, the War of 1812 happened, and Miller marched into battle only to see so many men die, but he was able to walk away without a scratch. This made him feel in his heart that there was someone up there watching over and protecting him. After the war, he moved
I don't know, it's
back
kinda
home to New York
egoistic,
with his
right?
family and found
Thank you,
himself
God,
plagued
for
by
saving,
questions of
sparing
death
my life, but
and the
for
afterlife.
not
Pretty common theme
all
to
the
be
people
running
around
through
me.
your head after being at war and
Seems
watching your friends die.
kinda
He started
ego-
reading the Bible
egocentric.
every day, cover to cover, searching for answers as to what happens when you die and what is it all for. And he came to a conclusion: Christ would return to earth, and all those who believed and led good lives would be saved, and the rest would be punished. Even better.
Like she
Jesus
said,
always
remember,
had
this
the
is just
Bible,
a discussion
he knew
of
when
the
that was
history
going
of
to
what
happen.
happened, not
It's
a
reported that
discussion
he
of
figured
your
out when that
beliefs.
would be by 1818, but he continued to study and double-check his mathematical calculations to make sure it was correct before publicly stating his findings in 1823. His following grew. At its peak, Millerism had over 100,000 people
Millerism?
picking up what Miller was putting down. And he finally gave a time period that the second coming would be happening, between March 21st, 1843, and March 21st, 1844. That's a big time period. So if you believe this, you would have to believe that the end of the world as we know it would be happening sometime in that 365-day period. How do you prepare? How do you wake up every day feeling that it could be your last day on the earth? This goes way beyond the cable guy giving you a window of 12 hours of when he'll show up at your house to fix your cable, right? He tells you, I'll be there sometime between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and you're expected to stay at your house all day long and wait for him to show up. Why?
8 years,
But this goes way beyond that, right? You're telling people who believe in what you're preaching that sometime in this year, it's all going to be over. That the world as you know is going to be gone.
It's an end to your preaching as well.
It could happen tomorrow. It could happen 3 months from now. It could happen 364 days from now. And you never really know exactly when to prepare. But prepare people did. I believe that this would have been emotionally stressful at first for the Millerites, but William Miller told them he didn't know for sure. He couldn't give them a specific date. He just knew it would be sometime in that year. And that year came and went without an apocalypse, obviously, because here we are. So Miller went back to the drawing board, and he altered some of his equations, and he came back with a new date. But nothing happened then either. Finally, a specific date was given, October 22nd, 1844, and thousands of Millerites gathered together. They looked up at the sky, and they waited. They waited for something to happen. They waited for Jesus.
What are you waiting for, kid? Well, I don't know, something amazing.
Most waited all day long.
Yeah, me too,
but
kid.
Again,
me too.
Nothing happened, and this was the last straw for a lot of Miller's followers. They abandoned him and his beliefs, and he lost a great deal of his credibility. And to this day, that time period is still referred to as the Great Disappointment. Now enter Ellen G. White. Ellen was born on November 26, 1827 in Gorham, Maine.
We're making your last thimble, Lexi.
Elizabeth, and her father was a farmer. At the age of 9, she suffered an injury to her face after being hit with a rock. And when she was 12, her family became Millerites. She remembered being a young girl, listening to William Miller preach, and feeling terrified of being lost eternally, of not being saved. She spent months praying and crying as a result of this fear. But she also remembered finding a great deal of peace and happiness when she was baptized into Miller's church. Ellen claimed to have visions direct from God himself, and over the course of her life, she would have over 200 visions and dreams in which she received messages from God, which she would then talk about with other people and publish in books. One of her books, Steps to Christ, has been published in over 140 languages and is still widely read today. Her first vision came to her soon after the Great Disappointment, when there were a lot of people fed up with Miller and looking for something else to believe in. And those who ended up following Ellen G. White truly believed she had the biblical gift of prophecy. When she was 18, she married a man who was also a Millerite. And he believed that her visions were true and genuine. Together they had 4 sons. One died when he was just an infant, and one died of pneumonia when he was 16 years old. Ellen G. White was extremely respected by her peers, and from her visions and teachings, Seventh-day Adventism arose. Well, what do Seventh-day Adventists believe and practice? What are their core beliefs that make up their religion? Now, I obviously didn't know, so I went directly to the source. I wanted to find somebody who was a Seventh-day Adventist, because there are many people today who are still Seventh-day Adventists, and I wanted to find out from that person what their beliefs are, what their religion is all about. Because I do believe if you want to know about a religion, you need to actually talk to somebody who practices that religion. One of the most important things to understand about Seventh-day Adventism is the Bible is the Word of God, essentially. Secondly, the concept of having 3 co-eternal or co-equal persons in the Godhead is very important. So you've got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They have different roles, but they have the same goal, which is the happiness and the salvation of the human race.
Personification, right?
So God would be an architect, the master architect, the designer of everything. Jesus is an agent of God. Essentially, he's there to see and make sure that God's plan and design gets carried out. And the Holy Spirit
Why is that
acts
fucking
on
oxygen
Jesus'
port
direction
doing that now? I
and
hate it.
helps
It's
to
annoying.
create
Pisses
the
me off.
universe. The third important thing in Seventh-day Adventism is they don't believe that they're saved by their acts on earth. They believe that the only way you can be saved is by grace and faith. The that Adam and Eve, obviously, they messed up. They took the apple from Satan, and they had original sin. And then Jesus came, and he was the second Adam. And he came to essentially live the life that Adam should have lived and redeemed all humankind from their original sin. Now, just because Seventh-day Adventists don't believe that they get to heaven by doing the right thing or following the law or the commandments, they still do, because grace is good. And the gift that was given to them by Jesus and God, the sacrifice that was made, it's good enough to infiltrate inside of them and make them want to do good and be good and do the right thing. And this was a big breaking point hundreds of years ago during the Reformation, when Catholics and Protestants had some issues with each other, and they basically were at war forever. Some might say they still are. Catholics believe that what you do here on earth is directly related to what happens to you after your death. So basically, there's somebody up there that's keeping a tally of...
How about cheering? I just
Again, this will somehow lead into David Koresh and the Waco, because they're Seventh-day Adventists. Okay.
All the good things you're doing,
I see what's
all
happening
the bad
here.
things you're doing. And at the end of your life, they're going to weigh your good deeds and your bad deeds. And if you have enough good deeds and less bad deeds, you'll go to heaven. But if the bad things you did on earth were more than the good things, you'll go to hell. Seventh-day Adventists don't believe that. They believe
we're learning about David Koresh and the Waco incident.
Because that's what their Savior, God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, that's what they want them to do. Another thing about Seventh-day Adventists, and I do believe that this is how they probably got their name, Seventh-day Adventists, they believe that the Sabbath is on the seventh day, but they believe that the seventh day is on Saturday. So whereas Catholics have their Sabbath or their day of rest on Sunday, Seventh-day Adventists have it on Saturday. And there is biblical support in the book of Genesis for why they believe the Sabbath is on Saturday, but it is something that sets them apart. In Judaism, the Sabbath is also on a Saturday, but Seventh-day Adventists believe that this Sabbath is on a Saturday thing goes way back before Judaism was even a thing.
Judaism was one of the earliest religions.
Believe in the end days. They believe that Jesus will come back to the earth and save those who have been loyal and devout followers of his. So pretty much he's going to come back to earth and he's going to judge everybody. And those who have done what they're supposed to and have followed him
Real
and
nice
his word
piece of
will
space
be brought
prep.
up into the clouds with him and given eternal life. They also believe that the things happening in the world are signs of the coming apocalypse. So crime, corruption, poverty, natural disasters, disease, pollution, climate change, things like that. Those are
they're talking about the
Seventh-day
Adventists.
That Jesus
I don't know how to say it in
the
plural
Seventh-day
form.
Adventists don't believe that the world is going to end when a meteor hits it. They don't believe that the sun's just going to get too hot and, destroy everything around it. They believe that these are all signs that Jesus is coming back and will take his believers, his loyal believers, back up with him to heaven. Seventh-day Adventists also practice very healthy lifestyle, but they don't believe that they are going to eat or exercise their way into heaven. That's something that they often say. They're not eating or exercising their way into heaven, but they do believe that their bodies are temples.
Body of Christ.
I don't
know the rest of the song.
As healthy as possible. And in fact, those that practice Seventh-day Adventism and follow the vegetarian or plant-based diet that was outlined in the book of Genesis actually live 7 to 10 years longer than their non-practicing counterparts. Now, this isn't a tenet, this isn't mandatory, they don't have to be vegetarian. Some Seventh-day Adventists are not vegetarian, but a lot of them are, and they also don't drink alcohol.
No blow a bubble, y'all ready?
They don't believe in smoking cigarettes. Just, a clean and healthy lifestyle. Lastly, I want to talk about another important belief of the Seventh-day Adventists, and they believe in the presence of good and evil forces in the world. As was written in Revelations 12, thousands of years ago, there was an intergalactic battle between God, his forces, and Satan,
Space bubble.
Lucifer was a beautiful angel that was created by God. But one day he became jealous of God's power and God's sway, and he tried to take his crown and his throne from him. He tried to usurp him, essentially. So God cast Lucifer and his followers out of the heavens, and then he gave the people on earth free will and a choice to decide who they wanted to follow. whose words they wanted to live by, Satan's or God's. Now obviously this was an outline of Seventh-day Adventism in a very simplistic way because I didn't have all day to talk about it and I couldn't talk about it for the whole video. There's a lot of depth to it, there's many more facets, and if you are interested, then go ahead and check it out, look online. There's some really good YouTube videos actually of people who are talking.
They're the ones who send you letters in the mail.
Research that yourself, but you have
the handwritten letters
of what these people believed in and believe in to this day. They believed that in October of 1844, at the time of the Great Disappointment, Jesus left the first heavenly kingdom and he went to a second heavenly kingdom. And there he started judging all the lives of people on earth. And when he's done judging these people, he will return, bringing with him the apocalypse. This brings us to Victor Houteff. Victor Houteff was born on March 2nd, 1855, in today's Bulgaria, and he was baptized into the Bulgarian Orthodox Church. In 1907, he and his brothers immigrated to the United States, and he lived in Illinois, where he found work at hotels and grocery stores. In 1919, he joined the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and in the 20s, he moved to California to be closer to the bigger and more popular Seventh-day Adventist communities. In Los Angeles, he worked as a Maytag salesman, and he began teaching Sabbath school at one of the local churches.
As a what? A Maytag salesman? So like
and his sermons became very
washing
popular,
machines?
attracting many people to come and hear him talk. But he began to decipher and translate the Bible in his own way, contrary in many ways to the general teachings of the church. And he faced resistance, eventually starting his own church, where anyone who wanted to be taught by him could do so without any issues. He and his followers were eventually kicked out of the traditional Seventh-day Adventist church, but Victor Houteff wasn't shy about continuing to voice his opinion that in general the church had gone away from the principles that created the religion. They were becoming more concerned with earthly possessions. They were losing that spiritual tie to God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. And although Houteff was a big fan of Ellen G. White and her teachings, he didn't consider himself a prophet as she considered herself a prophet. Instead, he stressed that he'd been sent there by God to reform the church and bring it back to its old glory. Long story short, Victor Houteff didn't get the support that he wanted from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So in 1935, he and his followers called themselves Davidians, and for short, they called themselves the Rods, paying homage to a book Houteff had written called The Shepherd's Rod. There was a main church, an administration building, a school, and homes, but it was a simple place that was designed to be self-sustaining. The Davidians believed that contact with the modern world was detrimental, so their goal was to find a place where they could teach their own children, grow their own food, and not be disturbed by the outside world until the second coming of Christ. By the 1940s, they had running water, electricity, and they were even able to sustain themselves during the Great Depression due to the extra crops that they had grown and sold at local farmers markets. In 1935, they had started out with 189 acres and about 37 followers. But by 1940, the compound had expanded to take up 375 acres, and their numbers had grown, not hugely, but they doubled themselves.
That's impressive.
64 people living there.
But I mean, doubling two
huge numbers.
is 4, so it's not like that impressive.
Texas to follow Victor Houteff. We have 64 people who believed a certain thing and
64, that's a lot.
to believe that and raise their children to believe the same. But then Houteff made a Millerite-sized mistake. He predicted that the second coming would be happening within a year.
Can't be making dates.
Happened, it cast a shadow. She'd been wrong, and she eventually pretty much just gave up and closed Mount Carmel down in 1962. But in the years between 1959 and 1962, something else had been brewing. After the failed prophecy, small groups had been breaking off and creating their own religions. One
Looks good on my
was
end.
led by a man named Ben Rodin. Ben and his wife Lois had been followers of Victor Houteff. But when he died, Ben began trying to lure people away from Florence, telling them to get off the dead rod and move to the living branch. Therefore, his faction was called the Branch Davidians. Ben Rodin was born on January 5th, 1902 in Oklahoma to a Jewish family. He went to college to become a teacher, and he did teach for a little while, but then he started working on the oil fields, which eventually brought him to Odessa, Texas. On February 12, 1937, he married a woman named Lois, and it seems that this is when he converted from Judaism to Christianity. By the 1940s, the Rodins were active members in the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Kilgore, Texas. Some believe they joined the church because of the parallels to the Jewish faith. Others think that Lois or her family were already Seventh-day Adventists. Either way, eventually they went back to Odessa, where Ben became the head elder at the local church there. This seems to be when they became aware of the splinter group living at Mount Carmel, and the couple visited the compound several times while Victor Houghton was alive. They even went there on that fateful day in April of 1959 to witness nothing happening and to see the disappointment on the faces of their peers. Ben realized that there was a need here, and he could fill it. They needed a stronger leader with real purpose and real prophecy, and it was Ben Rodin. Ben claims that one evening while he was laying in bed, mulling over all of these things in his head, God appeared to him. God picked him up physically and lifted him in the air and ordered him to write a letter. After Ben finished writing
me a letter.
he told God,
No less than 1,000
"These aren't my
words.
words. I can't sign my name to them." So God told him, "Then sign it the branch." Ben Rodin proclaimed that the judgment had passed from the dead to the living on October 20th, 1955, when Victor Houghton had died. And he told his followers that they needed to strive for a pure life.
Oh, Arctic, here's the pieces
of moral maturity, Christ would return.
from last night for your set.
In 1977, Ben's wife Lois became co-president of the church.
Ashtray,
and when Ben
or
died the next year, she
whiskey
took over
glass, honestly.
entirely. The year after Ben Rodin's death, Lois's leadership was challenged by another member, her own son, George Rodin. By this point, the group had found a way to reconvene at Mount Carmel, and George no longer was a child, but a grown man. And he felt he was a better choice as his father's successor.
Also, my nail
And no
broke.
one really took George Rodin seriously. Ben had shown trust in his wife Lois before he died, making her co-president of the church. And everyone viewed George Rodin as an overgrown child, a huge
It'll burn
man
off
who was
before it ever
prone
does
to
anything.
temper tantrums and fits.
But yeah,
Lois
there's always
Rodin
dog
did
fur
a lot
everywhere,
of good and
usually.
positive things for her group. She
hang on,
believed
I'm gonna stretch a
in
little bit.
femininity in the religion, that the Holy Spirit was a feminine entity, and she taught this, and she wrote books about this. But then one day,
Holy Spirit,
skinny,
activate.
scruffy, lost young man showed up on her doorstep, and he was looking for something. What was he looking for? Answers to metaphysical questions? A place to belong? We don't know. But what he found was a spot as Lois Rodin's right-hand man.
Oh, yeah.
This man's name was Vernon Howell, or as you now know him, David Koresh.
Ah,
was
okay.
preaching and talking about really connected to him. He really was interested in the idea of the Holy Spirit being a feminine entity. He really liked the positivity and the communal aspect of Mount Carmel. But we've gone too far, and we need to go back and look at the childhood of this man, Vernon Howell, who eventually would change his name to David Koresh. Vernon Howell was born in 1959 in Houston, Texas, to a 14-year-old mother named Bonnie Clark.
14-year-old mother.
Her baby's father, Bobby Howell, disappeared soon after she gave birth, but Bonnie quickly moved on and married. Her new husband, however, was abusive, and by her own words, often beat his 2-year-old stepson. So it's not a great start for young Vernon.
Yeah, not off to a very great start.
His mother left him with her parents and moved to Dallas. While she was there, she married a man named Roy Halderman, or Rocky for short. He was a union carpenter, and he also owned an operating that was allegedly
they are, John.
their time in company. Now later in life,
honestly,
Koresh would pull a
my favorite, and I didn't know
that his mother was a
that the soul of them
prostitute.
came
Asked
out
about
either.
this, Bonnie Howell
So
said,
I'm gonna be able to clean
I
these
had a lot of male friends
in the near
who
future.
had a lot of money,
Because I was like, oh shit, that cork
business
on the inside there is gonna get nasty.
Kind of like that about her. She's
Eventually,
like,
but
I
nope,
don't care.
I'll be able
Why
to
does that
take
matter?
that out,
His grandparents
soak them
did
in
the
some
best
hot water,
that
and
they
they'll be good to
could
go.
with the child they've been
The
handed.
perfect house
His
shoes.
grandfather would take him hunting and fishing on the weekends in true Texas manly man form. The family was a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and his grandmother would often take
Again,
him
learning
to
about
church.
David
And
Koresh
unlike
and the
other
Waco
small
incident.
children who fidgeted and wanted to get out of the pews as soon as possible, Vernon Howell was enraptured by what the preacher was saying. And he also liked the Bible, even though he couldn't read well because his mother
Stretching loosened up my intestines.
Vernon Howell struggled
Had some movements
he
going.
failed the first grade twice, and the
That's
second
how you know you
grade
did your
once.
stretches right.
By this time, his mother, Bonnie, had reclaimed him and had brought him to Dallas to live with her and her new husband, Roy. Vernon Howell described Roy Halderman as being a
shifting
cold
around
and
in there.
man who believed in spanking children. And he claims that he was beaten by his
Nice,
stepfather
John.
and his mother on several occasions, even though both his mother and Roy Haldeman had
Oh,
denied
put a
this
sock
repeatedly.
on the
It's worth
insole.
mentioning that a lot of what we know about
That is a
Vernon Howell's
yeah,
childhood
okay. I'm gonna
comes
do that
directly
because the
from
socks that I
him.
have
So
are the super
comic
super
books
thin
he
ones
can't really be
for
sure.
free. Yes,
However,
for
it's
free.
worth
Oh
knowing
shit.
as well
The
that
super
in
super
the
thin
future,
ones because I
when
hate
Vernon Howell became
the feeling of
Flash
socks. So I wonder
to
if
go
that would be better.
normal, he did
I don't
invite
think I would like the
his
feeling of my toe
stepfather
up
and
against
his
the end of
mother
the
and his
shoe
younger
though.
half-brother to come and stay at the compound with him and his family there. So I'm not sure how bad the relationship was, if it was as bad as he said it was, or if.
What up, Arctic? Did you see the pieces?
Disciplinarian. Either way, it didn't
Just
seem
in
to
case you
affect the
didn't,
relationship
here's
that they had later in
the
life.
ashtray,
And before
honestly,
David
slash
Koresh or Vernon Howell
whiskey glass.
died, he called his mother and he left her a voicemail. By the time 3rd grade rolled around, Vernon was struggling with reading and writing. So he was placed in a special education class where the student-teacher ratio was more conducive to one-on-one teaching. And this actually did really help him to learn to read and write some. Although he did suffer from dyslexia, so he would struggle with these skills for the rest of his life. And of course, kids are mean. Kids are assholes sometimes. We can all admit that. And once he was
But it didn't make
transferred
me
to a
start a
different class,
violent
his
cult.
peers began
My cult
taunting
is
him,
my
giving
cult
him
is
the nickname
non-violent.
Mr. Weirdo. This plagued him
Oh, I
with
was
sadness
lagging there
and
for a sec.
confusion. And when his mother picked him up from school, he cried to her about how he wasn't smart, about how he was different. And she told him, you know, you're not stupid. You're not different.
Nice,
You just
Arctic.
have
Glad you like them. We
an
still have
illness
the
or
3 animal
condition
pendants, right?
That prevents you from learning the same as the other kids.
You
And
said
that's
rabbit,
why he had a
fox,
special
and
class.
what was the other
But
one?
the feelings and the opinions of his peers at that time were more important to him than what he thought was his mother just trying to comfort him.
Rabbit,
And it was true
fox.
that most people who lived in his town considered him
Rabbit,
to be
fox,
a
kitten, gotcha.
of him. So I know some of you struggle with using historically correct terms when talking about something that happened in history because they're not acceptable today. I
Yep.
just want to be clear.
We
Those
we
words
shouldn't
are
be
not
saying the
acceptable.
N-word though.
Nor
That's
were
one
they
thing
ever
we can get
acceptable.
around doing.
However, they were used, and I really think it's important to show you how this young boy was feeling in order to understand his eventual feelings of
Said-
otherness and of being an outsider.
Rabbit,
But I know
fox,
I'm still
kitten.
gonna get canceled
Rabbit,
anyways,
fox,
so
kitten.
I guess I'll just get used to it. See guys, if we water down history, or if we start rewriting history, or ignoring certain parts of history because they make us uncomfortable, or they're not something that will happen today, they will become something that happens tomorrow. Because if you want to forget, so therefore your children forget, nobody ever learns, the following generation.
No, she said Mr. Retardo
of our past.
is what his
When it
nickname
comes
was,
to
and
the
she's using
retelling
that
of
as an
history,
opportunity to be
being
like, look,
politically correct is very detrimental. That's all I'll say about it. Even though it seemed as if Vernon didn't have the best childhood, as he grew up, he pretty much kept himself out of trouble. He
I was saying
struggled
that-
with
that
reading, so he managed
when talking about politically correct stuff in a historical aspect, yes, there's different context to what is politically acceptable when you're referencing history, but we can always still get around saying the N-word. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say that. Even if you're reading a quote, you don't have to say it. Even if you are reading a quote and the person says it in the quote, you cannot say it and say, this is where this person uses this word. I would prefer not to use it even in historical context because it's not my context, it's theirs. Blank. Very easy to do. Some people would go, why did you just go through all that? And it's like, well, because I don't want to fucking say the word, dude. Respect my wanting to not say it as much as some people would not want to hear it.
to memorize large portions of the Bible. And he would preach to his
Redacted,
friends
that's a good
and
point.
his
Yeah, that's
family,
good.
Which kind of
Yeah.
made them think he was a little strange, and it didn't really earn him a lot of friends. But he found an old guitar in a barn one day, and he took a couple of lessons, and then he taught himself how to play, and he was actually pretty good on the guitar, and he was a pretty good singer as well. He also loved getting into things and seeing how they worked, what made them work. Bonnie, his mother, remembers throwing a Tupperware party so she could earn enough points to buy him a radio that he wanted, only to walk into his room later and find the radio completely in separate parts on his bed. And when she asked him, what the heck is this? He said, I just want to see how it worked. What makes it work? And then he put it back together. And I think that this comes from him being dyslexic and struggling with reading and writing. He couldn't figure out how things happened by reading a book about them, so he had to be hands-on, and he had to get into things himself and open them up so he could understand what they consisted of. He couldn't read well or write well, but he was not stupid. His brain just worked in a different way. And while his younger half-brother was being arrested and serving time for burglary and drug offenses, Vernon was taking apart car engines and playing country music in garages.
Yeah, I tie in propane.
One day, he skipped school and he went to a church. Once there, he got down on his knees and prayed. He said, "Dear Father, I know I'm stupid, but please talk to me because I want to serve you." He then heard God's voice talking to him in his heart, not in words, but in picture form, as if he was standing right there in front of the young boy. Vernon Howell also became interested in health and fitness, and he began working out. He claimed that his cousins had tried to sexually abuse him, therefore he needed to kind of pump the iron and get stronger so he could defend himself. Once again, there's no proof of this, there's nobody else who backs that up, but it was what he said, and it might suggest or lead to evidence of why he did certain things later in life. Like most other teenagers in Texas, he was interested in guns, he owned guns, and he was pretty good with them. When he was 18, he met his first love. It was at an arcade in Dallas, and her name was Linda Campion. He knew her, like they'd been acquainted, but they'd never been close,
Cat,
hung out.
and Fox.
And she approached him and asked him for a ride
Fox
home.
is not as, yeah, I'm gonna read you the Fox.
He was working as a non-union carpenter at that point. He was getting paid very well. He had money in his pocket. There was a new pickup truck sitting outside. A normal teenage boy would have been chomping at the bit to escort this pretty young girl home in his new truck and show off what he had. But Vernon had some reservations. He said Linda was beautiful, too beautiful, the kind of girl that gets a good man in trouble. Because of his religion, he didn't believe in premarital sex. But he knew he was attracted to her, so there was a battle going on inside of him. But he took her home that night, they chatted, he dropped her off, all was well. Nothing happened. So he's like, okay, I'm good.
There's Fox.
I am strong.
Fox Bunny
I am
Cat.
well enough. We're all set. But when he saw her the second time, her parents were sleeping. She
I'm
invited
thinking
him
cat,
in.
black
One
cat,
thing led to the other.
black cat, white bunny, and then what color for the fox?
Now,
Honey
Vernon
fox.
was 18 years old, and Linda was 16. In fact, when he
Honey
remembered
fox.
her later in life, he referred to her as jailbait, and he left her house that day.
Well, that's not
very
good.
Hypocritical and disappointed.
Oh, jailbait in the
Here
sense
he was,
that she would
thinking
get him in
about his
trouble,
friends and his
not
family. He couldn't
underage.
even follow
Okay.
it himself. So in order to remove the temptation of Linda from his general area, he left. He left Dallas. He moved in with a friend of his.
I mean, good for him.
And for 2 months, he had no contact.
Removing
with Linda.
temptation
No
by
wonder she
literally
got him
just
out of the room
leaving
and
the
told him that
state.
She was pregnant, and he said the first thing that came to his mind, which was, "Can't possibly be mine because I'm sterile." And she got upset, understandably, and hung up. After he was giving this some thought, he realized that this wasn't really the right thing to do either. He had created a child, and since he and Linda
Fox
had
looks like
been
Totoro.
sexually active together, in God's eyes, they were
Him going this way,
and now
yeah,
they
hang
had a
on, I
baby,
see
so
it.
He needed to do the right thing, and he needed to go to her and take care of his responsibilities. But when he got there, she told him that she'd gotten rid of the baby. But still, the two of them realized and recognized the attraction that was between them initially, and they fell into it again. And for some reason, even though Linda's parents were a little hesitant about the 18-year-old man that was in a relationship with their 16-year-old daughter, they let him move in with her and sleep in the same bed. So Vernon's over here like, she is my wife, you know?
Oh, hi,
We
Bonnie.
had sex. We still have sex. We sleep in the same bed. Her parents are all about it. So we're doing nothing wrong, but obviously...
Kind of looks like
within no
Ghost
time,
from
Linda was pregnant
Mario,
again,
too.
And her dad
Or,
wasn't happy
what's
about
the
this.
ghost's
I'm
name?
confused as to what Linda's dad thought was going to happen. So he kicked
Oh,
Vernon
my eye
out.
itches.
He told him under no circumstances was he ever to have any contact with Linda or her child again. So for about a week, Vernon slept.
Little ghost
and he
Totoro? That's
was
true, yeah, it does look like a little ghost Totoro.
upset, hurt. He couldn't understand what was happening. In God's eyes,
I need to draw more.
Linda was his wife. And the child that she was carrying.
Yeah, we use
belonged
these as
to
our
them.
references.
So what right did her father have to tell him that he couldn't be with his
What
wife?
right did he have to tell me who
as he sat there.
I could have
in his
sex
own
with at what
sadness,
age?
God appeared to him
Shut the
and
fuck
said,
up, dude.
"You're really hurt, aren't you? You've loved her for about a year, and now she's turned her back on you. And now she's rejected you. Don't you know that for 19 years I've
isn't
loved
it
you?
adorable?
For 19 years you've turned your
We make
back on
some
me.
little
and
animal
rejected me?
pendants. I would like
I
to
guess
start
the point
doing themed pieces here in the near future. Do more stuff like that, like Totoro or Pokemon, or honestly, Pokemon would be the one, the route I would want to go. I said I wanted to try Digimon though. Digimon, digital monsters, digital tokens, change into a digital champion. I can do that voice too. To save the digital world, right?
Vision was to tell Vernon, if you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it's yours. If it doesn't, it never was.
Do Totoro
But in the
piece,
end,
could
God
do.
told Vernon Howell that if
I'm
he
a big
lived
fan of the
right
ghost
thing,
type
he did the right
Pokemon,
thing,
and
he
they're
would
pretty
return his first
simplistic
love
to be
him.
honest.
So here Vernon Howell is, he's 19.
Any
and
of the Pokemon would be very, very fun to
in
do.
the Everything Happens for a Reason
Pokemon,
process
Yu-Gi-Oh!
that Linda had been put in his life to bring him back to his true
Any
path
anime stuff.
and set him back
I still want to
on,
make
his purpose in life.
an
Even
Excalibur,
though
at
first
least a
it seemed
pendant,
as if she'd made
just
him
an
stray
Excalibur head.
from his beliefs.
Right,
in
Lucy.
the end, it had only made his faith stronger. Now, when he was living with his aunt in Dallas for a little while, he was younger. This was before Linda. He claims that he was on his knees praying at night, and he had a vision from God. And this would have been his first prophetic vision of sorts. And what happened was God lifted him up almost as if he was in an elevator, and he went high up into the air. He claims God showed him two walls. The first was a big wall, and it said the word law on it, and behind it was an even bigger wall. That wall said the word prophecy on it. And then God was there himself, and in one hand he held a Bible, and the other he held out to Vernon himself. So he went and he asked his aunt, who was also a Seventh-day Adventist,
Slowpoke,
where are
love
there more
Slowpoke.
prophets? Where are all the prophets? And she told him that she heard there were prophets
I'm gonna go
still,
take a rip real
and they were
quick.
staying at a compound in Waco, Texas. He told her, take me
Yeah,
there
Toad.
now, but of course she said,
Little
no,
Toad
kid,
piece.
I'll make
That
you
would be
back to sit
adorable.
down and eat your eggs and go to school. You crazy kid, right? That's how I imagine it happened. But he made the promise to himself that he would get there. And he kept that promise. But first, he went to Los Angeles.
Switch and save $652. It's okay. There's enough for everyone.
When you need urgent care fast, Texas Health Breeze Urgent Care gets you in and out in about 30 minutes. It's a breeze. Texas Health Breeze Urgent Care.
California, because he wanted to become a big and famous rock star. And here's where people draw parallels to Charles Manson. And I would like to state my opinion here. Vernon Howell, David Koresh, maybe didn't do the best things. Maybe was a horrible cult leader, but he was not Charles Manson. There's similarities. There's some similarities in the childhood. There's obviously similarities in their musical ability or their belief in their musical ability. But that's pretty much as far as it goes.
Oh,
In
looked like she had a cut on her leg, but it was just the shadow reflecting.
Charles Manson could ever be. He could play the guitar pretty well. He had a nice voice, but when he became just one of the many, a random face in the world of musical rock stars journeying to the Hollywood sign to make it big, he couldn't stand out. And soon he realized that his big break wasn't coming. So he headed back to Texas and he sought out Lois Roden and her followers. Years earlier, he was baptized into his mother's church, but according to Shirley Brooklyn of the Seventh-day Adventist World Headquarters, he had been disfellowshipped due to bizarre beliefs and lifestyles. So he most likely felt connected to this group of outsiders who had also been disowned by the church. At first, he just wanted to see what these people and their theology was all about, but he soon became very close to
I need to turn the
Lois
AC
Roden.
on
Very
too. I just realized the air
you know what I
conditioning
mean.
isn't on.
Lois was a woman in her 60s. Vernon was newly 21. But many people saw him sneak into her quarters late at night, and later he confessed that they had been lovers. They were hoping for a miracle conception, as was the case of Sarah, who bore Abraham a son when she was 90. If God was willing to intervene, anything was possible. Now, George Roden Lois's son, he'd been watching Vernon very closely since he arrived at Mount Carmel, and he saw that the way people responded to Vernon was definitely not the way that
It wasn't in the books.
to George. Vernon was a young man. He was in good shape.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know you had
And
rights?
he had this charismatic way.
Why'd that remind me of that?
He could make people
It's
feel
not in the
at
books.
ease immediately, as if you've known him forever. And George was just this really awkward, big guy that people kind of steered clear of. George claimed that he didn't like how close Vernon and his mother were getting. George claimed that he was afraid Vernon was going to take advantage of his older mother. But in the end, I really believe that George was just worried about the competition for who would lead the group when Lois finally died. Since he had failed to take leadership from her when his father died,
We should watch
George
some of
had
the Chris
essentially
Chan
just been counting the
documentary.
days until his mother died.
Not the
And he
whole
could step
40
up as
hours
the
that
next
I
coach.
watched.
But now, this guy,
But
this
just like
new
the-
guy had shown up,
the highlights.
and Lois was intently listening to his interpretation of the Bible and letting him speak during church services. George knew that Vernon Howell was a potential powerful challenger. He was sick of being shoved to the side, so he went to the police and he told them that Vernon had taken advantage of Lois sexually. George also went around the compound telling everyone that Vernon Howell had been sent by the devil to cause issues in their community. Now remember what I said, even though the Branch Davidians branched off from Seventh-day Adventism, they're still going to carry the beliefs of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And they believed that there was evil and good forces in the world and that they were battling. So there's always something evil or someone evil being sent to challenge you and to trick you. George Roden wanted everybody to think that Satan had sent Vernon Howell to test their faith.
Yeah.
Now, it obviously didn't take Vernon
It's because
Howell to
I
realize that there was
am
some
just so
tension
cute
at Mount Carmel. I mean, George
that
Roden was
I
putting up
make
pictures of
people
his
jealous
face
of how cute
with
I
the
am, and they
words
just
the
have to
devil or
mass report me.
Satan on it all in
You
the
know?
compound. So he realized that there were some issues. So he left Mount Carmel.
It's my stalker,
So he
y'all. I'm
formed a
not
splinter
kidding.
group Off of the splinter.
They've been at it for 4
Money
years now.
policy wasn't
It's
great.
not gonna
The
stop anytime
compound at
soon,
Mount
I don't
Carmel
think.
had been an example of modern luxury, but in the desert, Vernon and his followers essentially
Got
lived
the old
in these
magic
small boxes
wang.
constructed out of plywood and 19.9 acres
Oh,
of land.
oh,
And he
magic
stayed there for
Pina.
several years, regrouping, gathering more people to him, and planning his return to Mount
He's casting
Carmel.
spells
But
of
before
madness
Mount
on
Carmel and
people.
settling in Palestine, Vernon took a wife. He married a young girl whose family lived there. On January 18th,
Why is my torch doing
her name
this
was
now?
Rachel
It's
Jones.
annoying me.
She was 14 at the time of their marriage, making
She was
her
14?
husband 15 years older than
Jesus.
she was, and also she was 14, so basically a child.
It's true.
But he married her with permission from her parents, given happily. And when he left Mount Carmel,
That's what it is too. It's funny
her older
that
brother,
that's
David Jones,
we have a
her
direct
younger sister,
comparison of it
Michelle,
now too.
Her father, Harry Jones.
Someone
They were
straight
all
up
now followers
being like,
of
yeah.
Vernon Howell, and he was family to them.
We
Lois Roden wasn't happy
Riggs
about
and
the
flour
Vernon
and
leaving the
and
fold. She completely did want Vernon to take over
all out in the
after she
open
died.
and whatnot.
She didn't even trust her own son. And she made many trips back and forth between Mount Carmel and Palestine trying to bring them back together. And
They hate us 'cause
the
they ain't
Outliers
us.
Or the splinter group back.
It's because of the anus people. I'm
But in
telling you.
November of 1986, Lois died, and her son George finally got what he wanted, and he took over the crew at Mount Carmel and renamed it Rodenville. Rodenville. I mean, it's just a bad.
Oh, I've already been to the
Roden
police.
town would have been
No,
better
trust
than
me on that
just
one.
Roden, but Rodenville.
Even tried going to TikTok about it, and everyone was like, "No, we don't
But
believe you. We
there
believe
weren't
them."
many people left to rule over by the time George took over.
Because I look the way that I do. They're like, "No, that doesn't happen to you. You're the one who does
and
that."
They knew that when she died, George was the only option. He was going to step in, and nobody.
And the police were only going to charge them with
in the past month,
harassment,
people had slowly been leaving Mount Carmel.
which is literally
Where were
just
they
a
going?
misdemeanor.
They were seeking out
The same as
Vernon Howell and his followers in Palestine. And George
jaywalking.
obviously wasn't happy about this. He
And
thought
they
needed
wanted
do
to
something
like
in the
execute
back,
search
something
warrants.
big
They wanted to
that he was the
do
one
all
who
kinds of
was
stuff, and I was like,
chosen
"So
one.
y'all want to do all
So
that?"
he basically
Charge them with
opposition to Vernon.
a misdemeanor, and they're like, "Yep." And I was like, "No
He
thanks.
said
I'd like to go
whoever
now."
could raise someone
Like, I'm not
from
gonna
the
fucking
dead
waste
will
my
be the right
time
leader. So
in the
let's
goddamn
make them
system
somebody
with this.
and, you know, make them
Because
alone.
ACAB, first of
And
all,
then whoever can do that will take over, and there won't be any more questions about it.
I also got made fun of because of that. And I was like, "Yeah, I have to go to the police because of this person." And they're like, "Oh, but aren't you ACAB?" It's like, yeah, but I'm still allowed to use the system that my taxes paid for, even though the system is shit.
For 20 years. She was a one-armed woman named Anna. He dug her up, and then he was like, okay.
Jaywalking, yeah, misdemeanor.
But instead of taking the bait, Vernon Howell was like, this is crazy, even for me. So he goes to the local police.
Just a ticketable offense.
Hey, isn't it like illegal to disinter a corpse?
There's obviously class A, B, and C misdemeanors. Why are you? Hang on. Let me clean my torch. Let me try to do something about that. That's pissing me off.
You know, his followers, especially the Jones family.
There's the different classes, and obviously jaywalking is just a regular misdemeanor, class A misdemeanor, but a class C misdemeanor would be harassment or yeah, just basic harassment. And that is not even, that's nothing. That's no jail time. That's it goes on the record, and at that point you might be able to get a restraining order, maybe. And I looked into that, and they said nope, that's not enough. So I was just like, I'm not going to go through all this with the legal system, even more so. Yeah. All 5 one of you. I appreciate you, Lexi. It's all the TikTok shit that we mention every now and then. The person who is my stalker, I interacted with 4 years ago now. 4 years ago now, and the most recent TikTok stuff happened 8 months ago. And they're still at it. It's because I'm TikTok famous, and that's so fucking cringe to say. Y'all know I fucking hate that. I'm not like that, and they're trying to use every ounce of that to their benefit, and it's gross. It's white women tears and the weaponization of the Me Too movement. It's unfortunate, especially since I am who I am, and my presence on TikTok was initially that of social justice and all that, but then when someone comes out and tries to accuse you of being an abuser or being someone who isn't all of those things, then everyone jumps on it and is like, oh, look at this evidence that they're not a good person. So that's another reason TikTok is not a good place, because everyone is waiting for an opportunity to show the other side of whoever they've made themselves famous for. Just like the modern warrior thing, just like anything that happens on TikTok. And what's wild is I tried putting a restraining order on the most recent ex as well, and they spun that as me trying to weaponize the system to try to get them back in court with me. It's like, no, dude, I'm trying to fucking get you away from me. I'm trying to get you to fucking get the fuck away from me and leave me alone. And they're like, see, they want me to appear in court with them. I was like, no. That's an unfortunate circumstance. Yeah, it is. Cancel culture is toxic, especially on TikTok, where shared traumas create echo chambers, and those shared trauma echo chambers just spiral into each other. And the more toxic of a fan base you can whip up, the more push you'll get on the page. It's quit being so magical. I'm not trying, trust me. That's why I'm completely alone now. That's why y'all see me every single night doing this. That's why I'm focusing on myself right now, because I'm not even, jeez, trying to be a good person is not a good thing. So I'm not going to change that, but I'm just not going to let anybody close again for a little bit. I'm just too magical. I'll share my magic and my sunshine with y'all over the internet. Nobody's digging in anytime soon.
They wanted to leave these boxes in the desert that they were living in, and they wanted to go back home. And Vernon knew.
But yeah, what's full circle for that conversation is it is funny that that's exactly how we know that that's what's happening. Is the other person who's blowing glass now can blow glass on TikTok live and say the things that they said with y'all watching and not get flagged, and me get flagged like constantly. It's because they're mass reporting still. But yeah, the system is fucked. the police system, especially when you're a very harsh advocate of 1312 ACAB and not supporting the actual policing system, but then you're forced to go and try to use it when something's happening. It's not in the same sense of people go, well, yeah, what are you gonna do when you call 911? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying, well, if you need some help, go call a crackhead. I'm not adding any weight to that bullshit trope of a conversation. I'm adding weight to the side of the actual system being horseshit, and the fact that I had actual videos of my stalker outside of my house. I'm like, hey, I told the police that they weren't supposed to be here. The police told them they weren't supposed to be here. That's trespassing, right? And they go, oh, nah. And it's like, well, if that is trespassing, then I can press charges and get a restraining order, right? And they go, well, yeah, but that's not what that is. And I'm just like, all right, well, fuck y'all. I'm not about to hire a fucking a lawyer and a private investigator and this all that to make y'all do y'all's job. And that's where it's been since then, with them still mass reporting and me being prettier than ever.
Well, happy, he had to give them what he wanted, and he had to bring them back home, so he really wanted the police to just go in and arrest George Roden so that Vernon could be like, okay guys, let's go, I got your home back. He didn't care about anything about it. It's not as if he was like outraged by the idea or worried about her immortal soul. He had a motive for why he went to the police in order to turn George in. And that motive was purely selfish, in my opinion.
Yeah, most of the time the police are just going to escalate situations.
This was Texas.
But unfortunately,
this was the 80s, and
unfortunately, when you're going to do legal things like I was trying to do, like getting a restraining order, you have to have a police file and police reports in the system. Even if I was going to try to do a civil lawsuit myself, you still have to have police reports to back it up. And every time that happens, it just makes it worse.
Mount Carmel was a religious community, and the authorities in Texas weren't just
especially being a minority and especially being mentally ill. All of those things don't make for a good time with the police.
I'm gonna
grab some more water real quick.
Can help you out. Now, Sam Jones was David Jones's brother, Rachel Jones's brother, and obviously Vernon Howell's brother-in-law. He still lived at Mount Carmel with George Roden for whatever reason. I'm not sure why he stayed. Maybe he's just a creature of habit. But he was essentially asked by David Jones and himself that he trusted. And it seemed that even the local police
we lagged. Sorry.
a mission to
that was me on my end.
Mount Carmel would
We're back,
be dangerous for Vernon and his followers. Because as he left the police station that day, he was warned to be careful, that there was some shady...
Let me double check real quick that we're connected to the right thing. Hang on.
And George Roden was known to be packing. They spent the next 30 days Kmart. They dressed in deer hunter coveralls. They painted their faces to camouflage themselves. And each of the 8 men that were enlisted for this mission were given a weapon and a fresh.
Yeah, everything is.
It was November 2nd, 1987. It was after midnight, and it was dark.
If it's still lagging,
Vernon
refresh.
And his 8
We're back connected.
jumped out of their vehicle and they ran to the compound. And one of them, who had a camera and was specifically given the mission to get into wherever Anna was and get a picture of her body, he ran ahead while the others kind of spread out to, protect his back and watch out for him. But when they got to the chapel where her body had been previously, the body had been moved. Then the dog started to bark, alerting George to his visitors, and he emerged from his cabin holding a machine gun. So they withdrew, but they camped outside of the compound, and the next morning they tried to go in again. And this turned into a shootout, because by this time George was prepared. He knew they were probably going to make another attempt.
Sorry, I had to refresh
the... all these people, whoever was left, gave them guns.
I think it's just...
And they all just started shooting at each other, and some people were injured, including George. I think he got shot in the hand or something, nothing serious. And everyone was arrested, right?
I think everything's having problems right now.
He worked for, the government. He was a U.S. Postal Service worker. And all the police officers who showed up were confused.
Oh, wait, let me finish, let me take this.
They had to arrest him, this guy that they knew from town, who lived in Waco. He was
okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not putting it on my finger, I promise. Just making sure it was the right size for the thimble.
Gun standoff. They did not know what to make of that. The news reported that a group of terrorists had attacked the Mount Carmel compound. because apparently George had told the police that Vernon and his group were members of the Palestine Liberation Organization and that they had attacked him in some sort of jihad. Vernon and his buddies were each charged with attempted murder, and even though they were bailed out, David Jones was suspended until his trial, which happened in April of 1988. It didn't look good for them until George Roden took the stand. Straight-faced and solemn, George told the court that he had tried to resurrect Anna, the one-armed woman who'd been dead for 20 years. He also said that sometimes when he was leading his congregation in prayer, he would end a prayer with, "In the name of George B. Roden, Amen." Vernon and his soldiers were acquitted. Their attorney explained the reason for their acquittal was because our witnesses are nice people with no criminal record who don't believe they're Jesus Christ. And one-armed Anna was not the only thing that was dug up at Mount Carmel during that time.
Yeah, you saw me look at it, right? I
went that nobody had been paying the taxes there for years. And George was embroiled in more legal battles that he didn't have the reason or
I was like, what's on the
logic
ground
to
over there?
handle. While George was distracted, Vernon and his followers paid the back taxes on Mount Carmel and retook the compound, where they found poor Anna in her coffin in the mechanic's shed. The place was falling down, and it was
little snack for later. Oh, yes. I do realize that, and I realized it just now because I got a bunch of snacks today, but I just realized what snack I'm going to have here in a sec. Jesus. I got one of those adult Lunchable things that I like with the really, really sharp crackers that cut the roof of your mouth. I think that's part of it. I think that's kind of why I like it. Oh, wait. That's the wrong button. Kind of like Captain Crunch, you know? The appeal of maybe cutting a hole in the roof of your mouth at any point.
Roommate, a man named Wayne
Living on the edge.
Adair, with an axe, claiming that he'd been working as a
oh yeah, I got this bag is full now.
Not guilty by reason of mental insanity and was sent to a state mental hospital.
I thought these were going to be soft oatmeal raisin cookies though, but they're not. They're very, very hard. But I'm not going to lose faith yet. We did already try. It's kind of fun doing taste tests for y'all or with y'all when we do unboxing of our snacks. We got the Fig Newton strawberries, or the Newton strawberries. I guess Fig Newton wouldn't be right when it's strawberry. That Lucinda's been telling me about. I do like those, but I got these as well. Nerds candy corn. It's not Nerds covered candy corn. They're just in the shape of candy corn, but they're the texture of candy corn, and they taste like Nerds. And that is a good thing. Yup. Oh, so synthetic. So fake tasting. It's like biting into cotton candy. With a... Remember those Go-Gurt? Remember the yogurt? Remember the yogurt bits? Go-Gurt? Not Go-Gurt. No. The yogurt bits. With the soft center inside. That feels like this, but they taste like Nerds. Yeah, fig Stroobs. Stroob Newtons. They're very sweet. Much sweeter than figs. I'll save some surprises for later. You know, I can't unbox it all at once. Oh, a big surprise that y'all will probably be upset with me about. More soy sauce. It's the good one too, it's the new one. I didn't finish the other one yet. It's not because I finished the other one, it's anticipation for the other one. Okay. Did I just break that? It sounded like I broke it. Did I break that? You heard that, right? It sounded like I broke it. Why would this be in glass anyways? Who chose that as the right idea? Just see if I can puddle a soy sauce later.
But in 1993,
only 1 tablespoon per day. Okay.
Missing 4 times.
And see, actually, what I made more fried rice last night, and I only put soy sauce in while I was cooking it. Y'all should be proud of me. I only put it in for the flavor this time. I didn't just drink it out of the bottle. That's what the problem was the other night. I'll take a bite and then drink some out of the bottle. Shh. I'm being brutally honest with you and myself right now. I already mentioned that sometimes you just gotta take a bite out of the onion too when you're super lazy. Just make the sandwich in your mouth.
Again, in 1995, 7 months after the Texas Department of Mental Health claimed Roden was not dangerous, he escaped again.
I'll do that again. I'll only cook with it.
Israeli consulate
because when I have it next to my bed, it ends up getting drank.
He requested a visa to travel to Israel, and it had been denied. So he made a scene claiming that he had to go because he was Jewish.
Wait, we're lagging again, aren't we?
The organization had sent hitmen to kill him. Crazy George.
Or it's just my laptop. It's just my laptop. What are you doing that laptop?
Once a skinny kid.
I put the soy sauce on the end.
That's what I actually do. I eat onions with most of. Where are my fucking Pringles? Ooh, bitch. Ooh, I think they forgot a bag. Ooh, Jeff Bezos. Oh, Jeff Bezos. Nah, see, hang on a fucking second. I need to speak directly to Mr. Bezos on that one. They forgot my fucking Pringles. You know, Marley? Marley, why is your belly so wet? You gotta stop licking your belly so much. You're gonna give yourself raw spots. She don't like being up there. You got wet belly. I gave her, so Marley's haircut. Come on, come this way. Marley's haircut started underneath, so she got pink belly now. She got soft belly in some spots, like right there. Soft belly Marley. She's embarrassed. No. Fucking Jeff forgot to put my goddamn Pringles in my snack bag. Mr. Bezos, I have issue with my delivery.
Damn. A boy who had never felt
I really wanted those
smart
fucking
or
Pringles too.
particularly good at anything.
Because I don't have
now
like
he has his own little community and his own people. And in the years that
I don't
Vernon
have
had lived
continuous
in Palestine,
snack
he traveled
things now.
all over the world, different countries. He went to Canada, he went to England, he went
I've
to
got mostly
Australia.
like
He spent
sweet
a lot of time in
candy
California
things.
as well, and he
Not things you can
recruited
snack on.
people, essentially,
I needed more
from
chips.
These countries and these other places.
Pink
He'd go
belly.
there and then go to locations
Pink
where
belly.
young people hung out at bars, coffee shops, libraries.
See,
college
the thing with that though is
campuses,
you get refunds from HelloFresh. It's very easy to get that refunded, but I need to do that tonight. I went back out in the front, hoping that the fucking shit would be out there, but it was not. There was definitely a bag missing. I'm trying to think of what else is missing because I ordered quite a bit of stuff. I got cookie dough and edible cookie dough. I don't know the difference. It's both the same type of cookie dough. Funfetti, whatever the cake funfetti type is. But I got both because I eat both. I was wondering what the difference was. Probably just eggs, right? I'll let you know.
People and he brings them back to Texas with him. So between the exodus of the people leaving Mount
That's what I thought.
after George took over and the people that Vernon was recruiting
One
from
has
all
no
over
eggs
the
for
world,
cooking,
his
right?
numbers had
The other,
grown.
you just
So
eat
at
it
this
out of the
point,
fucking
we can't really
tub.
see anything that Vernon Howell is doing
Like the
that's
nice,
illegal
good little
in
piggy
terms of
you
the
are.
law. Sure.
Nom nom
Even
nom,
a
right out of the
14-year-old
fucking
girl, but he did
sleeve.
so without permission, which was legal in Texas and still is. So let's discuss
what?
this quickly so we're
What
all on
is-
the same page. A marriage
Oh,
where
right.
at least one of the people involved is under 18 is called a child marriage. Now, marital age in the U.S. varies and is decided by each state.
In Carrollton,
Currently,
Texas?
there are 13 states in which there is no minimum age for marriage, but in all states except for 2, a child marriage is allowed if parental consent
Carrollton,
is
Texas?
given, which is a bunch of nonsense.
You were born there?
If you ask me, because a 14-year-old is a child. And this
What up,
child
Astro?
doesn't have control over their own life or decisions.
Welcome.
What if they don't want to marry this person? What if it's the parents' decision? It's just a really slippery
learning
slope,
about
and I think that
the
marriage
David
under the
Koresh
age of 18
incident
needs to be outlawed
in Waco.
altogether, like it is in New Jersey and Delaware. Only 2 states who have it right.
Yeah, the egg is just a little bit of added
today. Back in the day,
risk, right? It's
way
like
back in the day.
eating the fugi fish, the puffer fish in Japan, right? It might kill you. That's part of the fun.
It was pretty normal to marry your daughter off as soon as she
You
reached
stop that.
puberty, which
Wait,
would
what?
indicate
Where?
that she was ready to bear children. And as you know, historically, that's what women were for. They were meant to become
Right.
wives and have children, and then care for those children in
When
order to further
reproduction was the only
species
goal
and
for
the
society.
bloodlines. This continued throughout the Middle Ages, with most girls being married by the time they were 15 years old. And according to Jewish law at this time, a girl was considered an adult by the time they were 12
There's a
and
little
half.
bubble here.
As you can see, the belief is and would be deeply
I'm trying
rooted
to
in
pop.
religion and history, and may not seem out of the ordinary if you were raised to know that this was just how things were. And it's not as if the marriage of Vernon and Rachel...
Remember, we're not
was
debating
out
these topics. We're just learning about the circumstance of the Koresh Waco incidents.
Every day, more than 25,000 girls under the age of 18 are married worldwide. That's 1 every 3 seconds, and more than 9 million a year.
Although I do
More
agree with
common
what she's
in
saying.
the East, South Asia, and Africa, but it happens in the U.S. and other countries as well. Between the years 2000 and 2014, over 40,000 child marriages were registered in the state of Texas alone.
What the fuck?
During a study, it was discovered that only roughly 20% of these child brides were living with their spouse. The rest were residing with their parents. If we go even further to understand why Rachel's parents...
Would that be for, like, residency, though?
...to the Bible, which does
If we're gonna be
show a
nuanced with
precedent
it?
for child marriage. According to the Bible, when Mary, the mother
like-
of Jesus, was married to
I'm
Joseph,
not obviously not trying to
12,
rationalize
and
it.
He was 90. Rebecca was Isaac's wife. And if we look at the Bible, it shows that she was married to him when she was 3 years old. This is theorized due to calculations by a rabbi.
I love how she just has very raw information.
Isaac was 37 years old when Rebecca was born, and he waited
What up,
until she was
Rosalinda?
fit for marital relations 3 years later. I mean, this stuff gets really dark, and there's entire websites out there devoted to pointing out instances of the P word in the Bible. But like I said, this is religion and this is history. I want to respect everybody's different religions, and also I don't personally view the Bible as something that's literal. I don't think people actually turned to pillars of salt, things like that. You know, I think it's just used to illustrate something.
Oh man, I was
else.
gonna try to fix my torch.
But that's
Hang
also
on.
where it becomes
This is already warm now.
because as you know, Seventh-day Adventists, they do view the Bible as the Word of God, not really open to interpretation unless it's by a prophet or a Messiah. So you have these prophets who come in and they interpret the Bible in their own way to further their own means and motives. And they'll point to these occurrences and they'll say, hey, it's written in the Bible, and the Bible is the Word of God, right? So it has to be the way. So keep that in mind when you have a family, a family that's followed and been a part
Remember that time in history, very recent history?
Born
Uganda Knuckles.
While they are a part of this religion, it's going to be all you know. Seventh-day Adventists believe the Bible is everything. It's the literal Word of God. And in a way, the people, the prophets, who came forward and used the Bible to convince people it was normal to marry a girl that was 14, it's a way of grooming. I'm not defending it. I'm not saying it's right. Clearly, I don't believe that it is. But at this point, Vernon Howell was doing nothing to break the law. He'd married Rachel when she was 14.
That's
but
wild.
He'd done so with her parents' permission. And at that time in Texas, it was allowed. And today in Texas and many other states, it is still allowed. But of course, I do wonder if Rachel was on board with this at 14. Probably not, but maybe she too had just been a part of this belief system and this religion for so long.
I like how
that
nuanced
she
she's
went
being about
along
it.
With
She's
whatever
like,
she's
look,
been taught, and of course, as a child, you're going to grow up learning that you need to obey your parents.
this is what
and
happened.
Follow their rules. And if they told her, you're marrying this man, he's the prophet. You're gonna be so
That's
important in
so
this
wild.
community. This is what we're meant for. Our family is going to have purpose and is going to be considered very highly in the eyes of God. Yeah, she probably would have almost felt privileged.
Right.
Privileged to do it, which, like I said, this is manipulation. This is grooming. Child grooming is befriending and establishing an emotional connection with a child, and sometimes the family, to lower the child's inhibitions with the objective of sexual abuse.
No shit.
A good relationship
Did not know that,
with the
Lucinda.
child
That's wild too.
family, child groomers
I
do
didn't know this
several
about
things.
Texas
They might
either.
try to gain the child's or the parent's trust by befriending them with the goal of easy access to the child.
Especially
A
wealthy and rich
trusting
people
relationship
getting in
family
with
means the child's parents are less
the child's
likely
parents.
to believe potential accusations. Child groomers might look for opportunities to have time alone with the child, which can be done by offering to babysit. The groomers may also invite the child for sleepovers, for opportunities.
Okay, like we get it. We don't
They like
need to
the
know
gifts
all
of-
the examples of grooming, right? We get it.
Or elders written about in the book of Revelations. In the end days, these children
I
were
appreciate
ruled by
the
his
information,
son in
but that
the
was
celestial kingdom, because he was able to pull in
little
biblical passages
par for the
that
course.
supported his actions. His followers couldn't really challenge him. He was the prophet. He was the Son of God incarnate. And you have to understand.
Right, we're getting to
these
like the
people
very
believed
end when like
in what
the
he
big
was
stuff
saying. They
happens
believed the apocalypse was coming.
with
and they wanted
the Waco
they searched
incident.
for signs of the end of the world, and if they saw these signs, they were excited, they were happy, they were hopeful. It wasn't a scary thing, they wanted it. And because of the historical and biblical incidences, they were able to convince themselves that it was okay, more than okay. It was necessary for their journey to eternal life. Let's talk about Michelle Jones for a moment. This was Rachel's 12-year-old little sister, and the same parents who gave the green light for the marriage between 14-year-old Michelle and Vernon also made the way for Vernon Howell to engage in sex with their 12-year-old daughter, but not at first. At first, everyone was kind of on the fence about
Because
it.
he
They
said
were
he was a
like,
prophet?
This is going a little far. Vernon pushed back. He had a vision while on a trip to Israel that God had told him he needed to have a child with Michelle Jones. And maybe the community would have put their foot down. Maybe the community as a whole would have said,
Yeah, this turned out absolutely perfect.
This
It is a little cat
right thing
pendant.
for us. But then Rachel Jones, the wife of the prophet, the wife of the Messiah, she also had a dream where she received a vision
Trying to fight the
from
sleep
God.
and just making you sleepier.
And God told her that Vernon would die if he wasn't able to follow his path and follow God's message. And maybe these people would have ignored one vision from God, telling a 27-year-old man to marry a 12-year-old child. But two visions from God? Couldn't ignore that. And this has always bothered me because Rachel Jones was essentially responsible for everybody going along with this plan for a grown man to have sex with a little girl. But that does show you how truly brainwashed in a way and manipulated these people were, the people that followed Vernon and did what he said. They really believed what he was saying was coming from God.
It's so wild how
Vernon
many times this happens too.
Michelle
Like,
wasn't a real and legal marriage,
open a fucking
obviously,
history
because
book. Do you know how many times
making
people
a
have tried
holiness, which
saying
was
that?
not legal, and also he was already
For various
married to her
reasons?
sister, so he couldn't get married twice. But they said they were married, and he began, trying to have a child with her, and she would go on to bear 2 of his children, but we'll talk about that a little more later. It is reported that when the young girls who lived in the community reached the age of puberty, they were given a plastic Star of David to wear. And this would signify that they were ready to become a part of the
Right, yeah, I like the way that she's
They were
presenting
ready.
all the facts as well, but that part that I skipped over there is I think stuff that we all already know and can be a little traumatic. To explain a little bit further why I skipped over that, I think we all know some of the signs to look out for stuff like that, unfortunately a little too well. So, a little too much detail. Like, I appreciate all the information she has, but sometimes you can skip a little bit of the meat of it, And if y'all ever need me to do that, please don't hesitate. I value your comfort way more than any of this knowledge, so again, we try to trigger warning and do stuff like that, but at any point, if you'd like me to change it, by all means. Or if after this we need to change it up with some cartoons, by all means.
Girls as young as 11 were given these stars. And I'm going to jump forward in the timeline for a moment to give you an idea of what this meant. A young girl who lived with her mother as part of her group was given this plastic star when she was 11. And her father, who was not a part of the group, saw this and knew he had to do something. Her name was Carrie Jewell, and her mother had brought her to the isolated religious community when she was 5 or 6, and the story she tells will make your skin crawl. She said she was 10.
Do we want our skin to crawl?
To sleep with Vernon Howell. She would look up at the ceiling and wait for it to be over, and then hide in the shower for an hour afterwards.
Don't think we want our skin to crawl. Thank you. You can say it was a very hard time. We don't need the details. Thank you, though.
Family, and this was one of his wives' families, so he was able to stay there any time, and people would gather there who were in California and listen to him preach. And in the middle of this preaching and, you know, communicating the word of God, he stops and he kind of cocks his head to the side as if he's hearing something inside of his head. One of his followers at the time, a man named Mark Brawl, was there when this happened and remembered that it seemed contrived and planned.
Which one is Brooke McKenna? Is she the one that does makeup?
And he was just looking for a good way to kind of like spring it on people. When Vernon spoke, he declared...
I mean, I get it. He's just a conventionally attractive white man.
Vernon claimed that he was the
gets away with most
in the book of Revelation
things in history.
And that he was intended to open the seven seals
conventionally good-looking white man?
Then on the spot, he annulled all marriages between members of his group. He told the men from that point forward they would be celibate, but not to worry, because they would be given their perfect mates in the heavenly kingdom. They just needed to give their earthly wives to him. The Israelite prophecy stated that Vernon Howell was entitled to at least 140 wives. That all the women in the group now belonged to him, even the wives of the current group members. And he needed to have as many children as possible because time was running out. He needed to have his 24 children. He then turned to...
Oh gosh, I'll check them out for sure. Especially if they're smaller. Oh god. Oh, I thought the remote was gonna explode again.
The industry first 2-in-1 removable agitator from Whirlpool gives you 2 ways to...
Oh, that's funny. We're making a cat right now.
Sweaters out. Uniforms in. Sheets out. Towels in. Comforters out. Agitator in or out. You decide. Whirlpool.
Mark Bro, who was sitting next to him, and Mark and his wife Elizabeth had just joined up with Vernon 3 weeks prior to that. And he said, "How's it feel, Mark, knowing that I'm stuck with Elizabeth now?" And this was something he did. Another manipulative tactic in order to get his followers to do what he wanted. To believe that this wasn't the life he had chosen or wanted, but was just the path he'd been given by God.
Do you want a silver fumed?
We're all God's guinea pigs here.
Little space cat?
Is to procreate.
A black cat is adorable enough, but a space cat...
I'll swap with you any day. And of course, these men didn't initially want to just hand over their wives to another man. Some people left. This was too much for them. But those who stayed and voiced their concerns were made to feel selfish, as if they were more concerned with their earthly desires rather than...
These are Arctic, so if Arctic pops back in, let me know. I know they hang out while I'm at work usually, and can't always respond.
Everybody. He was taking
I'll leave it like this for now. We'll just make the shapes for now.
As if by sleeping with their wives, he was doing them a favor. He was sacrificing for them.
I'm sacrificing for you. Let me bang your wife. Like... I'm trying to get a foothold of where to even start in that. Obviously, there's layers of cuckoldry, but layers of manipulation too, beyond just cuckoldry. And this is like 30 different pairs of people, and they agreed to it. And again, I'm trying to get a foothold into being like, well, yeah, I get that, like, religion is a very, very persuasive tool when it comes to stuff like this, but what the fuck? In Texas, no less. And there was like red-blooded patriots, like fully, like yeehaw in this. Wild.
He was saving them. This is all probably sounding really crazy.
Ah,
to you
yes,
now.
totally normal sacrifice. You should let me sleep with your wife.
Continue following this man who is abusing their children and sleeping
it's a
with their
favor.
wives. Those who stayed
It's a
after
favor
the
for
New
you.
Light Revolution, they were the ones that
My
truly believed
sacrifice.
Vernon Howell was a messenger of God. They truly believed the end days were coming, and those who stayed and followed the messenger
So
of
you might as
God,
well fuck my wife in the meantime.
Messiah, the second coming of Christ, they needed to follow him, and then they would be rewarded for their sacrifices by being given.
Hey, he learned from the rest of them though. He didn't set a date. He didn't set a date for when it was happening, so in the meantime, he gets to fuck everyone's wife.
Eternal life in the heavenly kingdom. This would be a small sacrifice for a reward.
Yeah, this was not long ago either.
If you
Like,
are religious or you never believed in anything this fervently, this may be hard.
no, it's
to wrap
religion.
your head
It's
around. But look back through history
powerful
and
thing.
think about all the wars we've been through as a species. For hundreds of years, women have sent their husbands off to a battlefield.
If you don't know, this is actually unscripted. This woman did not know this man. She did not accept the kiss, was not cool with it. Dudes were just running down the street, pretty much assaulting women at the time because they had just gotten back from leave and obviously had not been around this many women and were celebrating V-Day, V for Victory, and were just kissing people. And they were like, yeah, let's take a picture of it. So this is not nearly as cute or nice of a picture as it seems.
Have encouraged their children to enlist in the military during war times. Why? There's a good chance
Senior history
they
told you
might
about
not
that?
survive. There's a good chance this person will never come back to you, and if they do, they won't be the same after the horrific things they
30 years
witnessed.
ago next year was
Friends dying
the
in arms
Waco
after being
incident.
handed a gun and told to kill other human beings that they personally don't
I
have
still
any
need to pop
issues
it
with
good.
or ill intent towards. Why? Because we've been groomed and conditioned as a society to believe that this is our duty and that sacrifices sometimes have to be made for the greater good. People do things all the time that don't
And then
mean-
being able to branch that into letting me fuck your wife, though? Like, I get it. If you're gonna join the military, you might as well join me and dedicate your body and your life to the everlasting eternity instead of just being cannon fodder for the military. But in the meantime, let me fuck your wife. Like, it's wild. It's like, at first you're like, okay, sure, yeah, but then it fucking left turns. To people who don't think twice about things like that, is like, okay, yeah, sure, I would obviously rather ensure my afterlife and everlasting eternity than having maybe sacrificed myself for a cog in the machine. And then fucking left turn. But you need to let me fuck your wife.
Makes sense in the name of something bigger than themselves, whether that be God or country. And I'm not saying the military is a cult. Or the
Right, like,
I'm not saying any of
again,
that.
from the perspective of a religious person, if you're like, well, yeah, I'm potentially sacrificing my body for the greater good, but if you get offered the chance to put that same opportunity towards an even greater good, God and country, yeah, but what if I gave you an opportunity directly to that God and you can circumvent the country? See. But you need to let me fuck your wife. It's wild, and again, I'm having too much fun with it, again, especially given the context, but we talked about my morbid sense of humor. This is how we deal with things we can't rationalize in our brain. It just doesn't make any sense rationally. Like, not that the dedication or devotion of body and mind it does in the first place, but just that left turn, man. I guess you're already so far gone that you're just like, alright, sure. So long as we get the afterlife, I guess this really doesn't matter. In the meantime, sure, yeah, I guess you can fuck my wife. Oh God, Just rationalize both ends of it for you.
My family has a long line of men who have been a part of the Marines or the Army or the Navy.
That's a roller coaster.
And I do believe that, you know, sometimes you need this military force or an armed force to protect yourself. But just think about it.
And again, we're not laughing at the
Before there was
situation,
any
we're
of
laughing
that,
at the
people.
complete. It's laughing for lack of a better thing to do. You're trying to find the words to explain it, and it just comes out as and it sounds better when you go instead of noises.
To go and fight for their country, knowing they might die. I mean, before
Alright,
World
let's
War
do
II, I did
Fox
families
next.
that had entire bloodlines die out because they would send all of their sons to war.
Honey Fox.
And they wouldn't come back. So the family name would essentially die off. And now there's a law for that to prevent that exact same thing. But it just shows you how, you know, guns.
I graduated in
people
13
are when
myself.
They truly believe in something, and the lengths that they will go to, and the sacrifices that they'll make. So let's get back to Vernon Howell, returning triumphantly to Mount Carmel with his multiple wives and his growing number of converts. He was not the same scrawny, timid young man who had first walked onto that compound in 1981. That young man had been a seeker, and maybe he'd been struggling with some issues, but for the most part, I think he truly believed in his relationship with God.
Why does that look like? Why does that look like somebody that looks like someone from today? That looks like somebody you'd see at a pride event, even wearing that shirt with that exact haircut, literally right now. Those glasses are back in style too. That's interesting. Again, just generically good-looking white dude. All throughout history.
Seeing the power his convictions had over people, and as someone who had felt powerless for so long, who'd been teased and taunted, thrown around by adults, tossed to the side by
now
women
he's got the
below,
power, yeah.
His newfound power and influence changed him. And to signify this change, he literally changed his name from Vernon Howell to David Koresh.
That's when he changed his name, when he got to fuck everyone's wife?
Even though there are literally 205 men named David in the story. He pulled inspiration for his new name from two important figures in history and religion. David came from King David of the Bible, a man who the next Messiah would descend from.
Oh, hang on, I totally said I was going to
Koresh
try
is
to
the
clean my
biblical name
torch.
of Cyrus the Great, a Persian king who was also considered the Messiah after freeing the Jews from Babylonian captivity. Two kings. He named himself after two kings. One of his wives, Robin Bunn, remember seeing this change in him. She said in the beginning, he was just a really good guy, down to earth, kind, humble. He could preach for hours, it was true, but he was so engaging and captivating that nobody really minded. Additionally, he had this way of making relatable to people.
That's most situations with this. You look at y'all know how bad I am with names. Pretty much any serial killer in the 70s and 80s. Like Richard Ramirez obviously was not actually good looking, but on camera, and just assuming face-wise, y'all do the other names. I'm bad with names. Big thick glasses, white guy. All of them. It's a very common occurring theme. Is people who look unassuming use that to their advantage.
He put it to them in terms that they could connect back to their own lives.
Yeah, Charles Manson was very good looking.
He was just one of the guys. He would go into town with some of the other men, he would chat with the locals, watch
like Hollywood
bands,
good looking.
and they even invited these
hanging out with the
musicians
fucking
back
Beach
to
Boys
Mount
and
Carmel
shit.
for jam sessions with them. This down-to-earth persona was how he would initially draw people in. He was young, he was good looking, and he had a way of listening more than he spoke. His quiet strength, an intent way of keeping his attention on you when you spoke, made people feel heard and important.
And he can play
His
guitar.
attention he was giving to people
Another
was not
very.
just to make them feel valued.
I can't play guitar, y'all. Don't worry.
Each person was looking for, what their pressure points were, what they needed to hear in order to believe that he had the answers they needed, and he was very good at doing this. But then new light happened. They returned to Mount Carmel, and he became David Koresh. And I'm not saying that he hadn't deviated off the path of morality before this. We know he did. But regaining control of the compound and seeing how many people were looking to him for the answers, it magnified things. I imagine he might have thought to himself, I can pretty much say anything, do anything. And as long as I find a way to relate it back to the Bible, these people will go along with this.
As long as you
He
can.
told them, if the Bible is true, then I am Christ.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy.
2,000
Yeah,
years
thank you.
ago. What was so
It's
great
exactly who
about
I was
Christ?
thinking
A
of.
man nailed to a cross, a man of sorrow.
Yeah, the Orange State Killer.
You know, being Christ is nothing. He wanted them to believe that this was almost a burden. That was
Zodiac,
placed on
the
him.
Zodiac Killer.
But it didn't
That's
give
the
him
main reason they never found who the fucking Zodiac was, because they were like, yeah, it's just some generic, medium, good-looking white dude. And they're like, well, that fucking doesn't help.
Perks. He divided the men and women into separate living quarters so they would only be together during mealtime and prayer. This living arrangement was designed not only to keep them apart so there would be no hanky-panky because David Koresh was the only one who was allowed to have sex with these women, but also to
I'm the
keep
only one who's
them
allowed to
divided and separated.
I'm the only one
so they
who's allowed to
wouldn't be
fuck your
able
wife.
to talk. Anybody who'd been a couple or married before he'd annulled their marriages, they may get together at night, nobody's listening, and whisper about how they don't really like this anymore.
I've got
How they're not
sandpaper around here
interested
somewhere,
in
and I
staying or
need
being
a
a
sand-
part of it anymore. And because
the
they
surface of
feel
that a little
bolstered by
bit.
the other person feeling the same way, they might leave. He didn't want to lose converts. He didn't want to lose followers. He didn't want to lose potential wives. Jim Jones did this as well.
Don't you take my wives.
But again, I want to be very clear. David Koresh has often been compared to Jim Jones and Charles Manson. But I believe he was very different from both of them. Jim Jones brought his followers to Guyana specifically so they'd be far away from anyone they knew or any place
Another
that was
they're
familiar to them.
generally
Even if
good-looking,
they
white
wanted
passing
to, they
dude.
would have no place to go. Those who followed David Koresh could have left any time they wanted. There was no gates or men with guns standing guard to keep them in the compound. The city of Waco was pretty much right next door. They were not physically kept there, as was the case with Jonestown. That's not ignoring the fact that they were being manipulated in a way
I know I have a
that
little
kept
piece
their
of sandpaper
beliefs and set up
somewhere.
beliefs that Koresh had convinced them was their ticket to eternal life in the kingdom of God. But if they'd ever woken up one day and said, "This sucks, I'm out," no one would have stopped them, physically at least. Back at Mount Carmel, as the 80s faded into the 90s, David Koresh became less Messiah, less religious leader, and more cult leader. The people who followed him were living in these really roughly built huts that usually didn't have electricity or running water, but David Koresh lived in his own home with his own family, and he had air conditioning, and he had running water, and he had electricity. They were
I do have
directed
these
to
chips
eat a
down here, though. I wonder
vegetarian
if these are
diet,
still good.
as the Bible told them to do.
These are still
And that's not
crunchy.
uncommon, as we already talked about for Seventh-day Adventists, but David Koresh was allowed to eat meat from time to time. He was also known to drink beer when he went into town, to the bars to watch the bands. Nobody else was really allowed to drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes or do anything like that. And once again, unlike Jim Jones and unlike Charles Manson, David Koresh was really against drugs. So he didn't take drugs, he didn't take any uppers, downers, nothing. He wasn't interested in it. He was morally against any drugs. So he wasn't on drugs. And you'll find that that was a big issue with Jim Jones
This
and
guy.
with Charles Manson, because as
You're
they
like,
were
huh.
under the influence of drugs, they lost.
Not surprising, but a little bit of context
And I think that's why
would be
they
nice.
took the links that they did.
We're watching
Jim Jones
David
took the links that he
Koresh
did
and the
to
Waco
bring
incident
people to
as well.
Guyana and put, soldiers at the
Pretty much,
so they couldn't leave. And who knows?
We were saying how most of the serial killers in the 70s and 80s were just generically good-looking white dudes, which is why they got away with it. And we were naming off most of them. So, yeah, Dahmer, Bundy, Richard Ramirez, the Zodiac Killer, the Golden State Killer, yeah, all just generic white, medium good-looking dudes.
If David Koresh had happened to get into drugs, he may have become the same way. Robin Bunz also recalls that there wasn't a peaceful acceptance amongst the girls who were his wives. It was
Really good.
constant competition. Who was the chosen one? Who was the best wife? Who knew the most passages?
Who was
of
the best
Bible?
wife?
Who
Oh, no.
followed the holy text
Ah, my toe.
best? They were all waiting to see which of them would be chosen by God next to bear the Messiah. And she eventually left in 1990 when David Koresh began sleeping with her own mother, Janine. Robin had already given birth to a child of David's, a son named Sean. She didn't like sharing her husband to begin with, but when he took her own mother to bed, that was the last straw. She said, quote, "I've had his child, he slept with my mother, I can't think of anything weirder. He doesn't even try to justify it. It's against the Levitical law in the Bible. Did you know that? It's against the Levitical law to have a woman and her mother, or a woman and her sister. He uses that law when it backs up something he has to say, or when it doesn't, he explains it away. Janine Buns, Robin's mom.
Where's the gabagool?
Who left the group a few months after her daughter and grandson. She was a nurse, and she claimed that David Koresh had fathered at least 15 children with different women in the group, and she herself had personally delivered 7 of them.
Oh my
but
God.
when Janine left Mount Carmel, it wasn't with hatred towards David Koresh. She said, quote, "Even now, I don't hate him, even after all he's done.
Oh, actually, listen to.
It's hard for me. I've seen both sides of him. He can be nice, he cares about people, or at least he seems to. I do have feelings for Vernon. Sometimes they overwhelm me." And this can give you an idea of how intense his pull was and his influence. He didn't just manipulate and take advantage of young girls who hadn't found their voices yet or their independence yet. This was a woman in her 50s who was well aware of the things he was doing.
Yeah, no kidding.
And she still could not find it in her to be angry with him. In fact, she was still in love with him and still had these intense feelings for him. I'm going to give you a quick
After
rundown
having
of
his
who
kid
David
and
Koresh's
him
alleged
fucking
wives
your
were
mom?
and children that they had. So obviously there was his first and legal wife, Rachel, and they had 2 children together. A son named Cyrus Howell and a daughter named Star Howell. Michelle Jones, Rachel's sister, also gave birth to 2 children that are thought to be David Koresh's. Serenity C. Jones and Bobby Lynn Koresh. Judy Schneider, aged 41, was another suspected wife of David Koresh,
just like
as well as the earthly wife of his right-hand man, Steve Schneider.
good-looking white dude with
they had
nice
a daughter
hair.
together named Mayana, who was 2 at the time of the standoff, and she is believed to have been the daughter of David and Judy. And we'll talk more about Steve and Judy in part 2. 43-year-old Sherry Lynn Jewell, mother of Carrie Jewell, who had lost custody of her child, but had stayed and become one of David's wives. Nicole Elizabeth Gent, a 23-year-old Australian
Ooh,
woman,
I think I might have fixed
was
it.
also one of his wives and gave birth to his son named Dalen Gent. We'll talk more about the Gents in part 2 as well. Aisha Garafis, a 17-year-old who was one of David's wives and had a daughter she named Startle Summers, a child that's believed to be David's. 40-year-old Lorraine Sylvia, 46-year-old Margarita
What the
Joanne
fuck?
Vega.
They're still going.
And that's just a small list of somewhat provable relationships. I have no doubt it goes much further and deeper, and we will find that as we go on. David Koresh didn't just marry and procreate with underage girls. He was an equal opportunity procreator. He didn't care whether you were 15 or 50, as long as you were attractive. And a lot of his followers said it seemed weird to them that God always sent down the message that David should pick the most beautiful and attractive and appealing women to be his wives. And when he was asked about this, he said, well, God wants me to have beautiful children. Don't you understand that?
Duh.
Like, it seems pretty clear. And they were like, oh, that makes sense. Thank you for clearing that up. Anyways, I'm going to end this video, or this part of the video, by talking about a man named David Thibodeau, really briefly, because we're going to get into him a little bit more in depth in part 2. The reason I want to bring up David Thibodeau right now is because you might wonder how David Koresh married all these people and got away with it, because polygamy is illegal. But he used the other men in the group and legally married them to his spiritual wives, so that if the government came or law enforcement ever was checking into it, it would look as if these women were married to other men and were giving birth to these other men's kids, and so they wouldn't be suspicious. And David Thibodeau,
Don't be suspicious.
soon after he came and joined the Branch Davidians and lived at the Mount Carmel compound, he was convinced by David Koresh to marry Michelle Jones. Nicole Gent, a woman who was also one of David Koresh's wives, was legally married to Jeffrey Little, but David Koresh was the only one who was allowed to sleep with these women, even though these other men were legally married to them. So he basically was like, you can have legal wives, but you can't have sex with them only on. It's just it's the worst. To me, it's the worst. It's bad enough to say the marriages are annulled, all your wives are married. Not to like assign wives to men, but then say you can't actually have this person as a wife. It's literally just protect me legally in case anybody comes here sniffing around and asking questions.
Yeah, they're legal shields.
So that's where we're going to end part 1. Next time we're going to talk about how Koresh attracted and gained a loyal enough following.
Nice, part 2.
Staring into the middle distance is a go-to. Staring into the middle distance is now choose. Hey, dude.
Introducing the new Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer. It's our most refreshing seltzer beer.
Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of our cult series this month, and we're talking about David Koresh and the Branch Davidians, as well as the Siege of Waco. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, you will probably want to check that out first, and it's linked in the description box. And before we move on today, I want to set the stage, because in these next few parts, this is when we're really going to get into the controversy and where people have differing opinions. This isn't your typical story because there's many different versions of what the truth is. Not
the last video wasn't the one with differing opinions? With child marriage and religion?
Who David Koresh was and who his followers were, depending on who you talk to,
always love her makeup.
Very different answers. And that's where things get tricky, because it's not my intention to retell to you the most popular story, the most mainstream story, or the most acceptable story. It's not my intention to display to you one narrative and completely obscure another. As a seeker of truth, I personally wanted to know everything, so I didn't limit my research. I read books written by people on both sides of the arguments. I read and listened to accounts from ATF agents and law enforcement agents who were there those days. Survivors of the group, some who had left long before the siege, some who had left right before the siege, and some who were very lucky to make it out of Mount Carmel alive that day. Therefore, it's going to be very difficult to pin down what really happened, what the truth was. But we're going to try. I don't want to convince you of anything. I want to lay out to you what I discovered in my research, and then hopefully we can discuss and come to an agreement of what some possibilities are. Before we get started, let's have a word from our sponsor, Magellan TV. Magellan TV is a new kind of streaming service. They stream over 2,000 high-quality documentaries, and they add more every single week. And once again, for those of you who've already signed up and are...
Sorry, I feel bad doing that.
Let's dive right in. In today's video, we're going to start off talking about a very important aspect of David Koresh's teachings. One that arguably escalated the situation in many ways and rapidly, and that was the 7 seals. According to the Bible, St. John had a vision in which he saw Jesus holding a scroll with 7 seals on it. These 7 seals needed to be unlocked to bring about the second coming and the last judgment. The first 4 seals will release
a scroll. I said a squirrel had the seals. I was like, why the fuck does a squirrel have the seals?
The 5th seal releases the souls of the martyrs, those who have known and spoken the word of God in their lives, and they've been killed for it. They will be adorned in white robes and wait for the end times to be joined by the other true followers of God. The 6th seal unleashes heavenly signs, which will come to earth in the form of a natural disaster. The earth will shake, the sun will turn black, and the moon will rise blood red. The very universe itself will be shaken, causing stars to fall and planets to crumble.
Sounds like when the aliens visit.
Releases the 7 heralding angels, which sounds really nice, but it isn't. These angels of God will blow their trumpets, and from these trumpets, 7 plagues will pour out and be unleashed on mankind, taking out 1/3 of all living things on the earth.
Bring it on!
Signals the arrival of Jesus Christ, who will descend to pass judgment and begin ruling the heavenly kingdom on earth.
Sounds like aliens.
He will make some tough decisions. He's not going to put up with any nonsense, but when all is said and done, he'll bring the world and the people in it, whoever is left, peace and joy and happiness eternally. David Koresh believed that he was the Lamb of God.
Arctic, let me know when you're in here.
The Lamb is touching the sealed book, and only the Lamb can open
This
the
is the
seals and
fox.
understand what is written. And as time went on, Koresh believed he was opening these seals.
But I still want to know if you want me to silver fume the cat?
The issue with the book of Revelation.
It's a black cat
it's
for now.
It's the final book in the Christian
But
Bible, and
could also be
pretty
a
dark
space cat.
and really scary. We aren't even sure who wrote it. He calls himself John,
the fox.
but he doesn't really give a last name.
I'm gonna
And
carve
the entire thing
little
is leading up
facial features into them as well.
The book of Revelation is often
Nothing
considered
too
to be
detailed.
responsible for many
Just
of
when
these
you like catch it by the
eschatological
light, you can
religions
tell.
popping up throughout history.
That'd
Eschatological
be cool,
intrigue very literally translates to the
Yeah,
study
I'll make
of
sure
things. religions that believe in and prepare for the
That
end
they
of
look
days,
like what
the
they're supposed to
apocalypse.
be.
They all use Revelations as their direction manual. It's a very interesting and intense read if you're looking at it from a scholarly
Feeding the cat,
perspective
gotcha.
only.
Space cat.
But if you believe
Well,
that
especially with
Bible
the
is the Word of God,
the space
literally,
tech set that
we're
we're
looking
working
at it in the most literal of forms, we can start to see how normal and logical people might believe that the end of the world is right around the corner. And as I said in part 1, after the New Light prophecy, many people did leave. And that's really something that's important to keep in mind. Even though we don't want to be understanding of David Koresh, we don't want to be understanding of any cult leader or any group that teaches people these kinds of things, everybody was free to leave anytime they wanted. And many of them did. In fact, many people who lived at Mount Carmel and left
Let's try these
before
oatmeal
everything went
raisin
down,
cookies.
pretty much said that life at Mount Carmel wasn't meant to be easy. It
We
was
should
what David
do.
Koresh called the withering
Y'all can send me
experience.
snacks
Things
and I'll
were
unbox them as
simple
well
there.
at some point.
Things were intentionally tough.
That's
That
what
way
we're about to
he could
pop
see
open.
who was there for the right reasons, who was there to learn about the Bible and prepare for the end days, and who was there just out of curiosity.
Give
He
me
wanted to
coffee?
see who
Ooh,
was
yeah.
really serious about
That
the
does sound
faith and the
good. I just wanna
message.
try 'em
And
first.
if you could deal with life on
Ooh,
the
they smell
compound,
good.
then you were there for the right reasons. Those who remained after New Light moved away from the Branch Davidian label and began calling themselves students of the Seven Seals. Before we go much
these look
further,
good.
I want to shine a light on some of the people who were closest to David Koresh. Some of the people who were in his inner circle, his lieutenants.
Try to
Now,
close those
he
up
had
good so they
a
don't
group of men
fucking
that he
go any
basically used
harder
as
than
his
they
lieutenants,
already
as his
are.
right-hand men,
These are
and
very
he called them the mighty men.
crunchy cookies.
I'm not kidding. That's what he called them. That's what they called themselves. And we're also going to talk about a couple of people who were at one time very, very close to him, but moved away.
Nice,
got out of
nice.
his
How's the
sphere
bottom? I was gonna say if the bottom is
and
burnt, I don't want it.
about him now.
But that's a
I
nice
feel like
cookie.
so often when
And a crunch test.
stories retold about a cult, or a group of people who are
Almost
called a cult, the individual
They're actually not as hard as I thought they'd
lost
be.
in that
They've got that like
and
oat,
these were all
that
real
oat crunch, but
people
then it
who had
gives.
real and normal lives before they met David Koresh. And in the end, every single one of them was a victim of something, and every single one of them has a story to tell. First, we have the Jones family, and we've already touched upon
The middle is
Jones
softer
family
than the
a little bit in
outsides
part
too.
one.
These are really,
You've
really
got
good.
Rachel Jones, who was
Oh, I bet I
David
could fucking
Koresh's
put these in the
wife.
microwave.
You have Michelle Jones, who
Mm.
was David Koresh's sister-in-law and wife. David
You don't get
Jones,
any.
who was David Koresh's brother-in-law, Rachel and Michelle's brother. Perry Jones, who was the girl's father and David Koresh's father-in-law. David Jones, Rachel's brother.
Not everybody
he
likes
was
oatmeal raisin. I
mailman
fucking love
by
oatmeal
night.
raisin,
He
especially when
was
they're done
David
right.
Koresh's
Like, look.
personal bodyguard, I suppose. It's reported that he
See,
slept at
they're
night
they're
next to
soft in the
Koresh's
middle.
bed
They're crunchy on the outside and soft in the middle. These are perfect.
protect him. Next, we have Perry Jones and
These are
Mary
very
Bell,
good.
his wife. They lived in a trailer on the outskirts of Mount Carmel, and they'd spent summers at the compound every year while the
Yeah, microwave it.
Perry was
Jay
well
said
known in
with
Waco, and he
coffee,
had
right?
multiple jobs. He sold perfume. He was a massage therapist.
This was
and
coffee.
Insurance
That's what
agent.
we'll do next.
But when we find him as father-in-law to David Koresh, with two of his young daughters considered wives of the
I love
prophet,
peanut butter cookies.
Perry was highly respected
Oatmeal
by the
peanut
Branch
butter.
Davidians.
Oatmeal
and
peanut
he
butter
was
raisin.
Koresh's top
Just throw it all in
brother.
there.
He was
Throw some chocolate in
described
there
as
too.
warm,
No, that's
friendly,
too much.
a
Take the chocolate
fatherly
out.
type who spoke
Take the
authority
chocolate out of
and
there.
was always there to offer a listening ear. And he spent much of his time going to California to bring new converts back to Mount Carmel. Now, Mark Bro was attending college in California in 1986, and when he wasn't at school, he was working part-time at a grocery store stocking shelves. An older man approached him and asked him if he was from Texas, pointing at his Dallas Cowboys shirt. This older man was Perry Jones, and when Mark told Perry that he was actually from Hawaii, he was just a fan of the Dallas Cowboys, the two got to talking. Now, Mark Bro was a student at Loma Linda, a Seventh-day Adventist college, and Perry Jones was specifically in California and hanging around the college
Here's
so
the
that
bowl
he
in
could
it
recruit
as
followers
well.
for his son-in-law's religious group. And Mark was a young man getting his degree in religion, so of course he would be open to hearing a modified view of a religion he already believed in. The two exchanged numbers and met up at the college later to talk. There were often Branch Davidians in California. To me, and I might be wrong, but this is just the impression I got, it seemed like all of the women pretty much stayed in Mount Carmel, in Waco. And that's, of course, because
I also
they were pregnant
got
and giving birth, and they were responsible for
these.
children and
Oatmeal
taking care of
cookies.
everything and making sure everybody was fed.
Iced oatmeal
And it
cookies.
seems
These are
like
soft.
A lot
These
of
are the
men,
soft
or at
ones.
least the men that were close to David Koresh, would often spend time in California, and they would recruit people there. And like I said,
Pretty upset
David
about my
Koresh
fucking
and
Pringles
his
still,
people
though.
Went all over the world to recruit people. In fact, the BBC.
Oh,
has a
I'm gonna
podcast,
double check
it's a
our watch
multiple
hours
episode
real
podcast
quick.
Called End of Days, and it focuses specifically on David Koresh and his recruiters going to England and recruiting people from there.
I love her
But because
glasses,
of his
too.
influence in California, because of the people he had recruited while in California, there were a few houses on the West Coast that David
Ah,
and his friends had
39.48.
access to. One of them being the family home of Robin Bunce.
It went up.
or his
We're,
wives.
we're in the right
Koresh
direction.
himself spent quite a bit
It's
of
still.
time in the Golden
Oh,
State.
it's still
Even
only
Trader
September
Joe's
12th, so it
brought
might
up
update with
all
even
around
more
everybody. Mark
later
really
today.
liked the people he met. He liked even more the fact that there was some musicians there because
That'd be
he
pretty
himself
neat.
was a musician. He played the keyboard. And
We're only
they
52
would jam out
watch
together
hours
and
away.
play music. And in the beginning, that's what the focus was really on. And you'll see that this is a pattern with others as well. Later that year, he attended a Passover celebration with Koresh and his group
Yeah, we
in
only
Palestine, where
couple
they
more
were
days.
located at the time. Now,
Oh, good opportunity to remind y'all again that our giveaways are the raffles, not the giveaway. I just drooled all over the place. I was trying to get an oat from behind my tooth. The raffle and the giveaway. Still a bunch of spots open for the lava lamp, and there's no limit to how many spots we're going to do for the computer. But the computer countdown will start soon, because we're almost done with all the pieces for that. We're doing the pendants for it right now, and I think that's it, right? We did ashtray cup. Oh, marble. I was gonna make a marble too. I'll do that. So wait. No, yeah, hadn't made a marble yet. I was gonna say, didn't I already do that? I have not. I was thinking the bubble cap. And then whenever that trade goes down, it'll be a couple days in the mail, however long that'll be. What day is it? Thursday? So maybe by the end of next week? Maybe by the end of next week? Wait, what entry, Jay? Which one? Did we already do that? If not, we should have already done it. Also, yeah, wait. You wanted Halloween dab tool, right? Because we already have katana dab tool. Raffle for the lava lamp. Raffle for the lava lamp is $10 direct. The other raffle is $5 direct. Trying to think of what I want to do for the Halloween dab tool. I don't want to do a pumpkin. This is $10 per spot here. The custom cash, $150 custom cash giveaway is $5 per spot, but it's direct donations. $10 for this, $5 for the other one. Yes. And then whenever we monetize here on YouTube, we'll be doing the 3-tier giveaway. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the other giveaways are happening in the future. I'm almost positive you do have a spot in that raffle. Oh, you hadn't seen it, Arctic? I gotta remember that you can't fucking watch the entire time. Yeah, this is the Katana Space Tech Dab Tool. This is Hempwick on the back of it. Oh wait, like that. Yeah. I used a bunch of this on the piece as well, so it matches the piece. All the stuff that's coming with it is all stuff that I've used on the piece itself. Or it's the same tubing, same style of tubing, so it is technically just one huge big set. So far, it's the recycler. Oh, this fell over. The recycler, the bowl, bubble cap, katana, pendant, ISO station, ashtray / whiskey glass, and then cup, and then the pendants, and then what is it? One Halloween dab tool as well. I'm excited. Very excited. A reminder that I can get discounts on larger packages that go out. The heavier and the bigger, the more of a discount I can get. So let me know before you get a quote on it, and we can try and compare and see what'll be cheaper. I'm trying to think of the Halloween dab tool. Maybe a scythe. A scythe or a piece of corn. No, I can't do a piece of corn. I don't have yellow. Honestly, even just a pumpkin, a little pumpkin that has a green poker that you can take out of it would be adorable. I think we could just do that. I'm trying to do too much. A little pumpkin with a removable dabber would be very, very cute. Right, I'm looking at this guy right here, which is what I'm thinking, because he's got a fucking hole in the top of his head. You just bubble out the bottom of it, and you have a little right on the top that you can take out. It'd be adorable. Perfect.
Later years would become one of the loudest voices speaking out against David Koresh. But when David Koresh got up in front of all the people, Mark Bro included, and stated that God had sent him a message that he was to take a 14-year-old girl as his
I like her
wife,
features.
This didn't immediately
She got nice eyebrows that accentuate. I'm being weird.
That Koresh was who he said.
I could have just said I liked her features. I didn't have to do all that.
The guts to blatantly say something that people might see as weird,
Skeleton
knowing
finger.
how people would react.
We can do more creative stuff down the line for sure. I definitely want to try the pumpkin though.
TV evangelists pretended to be average, normal people. They keep the bad things in the closet.
Well, her makeup and her glasses are nice accents. Her features are sharp as well.
When they come out, they fall. But this guy was saying it straight out. And that was a tactic that David Koresh often used. He called himself the sinful Messiah. He said that Jesus was sinless, so he wasn't really going to be the best at judging sinners. Koresh figured that he needed to be the Messiah that was familiar with sin, and he was very familiar with sin. Mark felt a certain connection to Koresh. He had suffered from partial blindness all his life, and when he was a child, he'd been teased for it. So he felt that they had that in common. Mark said in the early days when David Koresh was still Vernon Howell, he was a straight shooter. He was very humble, and he helped people. Those who were down on their luck, who needed shelter or food, or who were struggling with addiction. But then Mark's future wife Elizabeth came from Australia to join the group, and Mark fell in love. But in 1987, her visa ran out and she had to return to her country. She came back in 1989 to marry Mark and rejoin the group, but that was quite around the time when the New Light prophecy happened, and Mark and Elizabeth decided that this wasn't going to be the life for them. They wanted to be together. They had only been married
and bugles are even better
months
if you eat them off your fingers.
Pretty much walked up to Mark and said, "Your wife is mine now."
Bugle fingers.
Mark and Koresh were
your wife is mine now.
Mark even said that Koresh was closer than a brother to him. And
yeah,
Mark did a lot of recruiting for David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. One of his recruits was a man named Steve Schneider. Steve was born in Merrill, Wisconsin on October 16, 1949. He was a normal young boy. He played sports and he loved adventure. And for high school, he attended a Seventh-day Adventist boarding school. While there, he developed an interest in God, religion, and the Bible. After graduation, his thirst for adventure took him scuba diving in Hawaii, and for the next 4 years, he traveled around before returning to Wisconsin, where he met a girl named Judy in 1971. Judy had been the prom queen of high school. She was bright and beautiful, always happy, and always had a kind word for everyone. Her middle name was accurate considering her most striking feature were her gorgeous violet eyes. She had been raised Lutheran, and after high school, it had been her intention to study fashion. But then Steve brought her on a trip to Hawaii, and her studies were pushed to the back seat. Judy's mother remembered how devoted her daughter was to Steve Schneider, which always made her nervous because Steve could be controlling at times, and Judy was just head over heels for him. Maybe that's why she waited around for 10 years while he decided whether or not he wanted to settle down. Maybe that's why she left her family and hometown and moved with him to Hawaii.
What Starburst set? There's only a set of Starburst cups over there.
Hawaii. Maybe that's why she put her own dreams of college aside and worked through school. They finally got married in 1981, and those who knew them said that he wanted to take a job or have a career in religion, maybe a minister. But Steve was having a tough time finding a job, and maybe that's what he saw in the Branch Davidian group. An opportunity to rise in the ranks and spread the word of God, which is what he wanted to do. For the most part, Steve Schneider became the face of the group. He was the one dealing with media and law enforcement in the days leading up to the siege.
Thank you.
Today, he's widely considered to have been David Koresh's
no, it looks like it lagged on my end as well.
right-hand man and loyal follower to the very end. And in return for Steve's loyalty and services...
Oh, my low battery popped up. That's what it is. Why isn't my phone plugged in already?
Judy Schneider was one of the first women that he chose to become the next Mrs. Koresh. David married Judy in 1989, and soon she became pregnant with their child, a little girl who would be named Mayana. Steve and Judy told their families that Mayana was their daughter, but we know by this time Koresh had already forced all of the men in the group to become celibate. We also know that at the time of conception, Judy
the bail back here, just because there's a little bubble right there.
Koresh's. And he did
so this nice flat
inside the compound that
front will be the face.
Daughter.
I'll put the little pendant veil on the back.
Mayana was the daughter of David Koresh, and that Steve Schneider, his best friend, had to stand by and watch all of this happen. Steve was also the manager of a music production company called Messiah Cyrus Productions. They had their own fancy business cards, but mainly the company just recorded Koresh's own original music and distributed it within the compound. One of these business cards was handed to another young man while Koresh and Steve Schneider were in LA. A man named David Thibodeau, who has become a vocal and sometimes controversial part of the Branch Davidian story. David Thibodeau is a person that I struggle with. He wrote a book called Waco, a survivor's story, which I read. And he's also instrumental behind the scenes in the production of the Waco miniseries, which is probably the most popular piece of media that, has to do with David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. Both his book and the series paints David Koresh in a very positive light, in my opinion. And it's hard to look at David Thibodeau today, who seems like a perfectly average, normal, intelligent guy, and hear him make excuses for a man that he so devotedly followed so many years ago. Was he brainwashed? He doesn't think so. In fact, many of the people who used to follow David Koresh and have left the group, they don't believe that they were brainwashed either. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, so let's talk about David Thibodeau and how he became a part of David Koresh's inner circle. David Thibodeau had been a kid from Bangor, Maine, who'd moved to LA to pursue music, but he didn't just show up in California hoping to be discovered. He went to music school and began perfecting his drumming skills. One day, he went into a music store to get some new drumsticks, and he went into the drumming room to try them out. And inside this room were two men, one who was dressed in a suit and one who was casually dressed and playing the guitar. The man in the suit, Steve Schneider, began chatting with Thibodeau as the other man listened and remained quiet. Steve asked Thibodeau to play the drums for him, and after he handed him their business card. Now, when David Thibodeau saw the Bible verses on the back of the card, he told them that he was all set. They were a Christian band, and he wasn't interested, but Steve was insistent that he might be open to what they were all about, and he should play with their band. And we see a pattern here. David Koresh considered himself to be a musician, and he was passionate about music, and he found other people who were passionate about music as well. In general, music and religion are deeply tied together. Music has a way of lending emotion to simple words and making them seem more meaningful. And Koresh knew this.
I saw what happened on the back here when I hit it with the
aligning
that
himself
mini torch, and I was like, wonder if I can do that on the
based
front.
on their
I
love
did.
of music. And
Little
who
space
doesn't
cat.
love music, really? He'd put the religion thing to the side at first, and once he had them hooked, jamming with him and the band, talking about music, playing music all day, he'd bring the religion thing back up, and he'd say, "Hey, you like playing with us?
What did you ask
like,
about that
talking
set?
about
Did you ask how
music,
tall it
playing music
was?
all day? Well, you cannot have."
Speaking
one
of that,
without
that is probably
the other.
over. Are you the one who placed the bid on that? It's
And the
yours.
message
But
go together.
if
So
you
if you
did.
enjoy being with us, being friends
And
with
it
us,
is.
playing this heartfelt music
Oh, excuse
with
me.
us, then you're going to have to be on board for everything else as well, or this goes away. Now, of course, he wouldn't have put it to people that way, like an ultimatum, but he was
5
manipulative,
inches
and he
tall.
was able to communicate that exact message
5
without being so
smackos.
blunt and obvious about it.
Yeah, 5 inches.
He also bonded with people on issues or circumstances in their life that had made
The
them
set
feel
is really
like
nice.
outsiders. David Thibodeau had been overweight as a child.
If you want to do Cash App, PayPal, or Zelle, I can give you the email or the name for any of those right now.
For being in special education classes in school. These may seem like small reasons, not anything
Here
major that you would
is
actually
dependent.
align yourself with somebody about, but depending on how traumatic the instances in their life had been, or how clearly a person remembered feeling
Mhm. Yeah.
unwanted and
I
unaccepted.
told y'all.
It could have become a very large part of their adult personality, and everybody wants to feel
Look,
as
I'll
if
even
they
prove
are
it.
like somebody else. You know, we have this big push to be different and to be original,
Decline
but deep down inside, we
is-
still want to relate with people on things because we want to be different and we want to be original and we want to be unique and we want to be special, but we don't want
7.5.
to be alone in our experiences.
Right
This is
below
exactly
8, like
what
we had
Koresh
predicted.
spoke to in
It's
people.
perfect.
And even though David Thibodeau had not initially been on board for the religious part of the group,
But yes.
after visiting Mount Carmel, he decided to stay. He said
Exactly
it reminded
5.
him of the hippie communes that his mother used to tell him about when he was a child. There was a sense of community and a sense of belonging. Everyone
hands.
shared everything. Everyone shared in the parental responsibilities of all the children in Mount Carmel to the point where it was sometimes difficult to decipher which child belonged to which parent. They all shared food and supplies, and they were such a diverse group from different races,
How
from
tall is my
different
hand,
countries,
then?
from different ethnicities, all coming together for a common goal. Sure,
From
place was
the
rough,
crease
and
in my
fast.
wrist to the top
And
of
if
my
you
middle
wanted
finger.
water, you'd have to pump it from a well that
7.5.
didn't work half the time. But Thibodeau said that everybody was cheerful most of the time and happy to be doing their part for the community. And I want to read you a direct quote from David Thibodeau. He said, "You look at people
But if you measure
today
from the
that
base,
have
not the
everything.
balls, no, I'm
They're
just
still
kidding.
not happy. They're still empty. There's still something missing. We didn't have that something missing. We didn't have that everything, but God, it was so much more special. We had a purpose. We had a reason
What
to
is
get
that
up
noise?
every
Who-
day."
are you- what?
And once
Why are
again,
you
this is a
fussing?
very important detail to why people followed David Koresh and why they joined his group. And I think a very important detail to know and understand when looking at why anybody joins a cult in general. It's that feeling.
Yeah,
of
why'd y'all
belonging.
join a cult,
it's
huh?
that feeling of working towards something that's important and has meaning. It's that feeling of being part of something that's bigger than yourself. And in general,
All the above.
this is something that a lot of us can understand, especially those who are religious or
Do
who
people
think
measure the
we
balls?
need something outside of ourselves. It's important for people to like
No,
they're not alone here.
but-
That they're not in this by themselves. They're not just
no
waking
lewdness
up,
in the
going
chat.
to
I
work,
got it.
coming
Don't
home,
worry.
making dinner, going
There's
to
a
bed,
difference
doing it
between
all
measuring
over.
from the top versus the bottom. If you lay the measuring tape on the top, it stops at the pelvis. If you lay it on the bottom, you get a little bit extra because of the scrotal the scrotal sac.
over again every day for the rest of their lives until they die. You want to feel
Time to get out the protractor.
there.
That episode of fucking South Park,
That they're
where
striving
is
for.
Randy
And
talking
that they
about the yaw and the droopage that you have to factor in the girth and the width as well. One of the best episodes of South Park.
rewarded for. But soon after arriving at Mount Carmel, David Thibodeau was asked personally by David Koresh to legally marry Michelle Jones. Now, Michelle had just given birth
factor
to
in
two
the
daughters
angle
before David Thibodeau had gotten there, like directly before he'd gotten there.
Let me grab the protractor.
During the Passover of 1991.
Oh, God.
So at this time, Michelle would have been 16, but almost turning 17. And David Thibodeau would have probably done the math. Her
I need to
daughter
put
Serenity
a
was 2
pendant
years
loop
old,
on the
and she had basically 2 more
on the
newborns.
fox.
And he might have wondered how a girl who wasn't even 17 yet had come to be a mother of 3. And hopefully he would have done the math and realized that she'd given birth to her first child, Serenity, when she was 15, which most likely meant...
No, so yeah, the angle of the dangle is different for everyone.
And yet he didn't run for the hills. Even when Koresh basically said, I need you to marry this
It's actually a problem for some
people.
people. There's some diseases that make it like take a left turn all of a sudden if you've got like scar tissue or damage. Yeah. Some hang to the right, some hang to the left. Although everyone's left ball hangs lower than the right one. That's something I learned outside of school. I need science. So there's room in there. I didn't know that. I was like, why would that be a thing? Like, so there's room. There's room for them. Hanging out together in there.
And I won't get arrested for it. And I have a problem.
But why?
With that. In his own words,
Just the way the muscle tissues and the tendons and everything form. Just the same reason as why they're all different sizes.
Many of them.
They all go different directions too.
He also said that Koresh would sometimes.
They got minds of their own.
Say, hey, aren't you jealous? I get to have all these women and you don't have any. Yeah.
Honestly has a lot to do with how you condition it as well. Not literally condition it, but like obviously starting as a kid, what direction it decides to fall towards.
Give this quote to the Austin Chronicle. David wasn't a deviant. He just wanted to have children.
Time to get some ball conditioner.
Man who had just happened upon these people. He hadn't been brought
That's just
up
leather conditioner.
He hadn't been told
Rejuvenate the
since
leather.
that the world would end and that he needed to follow the word of a prophet who would lead them safely to the heavenly kingdom. By all accounts, he should have been horrified by what he saw at that compound. It should have seemed incredibly abnormal to him.
Okay, we put the pendant loop on this side.
That causes me to second guess almost everything else that he says, even though he seems quite normal and he's very intelligent and eloquent. In my eyes, he was part of the machine that made it possible for David Koresh to go on abusing children. He never denies that Koresh slept with underage girls. He never denies that Koresh married Michelle when she was 12, or that she gave birth to his child when she was 14. Yet, he can know all of this, admit to all of this, and say that David Koresh wasn't a deviant. They just wanted to have children. Those are the words and the actions of an enabler. In my opinion, don't come from me. Then we have the Bunz family. Now we know that Robin Bunz, who would go on to become one of David Koresh's wives, was born in Mount Carmel. But what about, and he didn't want him to leave, so Koresh basically told Bob, you need this more than anybody. You've got a lot of sin in your past, and if you leave, your soul is doomed. Debbie married a man named David Bunz, who was the brother of Robin Bunz. And like I said in the past video, there's about 250 people in this story named David, so it can be hard to keep track of.
They're all named David.
Who's Rachel Jones's brother. We've got David Koresh, who you know who he is. You've got David Bunz, who's Robin Bunz's brother. And you have David Thibodeau.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I was working on the pendant. Didn't notice the lag.
So many Davids. The house of David.
We should be back, though.
Debbie married a man named David Bunz, who was brother to Robin Bunz, one of Koresh's wives, and son of Janine Bunz, another of Koresh's wives. Janine's husband, Donald, her real husband, also was a loyal follower. Debbie and David were kicked out in 1990 for not following dietary rules. And as we know, Robin and Janine followed soon after. Before David and Debbie left the compound, they were able to experience quite a bit of the Koresh show. And they had made an attempt to explain how they were present to witness their leader's gradual deterioration of beliefs and morals and not realize that things were getting out of control until it was too late. When asked about David Koresh's relations with underage girls, David Bunz said, quote, "It technically was illegal, but when you're in a cult and you're answering to a higher power, you don't have to worry about the law so much sometimes." And I think that's a bit of a cop-out, but I also think that there's something there to latch onto that is very important. There's the law of God, and then there's the law of man. And to those who believe wholeheartedly in a God and a religion, the law of God is always going to supersede the law of man. My question is, did they think that this was what God actually wanted, or did they just...
Oh, Cash App, my bad.
That they thought this was what God actually wanted, so they wouldn't have to do anything or make waves in a community that most of these people had.
The total for that was 63, right?
Now, Debbie Bunz claims that Koresh changed the rules on a daily basis. She said there were moments when people got frustrated, they would feel tired or hungry, but at the same time, they believed that Koresh had the word of God, and if you rebelled against him, you were rebelling directly against God. She also tells a story of when Koresh set his sights on her. He began to stroke her hair and smell it in front of her husband, and he told her,
in front of her husband.
Right now. And when she resisted, he told her, "It is going to happen. God says it is. It's already planned out. I have a hotel room for us tonight." Debbie was very clear, and she told him that you are stronger than me physically, and you probably can take me against my will, but if you take me, know that it is against my will, that I'm being forced, and I will go to the police and have you arrested. And Koresh obviously didn't like this. He wasn't used to rejection, especially lately since his ascendancy in Mount Carmel, but he remembered rejection and feeling unwanted all too well from his childhood and his past and his run-ins with his first love. He didn't like being reminded of a time when he wasn't wanted and he was rejected.
Little
so he
pendant loop in the ear. I had put the pendant loop in the middle of the face, but it looked like I gave it an eye. It's like right in the middle of the
If
face.
she goes to the cops or she does anything like that, she'll be sorry. And within months, she and her husband David were kicked out of the group. Next, let's talk about Wayne Martin. If you were asked to think about somebody who might join a cult, Wayne Martin would probably be the last person you picture in your mind. He was a Harvard-educated lawyer, well-liked by his colleagues in Waco, and respected by his clients, who he always did right by.
Just really into
Even when he was
cuckoldry.
stuck in the compound at the end, he found a way to get money out to them for services that he
I wanna know
knew he
there are
wouldn't be
these
able to
cookies.
provide, but they already paid for. He and his wife Sheila had 6 children, and they all lived on the compound. Sheila and 3 of their children would leave Mount Carmel before the raid, but Wayne and the other children remained behind. Wayne was kind, mild-mannered, friendly. Yes, he was a devout believer in his religion, but he didn't push it on anyone. And the people who knew him could not believe he was involved in such a dangerous situation.
These are tasty.
He was smart, he was a father, a friend, a normal person with a good job and a good head on his shoulders. However, he was also
I'm not
totally
on
suspicious of the
live
government.
chat. You're so
He
right.
felt that the U.S. government took too many liberties in the lives
I am.
of their citizens, and he believed that one day the world would be exactly like George Orwell's 1984, where everything we do or say is being watched and
Nice
recorded.
guy.
And he wasn't wrong, was he? But those who knew him the best said he wasn't an anarchist. He didn't want to see the government destroyed or disbanded. He just would warn people to be careful and be aware of their rights and what rights they were entitled to and which ones they were willingly giving away. And that brings us to a strange and, if you will, prophetic turn and change in what David Koresh began preaching before April of 1993. Life at Mount Carmel was structured, a test to see who could withstand the hardships. The men would wake up at 5:30 in the morning, every morning, and run an obstacle course that Koresh had designed for them. After that, they would exercise while the women got up and made breakfast for the men. When the men were done with their exercises, they would go and eat the breakfast that the women had prepared, and the women would go and do their running and exercises. Separate, always separate. After that, the men would go to their respective jobs in Waco or work on projects around the compound, and the women
I'm getting better at not squinting my brow, trying to read though.
And cook, womanly things. Meals were simple: oatmeal and fruit for breakfast, salad and soup for lunch, and dinner, which would happen around 6, was very simple. It usually included popcorn and leftovers from lunch. Perry Jones was tasked with finding food cheap in Waco, so he would bring back day-old pizzas or almost expired supermarket
Yeah, shoot me your
goods,
address.
anything that he could essentially get a deal on. Now, David Koresh himself would get up with the men in the morning and run. Every morning he was interested in staying fit and he was interested in being healthy, but he would usually go back to bed because he was tired from being up all night preaching the night before. So he'd go back to bed and sleep till around 2. And then when he got up and he was well rested and everybody else was like shot from a day of work,
You need to go fuck the
out
wives.
with the guys, playing guitars and drums and playing music. And then after dinner, he would
Fuck the
preach
wives.
for
Oh.
hours, sometimes up to 13 hours.
Fuck.
A lot of people said that there were nights when nobody was getting to bed until long after 3 or 4 in the morning. They were expected to wake up only a few hours later. Sometimes during his sermons, he would shout. Sometimes he would speak softly and calmly. Sometimes he would ask these bizarre rhetorical questions that no one knew the answers to, but they were afraid to admit they didn't know the answers. Reportedly, a lot of people didn't mind the long sermons. Some would even seek him out during the day or night when he was alone, hoping he would launch into an impromptu Bible lesson. But what was he talking to them about, besides the 7 seals and the coming apocalypse? For so long, the Branch Davidians had focused inward, isolating themselves from the rest of the world. But at some point, this changed. Koresh started paying a lot more attention to what was happening in the outside world, and this was reflected in his teachings. In the past, he had spent some time in Israel, and he had told all his followers that this was where
Yeah,
it's all
you gotta
going to go down.
separate the locks
Israel
out every
was
now and
the
then. You know.
hotspot.
You
He
know
even
it. I know you
considered
don't like
moving
it,
them
but we
all
gotta do
there
it
at
so
one
don't get
point.
tangled.
But then a world event happened that seemed to change his mind. He began preaching that the end of days, the big battle between good and evil, it wasn't
Watch
going
out,
to happen
Stinky.
in Israel
Go that
at
way.
all. It was going to happen in the United States, specifically Mount Carmel, because they were right in the heart of Babylon. Remember, these people believed that there were good forces and evil forces
Deep in the heart.
and they were
Deep in the heart of
for the
Babylon.
eventual day when the good forces, them, would have to battle the evil forces, everyone else. In the Bible, Babylon is synonymous with corruption, a symbol of humanity's corporate evil that oppresses the vulnerable and the pure. Babylon is the most famous city from ancient Mesopotamia, which today is located in modern Iraq.
The Tower
In the
of
book
Babel.
Genesis, the story is told that after the Great Flood, everyone spoke the same language, and they decided they would build a huge tower all the way to heaven, which would make them equal to God. Now, this was not okay with God because the whole point of the Great Flood was to humble people who had become
Do that there. Go over there.
Babylon has a reputation for being bad news. Now Koresh was telling his people, understanding languages that aren't their own, Mount Carmel might be attacked since their beliefs strayed from mainstream beliefs.
Oh yeah, look at that
so
lag.
they were always aware that at any time an attack
Go, lag,
might
go.
come, and they were preparing for that. And once again, I'm not sure if it's as innocent
Cat.
as David Thibodeau would like us to believe. I do believe there was some anti-government talk happening at Mount Carmel. Koresh told them about the New World Order, a theory that states one power
They don't
will
wanna
end,
see you
usually
streaming.
a secular group run by the Antichrist, and then everyone
Hell
else
yeah.
will be oppressed and tortured, and the world will fall into the hands of the devil. This is not a new idea. It was written about in the Bible and has been taught in different ways by different religions for hundreds of years. But I wanted to look at what might have been happening
don't
in
even
history
want us
at the
to
time
stream.
when Koresh introduced this into his
We
sermons,
gonna.
and to see if something out in that world that they were so afraid of may have
So,
triggered
you know what's
this
really
slight
funny?
change of direction.
I put no next to that before I turned it into Totoro, so it looks like it's just Totoro, Ghost Totoro saying no and then just flying away. Says, no, I don't think I will. And then just flies away.
On September 17, 1990, Time magazine published an article that said the Bush administration was
Yeah, for
interested
sure.
in making the United Nations
I'll trace
a
it better.
cornerstone in its
I'll draw
plans
it
for
better.
a new world order. Janine Kirkpatrick, a U.S. ambassador in the UN, claimed
Heavier
that one of the
lines,
motives for
not so
Desert Storm was
scribbly.
to
Or if you
illustrate
like it
to the
scribbly,
world
I can just
how
send you a picture of it.
reinvigorated UN could serve as a global policeman in this new world
You see it
order.
again?
Since World War II, we have been hearing these kinds of things in the news: globalization, international community, etc. And it's always been theorized that in order for a one-world government to work, society would have to collapse first.
They got little
and be
buns
rebuilt.
too.
Now, if I had read that, I might have felt slightly uncomfortable, even a little worried.
No,
But the Branch
I don't think
Davidians
I
took
will.
it as a sign of the end times, and they also took it as a message that the war between good and evil was
Think
first
about it.
being ushered in.
Unless you already have a bunch of
Right.
tattoos. I was gonna say,
Was
think
that
twice.
why they started buying,
That would be
modifying,
fucking
and
adorable, though.
stockpiling weapons? According to some of the survivors, they did no such thing. Sure, they went to gun shows and they purchased guns, but they claimed that they resold many of these guns as a way to bring in extra income for the community. They weren't illegally modifying semi-automatic guns and turning them into illegal machine guns. But that's not what the ATF claimed and what they still do
Oh, I
claim
love that,
today.
Jay.
And we're going to talk more about the ATF in a moment. Putting
The one with
aside
the long
the
ears,
actual
the,
weapons for a moment.
little
It's
donkey
pretty clear to
ears.
see, even in statements from people that are still loyal to David Koresh today, that he was preparing his followers to fight a battle for their very souls. They didn't watch television most days, but on Saturday, the Sabbath, life was a bit more relaxed. The women put on their best dresses and adorned their hair with bows.
And then they fought
served
the wives.
hamburgers and ice cream for dinner, and after dinner, they all settled in together as a community to watch movies. What kind of movies? Normally, war movies like
Polygamy
Apocalypse Now.
movies.
He was creating an army of people that were already tired from hard work and
lagging.
late nights. An army of people that were already on edge
Lagging
because
again,
they were
hang on.
convinced that the forces
Let me
of
try
evil
and
were coming
fucking-
for them any day. And after that, the world as they knew it would come to an end.
Let me try and back
Even
out
if
of any
you're
other
the kind of
apps that
person-
might be in
and
the
even if you're
background.
the kind of person that's optimistic about that sort of thing,
See if that
like
helps
the
at all.
Seventh-day Adventists and Branch Davidians claim they are,
Oh, that made it
there's
worse.
still going
Huh.
to be a part of you
printer
that's
is off,
gonna
right?
look around and understand everything you know will be gone soon.
Yeah, the
and
printer's
the things
off.
that you know, the things
Oh, the
you are
fucking
familiar with, they're always a little bit more comfortable to you
lamp
than the
wasn't all the way on.
unknown. So even if these people were looking forward to the
I don't have
apocalypse,
anything else
the end of
connected to the
days,
internet
and
right
what
now.
would follow, they really didn't know what would
Just
follow.
shitty internet.
They didn't know what an afterlife would be like.
Can't
Would
handle
they
the
be the
neutron
same? Would they have
style.
their memories from life? Would they be able to be with
See you
their
around.
children?
I can't say that word because it sounds like he's saying a bad word.
Switch and save $650.
Forget about it.
It's okay. There's enough for everyone.
The neutron style. Wait, what's happening?
And their families in the afterlife? Would their children and their families be the same? And I'm sure there was that little voice inside of their heads that asked, what if there is no heavenly kingdom? What if the world
I'll cut
is
that out
just
and send
going
it to
to
you
end
as well.
and we are just going to die? Oh, they were
The little
stressed,
drawing.
tired, living with the constant pressure of an inevitable assault. And I do believe that this was probably exactly how Koresh wanted them to feel. They didn't have the capacity to think for themselves. They were tired, they were sluggish, and it was much easier to follow the word of somebody who seemed to know what they were talking about than to actually put energy into formulating your own original thoughts. For the most part, the bulk of the 150-something people living at Mount Carmel were not there alone. They were there with their families, their children, their parents, their wives and husbands, even though they technically weren't their wives and husbands anymore. If they were told to leave, like the Buns, where would they go? What did they have outside of Mount Carmel when their entire family was living on that compound? And when their loved ones
The door
were
is
brought to
partially
heaven,
open,
they
that's why it
became
was
more
louder.
alone. And there is evidence that the kinds of people who join these groups, they have a fear of being alone. They have a fear of not being a part of something. So of course they listened, of course they followed him. What else did they have? What else could they do? But when did the Branch Davidians at Mount Carmel first make their appearance on law enforcement's radar? Once again, it depends who you ask, but in my opinion, it seems to be a combination of two things. In 1992, Carrie Jewell was placed into the custody of her father instead of her mother.
We
And when
might
she
flip
left,
the breaker
she began
again,
to tell
like
her
I was
story.
saying, so.
Not only did she tell the story of her abuse, But
If
she
we flip the
told
breaker,
authorities
that's
in the
okay.
media that
We
this
just
was
gotta
a
move
doomsday
around another
cult,
thing.
that her
I
mother and
rearranged
all
the
followers had been preparing her and the other children to die for years.
the wiring
They were
again.
told not to bother dreaming about or making plans for the future because soon they
I
were
think it's
going
better
to
now,
heaven.
but we'll see.
Additionally,
Obviously.
there were former members who had left the group, such as David and Debbie Buns and Mark and Elizabeth Rowe, who were very vocal in talking about what happened behind closed doors in Mount Carmel. Not only that underage girls were being forced to sleep with Koresh, but they told stories of horrendous child abuse as well. They said that the children were viciously beaten for the smallest offenses or locked inside for days. They also claimed that the group was collecting a growing pile of weapons and illegally modifying them. Then, in May of 1992, a mail carrier was delivering some boxes to their compound, but one of them had been damaged in transit. When he went to pick it up, he claimed that several grenades rolled out. So
Several grenades rolled out?
The man he spoke to was a sheriff in Waco, Lieutenant Gene Barber. Barber, in turn, called the ATF. He spoke to Special Agent Davey Aguilera, an explosives expert, and he told him that in May of 1992, UPS had delivered 2 cases of inert hand grenades, as well as a good volume of black powder, presumably gunpowder. And in June of 1992, UPS delivered 90 pounds of powdered aluminum and between 30 and 90 heavy cardboard tubes. With these things, you could make fireworks, or bombs, or dangerous weapons. Also delivered to the compound in June were 60 ammunition bags. The Sheriff's Department also provided the ATF with aerial
Somebody tell me what
pictures
that
they had
fox
taken on the
says.
compound, which showed a buried school bus near the main building. The pictures also showed a 3 to 4 story tall observation tower. The UPS driver had told local law enforcement that he'd seen armed men patrolling the compound, and that the neighbors had told him they had heard gunfire coming from that direction. So according to the ATF, they were pretty much convinced that the Branch Davidians were purchasing legal semi-automatic weapons and illegally modifying them into automatic weapons. Former member
Automatic,
Donald Trump
supersonic,
confirmed this when he
hypnotic,
said that
funky,
Koresh had
fresh.
had him
Sorry, that's
purchase a
inappropriate.
lathe and a milling machine, and that he was personally involved in transforming 90 to 100 guns into illegal automatic weapons. Quick gun lesson for those of you who are as confused as I was. A semi-automatic gun is legal, but automatic weapons, which are much more deadly, are illegal. According to Agent Aguilera's report, he said, quote, "I know based upon my training and experience that an AR-15 is a semi-automatic rifle practically identical to the M16 rifle carried by the United States Armed Forces. I have been involved in many cases where defendants, following a relatively simple process,
Stonehenge is a sun
convert
calendar.
AR-15 semi-automatic rifles to fully
It tracks
automatic rifles of
the solar
M16.
and the lunar cycles.
This conversion process
Just
can
like the
often
Mayan
be
calendar.
by an individual
Now what does that fox
purchasing
say?
parts, which will quickly transform the rifle
You
to
tell me,
fire
Lucy.
fully automatic.
What does the fox say, huh?
Oftentimes, templates, milling machines, lathes, and instruction guides are utilized by the converter. If you are a person who was familiar with guns, how they were made, how they work, and
She just lets me
maybe
do
you
that.
grew up in Texas and had grown up hunting,
Why you let me
using
do that?
guns, the process of converting legal weapons to illegal weapons would probably be pretty easy for you. And really the main thing that discourages most people from doing this is because it is highly, highly illegal, and you can get into big trouble for it. But if you were
Like, as
a
long
group
as
of
you're paying
people
attention to
who
me.
were more concerned with God's law than man's
Oh, I
law,
poked her in the
this
eye. I'm
might
so
not
sorry.
be such a big deterrent for you. So Mark Bro and his wife Elizabeth had left the group, but they knew that David Koresh and his people were still recruiting, and this made them uncomfortable. So they went to the Israeli consulate in Australia and told them what Koresh was up to, and allegedly
My neck still needs
David
to pop.
Koresh was
I need to
asked
push
to leave the country, but
one
this
good
wasn't
pop and I'll be
enough
good.
for them. They
One
wanted to make
good
sure
one and I'll be
everyone
good.
was aware
Wow, look
of
at
what
how
he was doing
vicious.
and how bad
Look at how
it was.
vicious
A
that
man
dog
named
is.
Robert Cervinka, who owned the ranch next door to Mount Carmel, was absolutely sure that something strange was going on in that compound. He told the authorities that the religious group was starting to look more like a militia, shooting at human-shaped targets and wearing fatigues. And even worse, he was sure he'd heard the sound of machine gun fire at the compound. And for the most part, the people of Waco had no problem with David Koresh and his people.
I do have all the knowledge.
All of the men
I also
who
know
lived in Carmel
what foxes
worked in
sound like.
Waco and knew
I don't think I
people
can
there,
duplicate
were
the
friends
sounds
with
though,
them,
the noises
had
that they
known
make.
them all their lives. In fact, many of the locals and local business owners in
vicious.
Waco had a good
Such a
relationship
scary
with
dog.
the self-proclaimed prophet, although they didn't take him too seriously when he started talking about religion. They knew that he was in charge of a group of religious people that had isolated themselves. They knew that there was women and children and families there, but they didn't know the specifics, and at first they didn't feel like they needed to. David was a personable guy. He didn't hide from the people of Waco or even try to shove his beliefs down anybody's throat. There was a local bar that Koresh and his mighty men hung out at called the Q Stick. Koresh was pretty friendly with the owner, and one day he suggested that he should build a stage in the bar, and they could have local bands play there, and it would help everybody. So Koresh himself took a day and built this stage, and the group, the Branch Davidians, spent thousands of dollars to equip the stage with sound equipment and speakers. Behind the stage hung a large tapestry with the words Ranch Apocalypse on it. This was a nickname that the people living in Mount Carmel had given their home. And on the weekends, David and his band would play on the stage for the people of Waco. Koresh even had David Thibodeau stay in Waco so that he could keep an eye on
fox
all the
are
expensive equipment and make sure it
pests,
didn't get
right?
damaged
In
or
most
stolen
places,
during
like
the week
coyotes,
when
right?
they're playing. So in the summer of
Well, I shouldn't say
1991,
pests,
David
that's just
Thibodeau
where they
actually
live.
moved off of Mount Carmel and moved into Waco, and during the week he would bark.
When it comes to agriculture and raising animals, I can see how they would be though.
Koresh wanted it that way.
Got a quick free
He
meal.
didn't want to hide. He didn't want to seem mysterious to anybody. He wanted to appear to be just a normal guy, a good old boy. He knew that the things he was doing at that compound were illegal and morally wrong. And I have to believe that his friendliness and openness was more of a tactic to avoid any attention or to avoid closer scrutiny. And for a while, it worked. But in 1992, there was a 6-month investigation into the reports of child abuse at Mount Carmel. The Department of Human Services sent 3 of their employees there.
Marley
One of
got
them
a
was a
little piece
woman
too.
named Joyce Sparks. She claimed that they received reports that the compound's children were suffering from physical and sexual abuse. So on February 27, 1992, she arrived at Mount Carmel to check it out for herself.
R.I.P. to the fox too, probably.
Rachel Koresh met them at the gate and was hesitant to let them in or even talk to them. She had strict orders from her husband not to talk to anyone unless he was there, and he wasn't. But Rachel did let them in and walked them around, where Joyce Sparks noticed quite a lot of construction happening. They also chatted with a couple of children who were there, and one boy, who was about 7 or 8, told Joyce that he couldn't wait to grow up and be a man so he could have a long gun like the other men. Joyce Sparks
So
and
you
the
can have a
Department of
long
Human
gun
Services
like the
returned to
other
Mount
men.
Carmel a few months later on April 6th.
Alright,
David was
these
present at this.
Straub
According to what
Newtons,
Joyce told the ATF, she got right to
Straub
the
Newtons
point
are growing
and asked
on me.
Koresh where he was keeping the guns. He told her there were some guns, but most people didn't know about them or where they were. He said he would show her where he kept them, but she had to give him 30 minutes to clear the building so that no one else would know where they were being kept. But this
Damn,
never
sorry about your
happened,
chickens.
as he led her through the
I got 4
compound.
myself.
Every time she brought the subject back up, he would change it again. When Joyce asked about a trap door she saw on the ground, he allowed her to walk over to it and open it up. When she peered in, she saw the interior of a school bus, which the seats had been removed from. At one end of the bus, there was a large refrigerator, which was riddled with bullet holes.
Yep.
And she noticed 3 long guns on the floor of the bus. Obviously, she was
Fucking target
curious.
practice
Why
in a
was
buried
there a school
bus?
buried in the
Honestly,
bus?
pretty
Why were there guns
smart.
inside of the
Grab some
school
more
bus?
water.
What had the refrigerator ever done wrong?
What had the
All
refrigerator
he
done?
knew this is where he liked to go to do his target practice so he wouldn't bother his neighbors. But obviously, Joyce Sparks went to her superiors and she was like, something's not right here. I can't put my finger on it. I can't find anything really illegal or really wrong, but I just feel like there's something going on. She couldn't be sure. She hadn't had full access to the children or the compound, but she felt as if it had been staged for her visit. But her bosses basically told her, we don't have enough evidence to pursue this. And their biggest issue was finding somebody who would testify against David Koresh in the abuse
Watch out,
of
Stinky.
children. I can't even
Hey,
find
you
any
Stinky,
evidence
get
that
outta here.
Jewel or her father David ever pressed criminal
No.
charges against David Koresh. Now, of course, they talked about it during the custody hearing. Mark Bro came from Australia to testify about what was going on in the compound so that Carrie could be removed from her mother's custody and put in her father's custody. And of course, the women that it was currently happening to, they were in the house of David. And why would they speak out against him when he was their prophet and their parents and everybody around them was telling them this was a good thing, that they were doing a good thing for God and for their community? But this quiet religious group, who at first had seemed not threatening to people.
So at that point, it seems like the government is trying to come in and like stop you from doing the shit you believe in.
What they were doing at Mount Carmel reminded people a little bit too much of Jim Jones and him luring his people to an isolated area in Guyana where he then forced them to drink poison. Nobody was comfortable with a group of people living nearby who thought that the end of the world was imminent. People like that might be
or that were hoping for it, right?
The allegations that were coming out against David Koresh about what was going on with the children living on the compound. Martin King, an Australian journalist from the television program A Current Affair, traveled to Waco in early 1992 to meet with Koresh after talking at length with Mark Rowe. At first, David was not interested in talking to anyone from the media. He figured they were going to try and make him look
I'm not
bad.
holding this very well, so I can't show the fox again.
And I think that's a very important part of his
a little
story.
bit like that, but
With Martin King, later with another man named Robert Rodriguez, and I think with every single person that he ever encountered in his life. He had so much faith.
That space cat looks cool in there.
Tell you the sky was
I opened it up and the space cat was chilling, looking at me.
Up at it, he would be so convincing that you would believe him. But that did not work with Martin King. Both King and Koresh had their own motives. Martin King was there to expose David Koresh for being a manipulative cult leader.
Oxygen's generating so much faster with that third
Koresh
one.
allowed Martin into his world, hoping that he could show him how wonderful the community was, how happy everybody was. Maybe he could win
What is
him over.
this?
Maybe
Is that-
he
is
could
that-
get him to see
is that
their
right
side
there?
of things. And if Martin King,
Like I
somebody
couldn't
who had a
tell what
lot
I was
of
looking at.
influence
Yeah, it's
and
totally
was
what it
listened
was.
to by a lot of people, was a believer, the rest of the world might catch on too. Martin King said that they met at the Hilton Hotel in Waco, and as they ate dinner, Koresh just ranted on for hours, and at one point even their server walked up, and this waiter was actually interested in coming over to Mount Carmel and checking things out for himself. And I've always wondered to this day if that waiter was like a plant of some kind. I just pictured David Koresh getting there early before Martin King and saying to the waiter, like, hey, here's $100. All I need you to do is when I'm talking about God, come up and be like, I completely see what you're talking about,
Well,
and
that
I
sounds
want
great.
you to join your group. That's all I need you to do, and you get this $100. After dinner, Koresh invited Martin King and his production crew to Mount Carmel the next day to see for themselves what life there was all about. And then he and the 5 bodyguards that he brought with him walked out. When they got to the compound the next day, David Koresh proudly presented them with cases
Yeah,
of
that space
beer.
cat turned out cool.
Foster's, to be precise, Australian for beer.
Beer. Foster's.
Beer.
Australian for beer.
King walked through day-to-day life with the Branch Davidians. He sat with them during meals and prayers and nodded his head along to the beat as Koresh and his band performed for their guests. And everyone outside the compound thought that Martin King was crazy for going there. It was a well-known fact that they had a stockpile of guns and that they believed the world was going to end and that the outside world
That's like
was
a
evil,
fifth of
that
Americans.
attacked them. A local newspaper in Waco made Martin King call every night, and if he didn't call before 5 p.m., they would call the sheriff and send law enforcement to the compound to rescue them. And Martin King didn't even end up asking David Koresh.
They've got guns, and I think the world is going to end. That's like a fifth of
The very
Americans.
last day there, because he knew if he brought up that subject prior, that most likely Koresh would have removed him from the compound, and they wouldn't have been able to.
My
get
ankle is
the
almost
story.
healed. I'm doing
Unsurprisingly,
good at not
he
kicking the
wanted
fucking
straight
scab off
answer
this
from
time.
Koresh, just rhetorical questions
Feels
and
good to
Bible
poke, though.
verses. But the Branch Davidians' presence on this
Oh, why am I
program would
bleeding?
start the media's obsession with the group, or the cult, as they would refer to the group in the papers and on TV. But those at Mount Carmel were not happy about the documentary, stating that much of what was said in there was a straight-out lie. And they realized that the media had their own narrative to tell, their own story to tell. And they would say or do whatever it took in order to tell that story, even if it meant hiding the truth. So you now have the media who are all of a sudden incredibly interested in the Branch Davidians and David Koresh, but then at the same time you have David Koresh and the Branch Davidians becoming incredibly suspicious of the media and realizing that no matter what they say or do, the same story is going to be published, the story that they are crazy, that they are a cult, that they are bad people, because that's what sells papers and that's what gets the views. Additionally, many of the Branch Davidians blamed Mark Bro. who they blamed for kickstarting this whole worldwide interest in their little isolated group. They claimed that he had a vendetta against them due to jealousy of not being the prophet and the one that everybody followed. When he and Koresh had been together in California, best buddies, they had given sermons together, and Mark Bro had been a really
just the letter J for me
of spreading the word and bringing people in. But as Koresh began receiving more and more messages from gods, it became clear to Bro who people were leaning towards and who they were listening to, and it wasn't him. He got upset and he lashed out, and he was actually the one who had called David Jewell from Mount Carmel to tell him what was going on with Carrie, even before he'd left the group. Now, to be clear, that's not necessarily the truth. That's just what people believe about Mark Bro, the people who are still loyal to David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. So you have a group that has, for the better part of 50 years, remained completely isolated.
Only been awake for... Oh, it's already 2 o'clock.
Overnight,
I guess I've been awake for a while now. I woke up at what, like...
direction. The ATF is interested in them. Child Protective Services
Tonight,
is interested in them.
Which
the
is
media
earlier
is
for me.
Interested in them. Everybody's
7:30 or 8.
looking at Mount Carmel to see what happens next. And this may have seemed to the Branch Davidians as if what David Koresh had been preaching to them and telling them about the attack coming from outside the compound was absolutely true. And the strange events that began happening around them only bolstered this belief. According to David Thibodeau, the Branch Davidians started seeing and hearing about weird things happening around the compound as early as March of 1992. Neighbors had told them that they'd seen armed men wearing SWAT gear practicing forced entry assault on a nearby abandoned farm. In May of 1992, ATF agents arrived from New Orleans and installed a pole camera pointing in the direction of Mount Carmel. And the group started seeing men wearing white smocks and carrying beepers at a farmhouse next door, and as soon as these men were approached by any of the Branch Davidians, they would rush off and not answer any questions. Steve Schneider went to the sheriff's office in Waco to report these troubling circumstances, but he was assured that they were not under any type of surveillance. Then in June, the grenades were discovered by the UPS driver, and all their past order history was put under a microscope, and the ATF opened an official investigation into David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. Now, in a Special Agent Davey Aguilera's report or affidavit, there are many more reasons given for why the ATF thought that David Koresh was up to something, why they were worried that he was stockpiling and modifying these weapons specifically to launch an assault on the U.S. government. And I will attach a link to his full affidavit in the description box if you want to peruse that. Now, once again, according to David Thibodeau, many other followers, they weren't buying guns and modifying them to stockpile them and attack anybody. They were buying and selling them to make some money. 2 followers named Paul Fatta and Mike Schroeder took the lead on this branch of the business, and they traveled around the state going to gun shows, and according to David, for enforcing laws, they didn't start off as an enforcement agency or an agency of the law. They started off as a branch of the IRS, collecting taxes on alcohol, and then eventually on tobacco, and so on and so forth, with more responsibilities being added. In 1968, Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Gun Control Act in response to a rise in violent crimes and high-profile assassinations. And this basically put some restrictions on gun ownership, including forbidding ex-felons and the mentally ill from owning a gun. But pretty much all you had to do was fill out a form and say you weren't either of these 2 things, and then you got your gun. It wasn't super comprehensive. So now, with these new laws, you needed manpower to enforce these laws. So LBJ called J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI at that time, and he basically told Hoover, you're going to enforce these laws. You and the FBI, this is more work for you guys, and you're going to do it. And Hoover was like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not doing more work. Since the FBI
sometimes I just have to wait it out. Can't do much about it.
LBJ had to look around and see who didn't look busy, and he gave the job to the IRS Alcohol Tax Unit. But this was essentially a department made up of a handful of people that were tax collectors, not law enforcement agents. So over the next 90 days, they hired like crazy, and in order to draw people in, they offered 3 times as much as any other law enforcement agency was offering. And when all was said and done, you had the ATF, a group of people that had been quickly hired, poorly trained.
I gotta find that fucking sandpaper.
All jokes aside, I'm sure the ATF today is much better trained and they've implemented new tactics. But yes, in the beginning, in the inception of the agency, they really didn't know what they were doing, and they were kind of just learning as they went along. You know, I respect every man and woman who works for this country to make it safer for the rest of us. But of course, when anything is new, there's going to be some learning curves. There's going to be some failures. And historically, the ATF has been involved in many scandals. They've been accused of using excessive force on more than one occasion, and they've also been accused of discrimination. I can't go over all the scandals of the ATF or even the government in general, because that would be a whole new series of videos on its own, but let's go over a couple of them that may be relevant. In 1980, Raymond Eugene Reitmeyer, an ATF agent, started the Good Old Boys Roundup in Tennessee. This was an annual white-only event run by Reitmeyer and other ATF agents, and in its first year, 58 people attended. White male people. By 1994, it was anticipated by almost 350 people, white male people. But in 1995, the event, which you could only go to if you were invited by an ATF agent, was infiltrated, and video footage revealed that it might as well have been a meeting of the KKK. This is actually a very interesting story. It goes very deep, there's a lot to it, and the things that were discovered to be happening at these meetings are so atrocious and so horrible that if I even tried to say them out loud to you, my whole channel would probably be deleted, which it bothers me because why are we trying so hard to hide all the ugly things that have happened in the world and in the past? I don't know why it's Google or YouTube's policy to do that, but either way, check into it. I will leave some links in the description box if you want to look into it further. There have also been investigations in recent years which question why the ATF drug house things always seem to happen to people of color or minorities. Launched in Miami during the cocaine war days of the early 1990s, stash house things have been honed over the years and are run by experienced agents who use a tightly controlled playbook. They typically begin when an informant provides information to the ATF about a potential target who has expressed interest in taking part in a robbery.
What kind of commercial was that?
If you want to wear everything, buy nothing. Start renting for $30 at renttherunway.com.
The informant then introduces the target to an undercover agent who poses as a disgruntled courier for a drug cartel and offers an opportunity to steal large quantities of drugs from a stash house guarded by men with guns. Now, in order to get around being accused of entrapment, the ATF has some rules as to who they target for these things. So they're only supposed to target suspects that are experienced robbers. They also require that at least 2 of the participants have violent criminal backgrounds, and all of the participants must be criminally active at the time of the investigation. But the data has showed that the vast majority of those swept up in these targeted stings are minorities. If we look closer at the background of these people, some don't even have criminal histories. Some couldn't even get access to guns in order to complete these robberies that the ATF were setting them up to complete. Others had no history of carrying out high-risked armed robberies, which was specifically criteria that the ATF said they followed closely in order to pick their targets. So what the heck's going on there? Even now in 2019, there's currently a discrimination lawsuit going on in Seattle against a former ATF agent. A female agent is suing her old supervisor for years of racist attacks and discrimination. The supervisor, federal agent Bradford Devlin, has a Nazi tattoo on his arm. He allegedly got it while working undercover with a white supremacist group, but since has refused to have it removed, even though the ATF would have paid for it. The woman claims she's been going to the ATF for years by Devlin, and all that happened was a loss of opportunity for her to move up or get a promotion. Devlin, in turn, has claimed that he is being discriminated against because of his race as a white man. His words, not mine. Because he was offered a promotion, but then he lost it and had the tattoo removed. And let's talk about Ruby Ridge and Randy Weaver. Randy Weaver had been born into a deeply religious farming family. He was a Vietnam vet, a former Special Forces Green Beret, and he had attended college to study criminal justice in hopes of becoming an FBI agent.
These are tasty. They're just adult Lunchables. If a child tried to eat one of these, they would fucking
went on to have 4 children,
bleed out
3
internally.
daughters and 1 son. Together, they became very fundamentalist in their religious beliefs, and they were convinced that the apocalypse was imminent. In order to get away from the evil and corrupt world and wait it out, the couple moved to a remote cabin on 20 acres in Ruby Ridge, Idaho in the 1980s. In 1985, the Secret Service and the FBI interviewed Weaver and his wife, suspecting him of being involved with a white supremacist
You know what this is
terrorist
missing?
group. He said he wasn't
Onions.
involved and that he and his family did not share many of the same beliefs as that group, but I guess they didn't believe him because an ATF informant was enlisted to pose as an illegal guns dealer from New Jersey and get Weaver to admit to something illegal. Allegedly, Weaver gave this man 2 illegally modified guns, and he was approached by the
onion
ATF who said,
on my
"Hey,
nightstand,
we have you on
just
possession
for
of
this
illegal
occasion.
weapons, but if you help us infiltrate this fascist terrorist group, we'll let you off." And Weaver said no, so they arrested him. He was released on bail, but after he failed to show up for multiple court dates to answer these charges, a warrant was issued for his
Those
arrest.
crackers are dangerous.
But they knew he had some
Onion.
intense beliefs and that he had guns because they put him under surveillance already. They had to arrest him carefully or it might just turn into a bad situation. On August 21st, 1992, 6 U.S. Marshals
I'm so
seized
scared.
onto Weaver's property,
I'm gonna tear the roof of my
allegedly on
mouth
a
off with
scouting
this.
mission to find places that they might be able to ambush Weaver at a later date. But while they were there, the family dog striped
Oh my God, look at the little face.
alerting the occupants of the
And
cabin
this-
to the
and this
presence
cracker.
of trespassers. 3 figures emerged from the cabin to check things out. Weaver, his 14-year-old son Sammy, and Sammy's friend Kevin.
I'm gonna eat you.
They split up so they could cover more ground and find the source of the disturbance. Somehow, Sammy Weaver ended up shot and killed, as did Deputy Marshal Bill Deegan and Stryker the dog. No one agrees on who shot first, which seems to be a pattern in cases like this, but it was only downhill from there. The next day, Randy Weaver was shot and wounded while he was going to check on his son's corpse, and this same FBI sniper shot and killed Randy's wife, Vicki. Why? Because according to rules of engagement, he was allowed to use deadly force to put a stop to the standoff. Well, of course, people were outraged, and Ruby Ridge
I'll save it for last.
as the demarcation
This one's got a
line
little
for the
face in
rise
it
of the
too.
militia movement.
But this
There was
one's
a big
this one's
wave of
asking to be
anti-government
eaten.
sentiment. People saying that if you aren't
It's
safe in your
saying
own home
eat
and on
me.
your own land, in a country that you are supposed to have rights in, where are you safe? If the FBI or CIA or ATF can just stroll up to your house and kill your wife and your only son, what else are they capable of? The fear spread like falling dominoes. Those
I
who
just
are
found the
already
cheat code.
suspicious of the government and their increasing interference in the lives of their citizens.
You put the
thought
cheese
that
in the
they
cracker.
would be next. Now,
You put the
something
cracker
like
in the
this
middle of it,
happening gained a lot
and it
of
gives you
media coverage.
mouth
And something
protection.
like this happening would have been watched by the members of the Branch Davidians. And they would have seen it as a sign that the end of the world was truly coming, that everything
better.
David Koresh had been saying was absolutely true. The government was coming for them. They'd started with Ruby Ridge, and they were moving on to Mount
I got a
Carmel.
piece. Yeah,
Nobody
you
who
gotta
had
have
their
onion.
own beliefs and wanted to be
You gotta
left
add
alone
onion to
was safe.
your adult
And we're going
lunchable.
to end the video there. In part 3, we'll talk about the raid, the 51-day standoff, and the siege that eventually ended it all. We'll also
Perfect.
look at it from both sides and look into the investigation that was opened into the government's role and what happened in Mount Carmel that day and the insane amount of life lost. We have a lot to talk about in the next video. This might actually turn into a 4-parter. I don't know. I never know. You guys know I don't know. Anyways, we are going
Hillshire.
to remember to check out my description box
Hillshire
for
snack.
Your link
There's
to
different
the
ones. This
recipe.
one's
And also, I am
Genoa
having a
salami.
this today, and it's the one I've been dying to get forever. I know
There's
you
one with
guys have been
pepperoni
dying
as
to get
well.
this necklace,
Oh,
and
speaking
it's
of, I have
$4.
pepperoni.
They're actually having a Black Friday
Well, I
sale.
don't want to go and slice it
A lot
right
of
now
their
though.
jewelry, a lot of their pieces are heavily discounted, so I'm also going to leave a link to Anna Luisa's website in there so you guys can check it out if you've been interested or been kind of looking into getting a piece from them.
Part
Now,
3.
hello everybody and welcome back to my channel.
Did I have my
Today is
target?
the
Nice.
third part in the Waco, David Koresh, and Branch Davidians saga. And it is official, there will be one more part.
I got this
to
one off
There's
of
just too
Amazon
much
Fresh.
in this story and in this case to fit it into 3 parts if I wanted to give you all the details and be really specific about what happened. And
Look,
to have
this
a
is the
real
cheat.
discussion
This is the
about
cheat right
what
there.
happened.
Because that,
So we are
how thick
going
that
to
cracker
have
would
one more
it'd
part.
tear right
And
near
then
the
I have
roof of your
a lot
mouth.
of amazing videos lined up for you in
Mhm.
December. Cases that are
And
so
it keeps the
interesting
cracker
that
all
I've
in
never
place,
heard
too.
anybody cover, so I'm so excited about that. And remember, you can always send me your recommendations for cases to stephanieharlow@gmail.com.
And some onion.
Now, before we get into the video, I want to talk about our sponsor for this video. And sponsors to this channel are incredibly important because we often get demonetized due to the things we talk about. And our sponsor for this video is Magellan TV. Magellan TV is a new type of documentary streaming service.
Good for them.
2,000
That's new.
documentaries, and many of them available
That's new since the last video.
Additional charge. And they're adding more every week.
They got a play
Today I want
button.
to recommend to you a new documentary that I just saw pop up on there that I loved, and it's called The Parachute Murder Plot. The description says, on Easter Sunday of 2015, Victoria Cilliers jumped out of a plane at 4,000 feet. When her parachute failed to open, she plummeted and crashed to the ground. Incredibly, she survived, only to discover the shocking truth: her own husband was the culprit. I've never heard of this case before, so it was incredibly interesting to watch a 46-minute documentary based on this case, and
That sounds
I
like a
really
good one.
enjoyed it. So I definitely think you guys would be interested, and I think you'd be interested in trying Magellan TV. It is one of the best documentary services I've ever used or ever seen. And if you go to the description box, you can click.
Oh my God, there's a part 4.
And you can try Magellan TV for a month for free. You can cancel anytime after or before. They don't think that you're going to want to. What makes Magellan TV a little bit different is that it was founded by filmmakers and in training their agents. But federal law states that the United States military can only help out these law enforcement agencies if there's drugs involved. So
Very, very good for you as well.
lied to them and told them that the
Very
British
high in
civilians were
protein,
operating in a
low in
rural
fat and
development
sugar.
at Mount Carmel.
That's the kind of snacks
so the
you
Green
need.
Berets did help the ATF. They helped train their agents, and they
They're tasty as fuck too. They're very, very good. You can, like I do, put different combinations with it too. You can get a little balsamic vinaigrette, a little dip. Oh damn, I should have gotten balsamic vinaigrette. I'm part Italian as well. My mom is Italian on her side, so that's where you be getting the little gabagools from. The manjas.
even began to create a mock-up of Mount Carmel.
Alright, we're gonna
so
save the one that has the
future
little
attack
face
was
on it
to
for
happen.
later.
It
We'll
could be
eat
well
this one
planned,
next.
and one was being planned. They called it Operation Trojan
But yeah,
Horse, and there are some that
high
claim
protein,
that even
low
though
in
this
sugar.
was the official name,
These are
agents
really,
on the
really good
ground
for you.
who were involved in the planned attack called it Operation Showtime. The ATF disputes this. They claim that Showtime was just the code word or the
Mozzarella
signal
sounds
used on
delicious
the
with
radio
this.
to let the agents know when it was time to basically surge into Mount
Balsamic
Carmel.
vinaigrette sounds
Either way,
really good
was
with
a
it too,
little
with the
bit
thicker
tacky.
one.
But why
That's
was
nice
it
thick
called Operation
vinaigrette.
Trojan Horse? In the months leading up to the raid, ATF presence in Waco showed itself to the Branch Davidians in many ways. In mid-January, an advanced
Lucy do it
crew
too?
arrived and
Lucy
began to
says.
set up on the nearby airstrip. But even before then, on January 10th, 1993, the Branch Davidians got some new neighbors. There were two houses
Oh, I wish I had
located
some
directly
basil.
adjacent to the main
A little bit of
building
basil
at
and
Mount
some
Carmel.
olive oil.
And these two houses were
That'd
owned
be the
by
only
a
thing that'd make
rancher
these better.
Barry Spoon. Now, he rented one of them out, but the other one was empty and had been for quite some time. And Perry had told the people at Mount Carmel that he had no plans of renting this house out. So everybody was surprised when they saw 4 men moving into this house. David and his inner circle were immediately suspicious. These men appeared to be in their mid-30s to early 40s.
Yeah?
They all drove brand new
Why you-
cars. They
why
all
you-
wore nice clothes.
Why are you
expensive
trying to psych me
sunglasses,
out, Marley?
watches.
Give me some daps.
Why
Yeah,
have men
there you
like
go.
these, who clearly valued the finer things in life, chosen to move into a farmhouse together that was abandoned with very little furniture inside? David sent a welcoming committee of 3 men, including David Jones, over to meet their new neighbors and welcome them to the neighborhood. And they brought pizza and beer. But they were once
Now,
again
kids.
suspicious when the guy who answered the door didn't want them to see inside and was kind of cold and short and distant. But a few days later, their neighbors did visit them, but they seemed to be spending a good amount of time looking around and asking questions. Later that night, one of the men returned alone.
Yeah, I had to get
His
Marley in
name
here too if Lucy was gonna
Gonzalez.
take
He
up all the
also
camera
claimed
time.
that he and his housemates had just enrolled at the Technical College in Waco, and that he was studying philosophy there. Which
One more,
made
and then
people
we'll get
even
back to
more
work.
Suspicious because they were
This
all
is the,
from Waco.
the one with
Many
the little
of them had
face
gone
on
to
it.
that college, and
It
they
says
knew that
hello,
this wasn't a school you
and it
went
is
to
happy
if you
to
were
be
studying
eaten.
Philosophy. At
Just don't
one
worry.
point, David Koresh looked at their guest and said,
My whole
"You're
life's
probably
purpose was to be
the
turned into
brother,
shit."
but I won't let that bother me." And when Gonzalez tried to protest, David told him, "Maybe I can show you something you don't know, but really want to see.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
what
Oh,
you
I'm
haven't
kidding.
seen, and no one can answer your questions. Maybe I can." Wayne Martin, who, as we discussed in the previous video, was already a suspicious man, especially when it came to the government, was really unsettled by the arrival of these men. He wrote down their license plates, and because he was a lawyer and he had the capability to do these things, he had them run and discovered that they were all registered to the same address, the ATF office in Houston. He and many others urged David to close the doors of Mount Carmel to these men, saying they were clearly from the government and they were there to spy. But Koresh felt that he could get through to Gonzalez and turn him, so that he might go back to his superiors and tell them that the people at Mount Carmel weren't really a threat at all.
On Marley's
Gonzalez spent a lot of time with Koresh and the inhabitants of Mount Carmel in the following weeks. He would sit with them while they talked about the Bible, he played with the kids, and sometimes he didn't even leave until midnight. One time they even showed him an anti-ATF documentary, but Robert Gonzalez was there for one thing, to find evidence that the group was stockpiling illegal guns. One afternoon, he came over for target practice, and he brought his own gun with him, an illegal AR-15. He handed it over to David Koresh, and he was basically like, hey, is this a good gun? What do you think of this gun? Obviously trying to prompt David Koresh to admit that he had similar guns. After taking it apart and looking at it, David announced to Robert that this gun had been modified, that it was illegal and a very dangerous weapon. Gonzalez produced another gun, a handgun this time, saying that he'd put it together himself using parts. Once again, Koresh told him that it had been modified, that it was illegal, and that he needed to take care of it. And obviously, what Gonzalez was trying to do was elicit a confession of sorts from David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. He figured by bringing over illegal guns that had been modified, the very thing that the ATF suspected the Branch Davidians of doing, he would be aligning himself with them. And they would feel more comfortable with him and eventually
seems like entrapment,
no? And maybe show him their illegal guns or show him where they kept them, because that's really what he was there for. He was there to prove that they had illegal guns on the compound and to find out where they were stored. And I suppose this might have worked, but they already knew that he was a government agent before he even stepped foot on their property. I'm not sure why the ATF didn't plan better. I don't know if they underestimated the intelligence of David Koresh, or if they just weren't thinking, maybe a little bit of both. But to send grown men over to live in a house who all are wearing nice clothes and Rolexes and driving new cars, it doesn't add up to the college student story. And maybe they could have driven cars that weren't registered to the ATF office in Houston. And many will point to the story and say, ha, see, David Koresh didn't have illegal guns. He told Gonzalez that they were illegal and dangerous and that he should take care of them. But no, obviously I don't see it that way. That's absolutely ridiculous. It would have been incredibly idiotic for him to bring this man who he suspected of being an ATF agent to his stockpile of illegal guns. This was just an act, a ploy to convince Robert that they were completely normal people, they had nothing to hide, and that they didn't support illegal weapons. Basically, Koresh wanted to use Robert Rodriguez as an instrument that would hopefully lead to their absolution from scrutiny by the government. But according to David Thibodeau, Koresh actually really liked Gonzalez.
David Thibodeau.
He thought that he was a good person who seemed to be spiritually hungry. And even later,
Deuce Bigelow,
when the FBI called inside
and Doug Dimmadome,
and asked Steve Schneider why they didn't confront Gonzalez about the Federal Agent Act, Steve said, quote, well, because he's a possible guy. Here's a soulmate.
I'm gonna check the hours
Here's
again.
Someone like myself. We still love people so much. You give them the opportunity, even if it's one out of a million, and we loved that guy. I mean, we spent enough time with him where we really do appreciate the man's character and personality. I believe Gonzalez did his best to find evidence of illegal guns on the compound, but he didn't find any evidence.
I like
and
it.
he reported this to his supervisors. However, David's hopes would be crushed when Gonzalez's report didn't deter the ATF from continuing to pursue the vendetta against Koresh and Davidians. The ATF had their reasons.
And now it says it's updated on the 13th. So one more day, maybe, hopefully.
And the Branch Davidians, and more
and we can submit for monetization. We did say sometime this week, so I guess technically.
The television program 60 Minutes reached out to the ATF to get a comment from them on a segment
It's only
that they were
22.
planning on doing, and it pertained to harassment allegations against the agency. In 1990 and 1992,
That's definitely
several
not
black
only a
ATF
22.
agents had filed lawsuits against the agency, claiming discrimination in hiring and promoting practices. This was right on the heels of Ruby Ridge the past August. The ATF knew that they didn't need any more bad publicity, especially considering they had a big budget meeting coming up in March. When the 60 Minutes report aired on January 10th, it dealt a huge blow to the agency and its future prospects. They had already faced large budget cuts in the past, and there was even talk about dissolving the ATF altogether and redistributing its responsibilities. There was a lot riding on this March budget meeting. Did the ATF think that a big success at Mount Carmel would prove to the world that they did have a purpose and a place in law enforcement? Is that why they reached out to several media outlets to make sure that there was reporters and cameras on scene the day the raid was planned?
Interesting.
To get it all on camera and broadcast it to the world? The Branch Davidians knew.
So the ATF is like, look at how good we are at doing our job.
Something big was coming, which was the first major misstep on behalf of the ATF. They had wanted to go into that compound with the element of surprise on their side. Yet it seems they did everything besides.
They then pronouns for me, Michael.
To announce their
I got a butterfly. That's what we were just working on.
Undercover agents who had moved into that abandoned farmhouse and were living yards away from the Branch Davidians. They were middle-aged men driving expensive cars and claiming to be college students. The residents at the compound had already seen cameras being set up and pointing right at their home, and with increased media attention on the Branch Davidians at Mount Carmel, they just could feel that something was up, something big was coming. First, I'm going to talk about the February 28th raid, what happened and what the original plan was, and then we'll discuss how the ATF messed up royally. Armed with a search warrant, the 76 ATF special agents arrived at Mount Carmel on the morning of February 28th. They were riding in covered horse trailers, and they claimed they picked this time specifically.
Why are you doing that,
the men would be either at work or constructing a shelter that they've been building. This would put them in a different location than the women and children, as well as the weapons. Therefore, everything should go down peacefully and with no loss of life. However, it had rained quite a bit in days before, and work on that shelter had been halted while they waited for it to drain out. And besides that, the Branch Davidians knew they were coming. They had gotten a heads up. The day of the raid, a local television news van stopped a USPS worker and asked him for directions to Mount Carmel because he was lost. And he accidentally let it slip that something big was happening there that day. This postman was David Jones, and he immediately sped towards Mount Carmel to tell David Fresh that today was the day. This was the day they'd been planning for. Many times you'll see it reported that the Davidians had about 45 minutes to prepare once David Jones got the heads up, but in reality, I think it was a lot longer. They had a lot more time to prepare than 45 minutes. They'd been on the offensive for weeks. They'd already known something was up and there was something in the air for weeks. The women had even sewn these bulletproof vests for the men to wear. They were way more prepared than 45 minutes could ever give them. And that's not David Jones' fault, and that's not the news truck guy's fault. That's the ATF's fault for going into Waco and sending, undercover agents there that were the worst undercover agents in all of history, and just pretty much announcing their arrival in every way that they possibly could. So these ATF agents, they pull up to Mount Carmel, and according to one ATF agent who was there that day, his name's Robert Elder, almost immediately after stepping out of the vehicles, they heard the sound of gunfire. One of the big questions about what happened that day is who shot first, the ATF or the Branch Davidians? And that question has yet to be answered with any kind of certainty. Depending on who you talk to and what side they're on, you'll get very different answers. Later, many agents would testify that they were shot at as soon as they arrived. But it would come out that many of them also weren't sure whether this was an unprompted attack, as there was some question as to whether or not the first shot had been fired by an ATF agent who was killing a dog on the compound, causing those inside to believe that they were being shot at and responding in kind. The first few agents that were on the scene were tasked with taking care of the dogs. There was a handful of Alaskan Malamutes who lived on the property and were considered to be the pets of the children who took care of them and fed them. These agents were armed with fire hydrants and guns to use against the dogs, and for some reason, because I'm not sure what kind of risk these dogs would pose to the agents, but for some reason, their first order of business was to take out the dogs before even going into the compound or talking to anybody in the compound. And they did end up actually taking out about 5 of these dogs, just murdering them in cold blood. Several ATF agents would later testify that when they arrived, they did hear gunshots, but they assumed that it was the few agents who were supposed to get out of the cars first and take out the dogs. They assumed that the gunfire was
Got about an
from
hour left in
the
our
very
stream.
dogs. That had been the plan. They were going to get out of the vehicles, dispatch the dogs, knock on the door, and arrest David Koresh, whose name was the only one listed on the warrant, by the way. So the only person they were there for was Koresh. As they were running towards the door to knock on it and arrest David Koresh, Special Agent Balastros claims that he saw Koresh exit the house. He was standing in the open door.
I thought he was going to say, as they're approaching to knock on the door swung open.
And Balastros yelled at him that they were the police, that they had a warrant, and that he should lay down. While he ran towards him, his gun pointed directly at the unarmed man in the doorway. Koresh responded something like, "What's going on?" before stepping back inside and closing the door before Balastros closed the gap between them.
You see did you see that? Holy shit.
With nothing in his hands, and made the call that
the wall fucking blowing out holes next to that dude's head. Look, and coming that way. Shots coming from inside the house.
Testified that he saw Koresh with nothing in his hands and made the call that he was not a danger to his fellow agents, but he pulled his pistol out anyways and aimed it at him to encourage him to comply with the ATF's orders. When Balastros reached the house and tried to open the door, which had been closed, that's when bullets fired from inside the compound out, and he was shot in his left hand, and he hit the ground. Now, of course, the Branch Davidians inside the compound would tell a completely different story. They said that basically these ATF agents just started shooting as they were running up to the house. Who knows
sounds about right.
What the real story is? And there are some ballistic experts and forensic experts who examined the scene, and it's hard to tell because a lot of the bullet holes did appear to come from outside the compound, but were they fired after the Branch Davidians fired them from the
tell what
inside?
time they were fired,
It's really
just that
hard to
there's
tell.
bullet
What
holes,
however,
right?
is not in question. A roughly 45-minute firefight, which left 4 ATF agents and 6 Branch Davidians dead and many other wounded. Additionally, the National Guard, on the direction of the ATF, had dispatched 3 helicopters to accompany these ground agents.
Why?
And inside the helicopters were all armed ATF agents with cameras. The helicopter thing is also highly in question and highly debated.
Why 3? Why do they have cameras?
They were supposed to arrive seconds before the ATF agents on the ground did, and they were going to do this for one, to distract the Branch Davidians inside the compound from seeing the ground agents, and also they were just supposed to hover over the compound until the ground agents had secured the compound, and then they would land
to make it
right
look
back up. However,
bigger.
this doesn't seem to have happened according to plan.
To make it look bigger. Oh, there's helicopters now. Big
The
great.
people in the helicopters claim that they arrived just about the same time as the ground agents did, and when they got there, they already heard gunfire happening from the ground. They could see the other agents getting out of their truck, and then they heard shooting sounds like popcorn, and then they themselves in the helicopters felt bullets hitting their helicopters. The ATF agents inside the helicopters also claimed that they never flew directly over the compound. And as soon as they were shot at, they left, got out of there for fear of being shot down and grounded. However, a reporter and a cameraman were driving to Mount Carmel at around the same time. Obviously, they'd gotten a heads up from the ATF that this was going down. So they were actually just about half a mile away from Mount Carmel when the helicopters arrived. And they saw them. So they were like, oh, something's happening. Let's get out and record this. They saw one of the helicopters make one pass and then another directly over the roof of Mount Carmel at a very low altitude.
So they lied.
They were able to get the camera turned on just in time to capture that helicopter and make a third pass over the compound, directly over Mount Carmel's north side, inches from the roof. As they were filming this, 2 cattle trailers filled with ATF agents passed them on the road. Not only does it seem the ATF was dishonest about their flight patterns and their proximity to Mount Carmel, but it appears they lied about the timing of the plan as well. They claimed the agents were already getting out of their cars and getting shot at when they arrived, but the news crew can prove that the helicopter arrived quite a bit of time before the ATF agents did, because they passed them on the road half a mile away from Mount Carmel after the helicopter had already passed over the compound 3 times. A Branch Davidian named Marjorie Thomas, who'd been present when this happened, testified that she and 2 other women were on the north side of the building, and they watched out the window as the 3 helicopters approached. They could see a person hanging out the side of the front one, and within seconds they heard the sounds of shots being fired, which went through the window they were standing at and shattered it. Another woman who survived also claimed to hear fire coming from above before the ground agents had even arrived. And Kathy Schroeder, who inspected their water tanks after the raid, claimed she saw bullet holes on them, which could have only happened from above. Other eyewitnesses inside the compound supported the statements of these three women, saying that the helicopters opened fire 25 yards east of the cafeteria, just beyond the water tower, firing towards the residential tower where David Koresh lived. Most of the survivors believe that this spray of bullets coming from the helicopters was responsible for the deaths of 3 Branch Davidians, Peter Gent, Peter Hipsman, and Winston.
Alright, watch out, Stink. You're not supposed to be over there.
Found at the water tower. He'd been working for weeks inside the water tower, building supports on its interior walls, and was there again that morning when the helicopters showed up. Many questioned how this man could have been shot by ground agents when he was in this escalated and higher position. According to Lowell Sprague, one of the ATF agents on the ground, Gent had fired at him from his position on the water tower, and Sprague had fired back and hit him from 4 stories below. Peter Gent's autopsy suggested that the trajectory of the bullet that had killed him had come from above, not below. Now, I'd like to stress that depending on the position Peter Gent was in when he was shot at, it would change the trajectory and what it meant. If he'd been bent over, for instance, over the water tower, it may have looked as if the bullet had come from the air when in fact it had come from the ground. No one who was with him when he died, so there was nobody to testify as to what he had been doing or who actually killed him. However, I'm no gun expert, but I feel that a moving target 4 stories up would be really hard to accurately hit, especially if you were being shot at from inside the compound as the ATF agents claimed they were. But like I said, I don't know, maybe Lowell Sprague was a sharpshooter. Maybe the Green Berets had really given him a lot of pointers, and he'd learned so much in the past months about, shooting a man who was shooting at you from 4 stories up on a water tower while bullets were coming out of a house that was right next to you. Who knows? Additionally, later, when some of the children were removed from Mount Carmel, they drew pictures for the psychologists that were working with them. And their crayon sketches showed a Mount Carmel under attack from helicopter fire, with bullet holes drawn into the roof. Peter Hipsman was either in one of the 2 rooms above the chapel when he was shot, or in the 4th-story bedroom when he was shot. He was in the 4th-story bedroom when he died, and he suffered 4 bullet wounds. One wound was referred to as being between the 7th ribs on his left and right sides, and was shot at an even keel, meaning on level with him, which discounts the likelihood that it was shot from the ground. After the raid and before the siege, 2 men were allowed to enter the compound, and these 2 men were allowed to enter because they were lawyers who had been hired by David Koresh's mother, Bonnie, to basically represent David Koresh and Steve Schneider. And one was a former Marine Corps Reserve colonel, as well as a former combat artillery officer. They both claimed and testified to the fact that they saw bullet holes in the ceiling of the 4th floor room that Hipsman was killed in. They claimed due to the trajectory of these bullet holes, there were only 2 ways they could have been made, either fired from someone standing on the roof or fired from the helicopters. Now, we can say that there may have been conflict of interest since they were there to represent Koresh and Schneider, but both David Koresh and Stephen Schneider would die later in the siege, and these lawyers testified to this after the fact, and they really didn't have any loyalty to anybody. They just met these men. They weren't getting paid any longer, and they didn't have a conflict of interest, in my opinion. I guess what I'm saying is their motive for lying about that, to me, would be unclear.
Alright, ready for the good sound?
The building material.
That wasn't a good sound. Whoa, look at that. It popped and dropped all the glass into the base of it. Because we had this sealed off at the end. That popped. That was cool. Sounded like a little gunshot. Get out of there.
And the wallpaper was hanging down, so as if it was punched in, meaning that the bullet holes had come from outside and up, down into the room, not from inside of the room and shot out. Winston Blake, on the other hand, is another story. His wound, which was located below his ear, was determined to have been made at close range, and it's believed he was the victim of accidental friendly fire. He was wearing black clothes and a bulletproof vest that had been made for him by the Branch Davidian women, and it's believed that he looked similar to the ATF agents and someone accidentally shot him. Now let's get back to David Koresh, who has greeted the ATF agents unarmed, but has failed to obey their commands. Instead of running and hiding inside a house where all his followers were waiting. He claims that when the agents pulled up, he'd gone outside to be friendly and cooperative and see what he could do to help them. But they were in full tactical gear, running towards him at top speed, pointing their guns at him and shouting things at him that he could hear but didn't understand. He likened it to being at a football game when you hear the roar of the crowd, but you don't know what any one person is saying. Then, before he knew it, they were shooting at him, and he yelled at them to stop. He said, "There's women and children inside here. Stop shooting." But they didn't. So he slammed the door shut and barricaded himself inside, where the women and children were. Now, who do we believe? We can get into specifics and forensics,
I don't believe the ATF,
let's
that's
talk
for
about
sure.
what mainstream media has told us about this situation. That's more than likely not true. Now, in the Waco miniseries, we see David Koresh actually leave the house and walk towards the agents, and he does say, like, "Hey, you know, how can I help you?" or whatever. And then they start shooting at him, and then he yells at them, "There's women and children in here," and he runs back inside after being wounded. And this seems obviously horrible. That should never happen. I don't care who he was or what he did. That should never happen. But Koresh never actually walked out of the house. And when they were shouting at him to get down, that they were the ATF and they were there to arrest him, he ran away and went inside instead. And he would tell many different stories about how he received the wound that day. He also claimed he'd been holding his 2-year-old daughter when they shot at him, and that she'd been killed. He told FBI negotiators later, "You killed my baby. I was holding my daughter, the agents shot at me, and now she's dead." First of all, let's clear that up. If such a child ever existed, nobody knew who she was. There's no evidence that there was ever a 2-year-old there in his arms who was killed by the ATF that day. Additionally, Perry Jones, David's father-in-law, was shot that day allegedly, and he too died from his wounds. Multiple people who were around the front door when David Koresh was shot at and Perry Jones was shot claims that they heard Perry Jones yell out, I've been shot," and grab onto his stomach. Now, everybody basically heard him yelling because he made a big deal. People even said that it was obnoxious at one point because he was just screaming and freaking out. And like 3 or 4 men had to help Perry into a bedroom where he was laid down on a bed. And he ended up dying an hour later, allegedly from this wound he'd received from ATF fire. However, the victims of the raid were later buried under the dirt floor of the bunker. And when his corpse was examined, it showed that Perry Jones had died from a single gunshot wound through the roof of his mouth. Some believe that he may have taken his own life. Others believe that he may have been creating such a fuss and was allegedly in so much pain that somebody else did it for him, a mercy kill. Others believe that he really did cry out saying he'd been shot, but he hadn't. He just wanted to get away from the fighting. You know, he was an older guy. He's in his 60s. He probably didn't have anything to do with this gunfight going on. So he pretended that he'd been shot and held his stomach. That way he could be taken away from where the concentration of the fighting was happening. And then because he made such a big deal and kept fussing about it, somebody came in and put him on his misery.
Actually did it.
There is evidence for these theories. Clyde Doyle had been with Perry and had helped him into the room, and he claimed that Perry was basically just in so much pain. He was hysterical, and he was freaking everybody out, and he asked Clyde to ask David Koresh if he could end it all. So basically Perry's like, I want to kill myself. I don't want to live like this. I'm in pain and I'm dying slowly. Ask David Koresh if it's okay if, you know, I take my own life. And David Koresh had said, hang in there. Tell him to hang in there. But then an hour later, he was dead. Now, according to David Thibodeau, he'd seen Perry bleeding from wounds in his stomach, even though Perry's autopsy showed he had no wounds there. Now, David Thibodeau, he explains this away by saying that by the time they had gotten Perry's body in order to do the autopsy, it was severely decomposed, so it hadn't been you know, an appropriate autopsy, but I don't know how much a body can decompose to the point where you wouldn't be able to notice or see if they've been shot in the abdomen.
Right.
I think that there'd be something there to say that, especially if you can still see the gunshot wound in his mouth. So once again, it's really hard to believe or take anything completely seriously that David Thibodeau says because he was an enabler of a child pedophile. Kathy Schroeder believed that a man, another Davidian named Neil Viega, had shot Perry because he'd come in and asked David for permission to end Perry's life because he was suffering, and David had given it to him. And then obviously Perry was found dead with that gunshot wound in the roof of his mouth. It's more likely that Perry Jones was killed by either himself or somebody trying to help him and end his suffering rather than the shot of an ATF agent. Now that 2-year-old girl, Koresh's daughter, that he claimed had been in his arms when they shot at him and who had died, like I said, she appears to never have existed. After the raid, they took all of their dead and they buried them in the same place under the dirt floor in the bunker, and her body was not with the others. Later, when Steve Schroeder was asked about this little girl, he stammered, he kind of got caught up on his words, and then he said he thinks she may have been resurrected. And when David Koresh was asked later,
okay, well, where is she?
Negotiators about this little girl, he basically threw a fit and he was like, I never said that. I never said that you guys killed my 2-year-old daughter.
You have it on recording, my guy.
You can't prove I did. That night, David Koresh called his mother, but she didn't answer, so he left her a message. He said, hello, Mama, it's your boy. They shot me and I'm dying, alright? But I'll be back real soon, okay? I'll see y'all in the skies. Now, if you look at David Koresh's autopsy report from later, obviously after he died, it does say that there was an old healing gunshot wound on his body. But who was he shot by? And when was he shot? He could have been shot by any number of the ATF agents, but was it at the door when they initially came, or was it later at some point during that 45
they're arguing, or not arguing, they're going over the different possibilities about what happened
sitting there and he got shot.
during the actual
all
raid.
Different stories of how he received his injury, which almost leads me to believe that either he didn't know when it happened, or it may have happened by one of his own people accidentally. There's a lot of speculation out there saying that he was creating this army, but at the end of the day, they were no army. At least they were not a good army. These people weren't trained by military personnel to carry guns and shoot guns, and I almost wonder if he may have been hit by a friendly fire bullet accidentally, but he wanted to make it seem as if the ATF had hit him. Once again, there really is no way to say for sure. There was another man who died in a very controversial way that day, and I want to tell his story because to me, it's a sad one, and it also does raise questions about who's telling the truth here. Michael Schroeder was a Branch Davidian, but he worked and lived off the compound at an auto repair shop the Branch Davidians owned in Waco. When he heard about what was happening in Mount Carmel, he obviously tried to get back to the compound to check on his wife and child, and he was then apprehended by ATF agents and shot roughly 7 times.
Goddamn.
They claimed that he shot at them first, and his body remained there in a gully for 4 days.
What the fuck?
There are those who insist to this day that he was not armed, and he was killed for no reason other than for being a part of the Branch Davidians. His family that remained afterwards, including Kathy Schroeder, who was his wife and became a witness for the defense later, she claims that he was killed by the ATF. His family believes that he was killed by the ATF and he wasn't armed. They described him as being this really gentle, nice guy who just wasn't a violent person. You know, the truth is one of those things in this situation that's so hard to determine and so hard to find. You really don't even know what to believe. You really don't even know what you want to believe, honestly. And I would like to believe that a single man coming towards these ATF agents who were armed would not be shot at if he was unarmed. I'd like to believe,
that
if they did shoot him that many times, that he at least would have shot at them first and given them some reason to, I don't know, shoot at him. But at the same time, you've got more than one ATF agent, one single guy. Was there a different way you could have approached this man rather than shooting him 7 times? I don't know. I'm not a police officer, I'm not an FBI agent, an ATF agent. I don't know what I would do in those situations. But That's a main reason that I would never be a police officer or, you know, an ATF agent in the field with my life in jeopardy, because I feel like I would be that person who would be so scared every time someone approached me that I would just accidentally shoot them out of fear. I know they're probably not trained to do that and just keep a cooler head, but at the same time, that's human nature. You're gonna do what it takes to keep yourself alive. And I feel like sometimes people get killed when they don't need to because the agents or the police officers are afraid for their own lives.
Yep.
And that's why I could never do that job. And I don't think anybody who really can't keep a cool head in those situations or find a peaceful or non-violent alternative to just shooting somebody dead because you think they're going to shoot you, I don't think they should do those jobs. In my opinion, don't come for me. A ceasefire was finally called at 11:30 a.m. The ATF removed their wounded agents and retreated, and the Branch Davidians tended to their wounded and counted their dead. Okay, so
like a fucking battle, dude.
A little bit. Were the Branch Davidians innocent, non-violent victims of the ATF's attack? In my opinion, no, not really. They had a good 45 minutes to prepare at the least, right? Because we discussed that they probably had longer. They knew the agents were on their way, and Koresh began handing out guns to all the men, having them put on these bulletproof vests, and basically posting them in windows on the second story so that they would.
So he made
almost like snipers.
That dude on the water tower might actually have been
show to me that you're ready for
a dude posted up on the water tower,
or you want things to go well, in my opinion. And as far as David Koresh is concerned, I'm sure the sight of armed men running towards him, shouting at him, was scary. But at the same time, the ATF was there for David Koresh. And had he walked out unarmed as he was, I doubt that they would have shot him, since they had cameras all over the place. They knew they had cameras there because they called to make sure they were there. And that would have looked incredibly bad for them. And he was the only one they wanted. If he really cared about the people that were inside, he would have gone out, laid on the ground with his hands visible, and they would have grabbed him up and arrested him. But instead, he's yelling at them, "Don't shoot, there's women and children in here." Yet he runs back into the building where the women and children are that he allegedly wants to protect, while he has an army of men in all the windows with guns trained on these agents. Had Koresh surrendered, had Koresh gone out with his hands up, laid on the ground, and let the ATF agents lead him away, none of the violence, none of the death that occurred in the following weeks would have happened, in my opinion. But why did the ATF make the choice to arrest Koresh in the way that they did? Why had they called the media and told them where to be and when to be there if they wanted a big story?
Right.
Was this a publicity stunt intended to cast a more positive light on an agency that had been suffering from a bad reputation? Many believe that it was. The day before the raid, a local paper, the Waco Herald Tribune, published its first part in a 7-part series on the cult and the man behind it. They called it The Sinful Messiah. It started off saying, "If you are a Branch Davidian, Christ lives on a threadbare piece of land 10 miles east of Waco called Mount Carmel. He has dimples, claims a 9th grade education, married his legal wife when she was 14, enjoys a beer now and then, plays a mean guitar, reportedly packs a 9mm Glock, and keeps an arsenal of military assault rifles, and willingly admits he is a sinner without equal." Needless to say, it did not paint a flattering picture of David Koresh and the Branch Davidians, and the articles to follow were not any better. The article also made a statement about law enforcement turning a blind eye to this potentially very dangerous situation. After listing the charges that had been made against Koresh from the affidavit written by Davey Aguilera, the paper stated, "The law washes but has done little." In fact, the paper had been in contact with law enforcement and the ATF, and they were well aware that the agency was preparing to raid the compound. The Tribune had actually planned on publishing these articles at the beginning of March, but for some reason their timeline changed, and they contacted the Sheriff's Department and the ATF to let them know the stories would be publishing sooner than they thought. Many believe this prompted the ATF to move up the date of the raid, feeling that they could not allow these articles to publish, questioning the inaction of law enforcement without having an action to counter these accusations. And like I said, the ATF had been in contact with the media for days before the raid, making sure that they would be on the spot when it went down. Because if a tree falls in a forest and nobody's around to see it, did it really fall? is people couldn't turn on their nightly news and see the brave actions of the ATF putting a stop to a dangerous cult. Did they actually do it?
Right.
The ATF wanted to make sure that the world would know what part they played in bringing an end to David
And made it all
and his
worse.
evil ways. And this would backfire on them. Every agent that went to that compound that day was equipped not only with a gun and his weapons or her weapons, but a camera as well. And as we said at the beginning of this video, the whole point of the raid, the whole thing that was on their side was the element of surprise. Chuck Sarabin,
That thing be falling all kinds of time. And the top guard for the plastic popped off too.
He felt that the element of surprise had been lost. And I would argue that the element of surprise had never been had. It was never there. Not only did the ATF do very little to maintain secrecy, Sarabin had ample proof that the Davidians knew the ATF was coming. And he didn't call it off. How could he do that when he had a whole army of reporters and cameramen standing by waiting to capture something? How could he call them and tell them that it was off, that nothing was happening, that there was no story, that the ATF really was as inept as everybody made them out to be? How could he call it off when the papers were accusing the ATF and local law enforcement of doing nothing to stop what David Koresh and the Branch Davidians were doing? How could he? He couldn't, right? He couldn't. He couldn't. It makes no sense from a PR standpoint. Robert Rodriguez showed up in Mount Carmel the morning of the raid with part 2 of the Sinful Messiah in his hand. No one could really figure out why he's there. Was he there to spy some more and gather some last-minute intel? Or had he really begun to align himself with these people? Now, while Rodriguez was there, David Jones ran in, just having been tipped off by the cameraman in the news truck, and he pulled David Koresh aside, and he was like, it's happening, they're coming, they're on their way here now. David Koresh went back to Rodriguez, who's probably sweating bullets by now. He's like, well, Robert, they're coming. You gotta do what you gotta do. Being there would have been actually really dangerous for Robert Rodriguez, considering they knew he was a federal agent, and they knew that they knew because David Koresh would always kind of like mess with him about it and be like, I know you work for the government, but I think you're a good guy. So they knew he was from the government or worked for the government. And now they knew that the ATF was on their way to the compound, so being there for Rodriguez was extremely...
They could have just fucking shot him right there.
They could have grabbed him. They could have used him as a hostage and used him to get leverage. But they didn't. Why? Was it because Koresh really liked Robert Rodriguez? Was it because they weren't the hostage-taking type? Maybe. But I think it was mainly because Koresh was hoping Rodriguez would once again go to his superiors and tell them to call it off. And that's exactly what Robert Rodriguez did. He ran to his car, he got in his car, he sped to his little rented farmhouse, and he called Chuck Sarabin, and he said, they know you're coming. They know we need to call this off. The element of surprise is gone. It's a fabrication. It doesn't exist. Do not send your agents into an ambush. But Chuck Sarabin did not call it off. He said that Koresh was always worried that the government was coming for him. He said, Koresh was always telling people the government was coming for him. This wasn't enough evidence. It wasn't strong enough to say that they specifically knew they were coming that day. But in fact, Robert Rodriguez had specifically told him, yes, they know you're in your truck coming to their compound now. They are preparing. And there would be a big fight legally later on between Robert Rodriguez and Sarabin and some of the other superiors, and they basically tried to throw Rodriguez under the bus and blame him for the whole thing failing and the whole thing being, blowing up in their faces essentially. And he was like, oh no, not today. Not today, guys. It's not happening. I'm not going to take the hit for this one. And do you think that Sarabin would at least call the agents or, contact them and be like, hey, they may know you're coming, so be a little bit more careful. You may be walking into an ambush. No, not at all. And as far as I'm concerned, the 4 ATF agents who died that day, February 28th, Chuck Sarabin is fully responsible for that because he had it in his power to end it, to regroup, to plan something better. And he didn't. He willingly put his own men and women in danger, in a terrible position, so that he didn't have to reschedule his press conference and call all the media and tell them that, it was going to be another day. In my opinion, allegedly. The ATF
Look.
had sent well-dressed, middle-aged men to live right next door to the Branch Davidians and claimed to be college students. Nobody in the world logically would have thought that these men were college students. Sharon Wheeler, an ATF agent, had already scheduled a press conference for after the raid before it even happened. ATF agents had been checking into the hotels at Waco for the past couple of days, bragging to the locals about how they were going to go into the compound and take care of those crazy religious fanatics. There was no element of surprise to even be lost here, and the fact that the ATF pulled up on Mount Carmel, guns blazing with helicopters carrying more armed agents flying above, this gave the sinful Messiah a way to ensure that the prophecies he'd been preaching for years would finally come true. He played the government like he played his guitar. He used them as an instrument to prove his direct line to God. To those who followed him and believed in him, the government coming for them, shooting at them, busting in their home, it was everything he'd been telling them, playing out before their eyes. Additionally, there was absolutely no need for this big song and dance that the ATF put on for the media. The warrant they had was for David Koresh, so why not arrest him away from the compound? After everything went down, residents from Waco came forward saying, I don't know why they didn't just arrest him in town. He's always here. He comes into town every weekend. He's hanging out at the bars. He's talking to people. We all know him. Additionally, he was known to run the same route every morning, sometimes with David Thibodeau or Steve Schneider, sometimes by himself. He ran the same route almost every morning off of the compound. The undercover ATF agents had seen him running by their house every morning on Double E Ranch Road. It's ridiculous. Why didn't they arrest him when he was in town, grabbing groceries or grabbing a beer with his buddies? Why didn't they arrest him when he was on his morning run? Well, the ATF claimed they had information that he hadn't left Mount Carmel for months. Basically, he had locked himself in the compound, and that was absolutely untrue. And I'm pretty sure they knew it was not true because their undercover agents had told them that, and they had people in Waco who were telling them that. And in the end, they admitted that they really didn't know anything about his movements because they didn't have him under 24/7 surveillance, so they just wanted to show. They wanted to show. It's so much more dramatic, so much more interesting for the viewers at home watching their TVs to see this entire siege of a whole compound than to see, one guy get arrested on his morning run. So we have a lot of mistakes on the part of the ATF, a lot. And had they done really any of these things differently, it surely would have made for a less media-friendly event, but it would have made for one that didn't result in a loss of life, one that did not result in almost 100 federal agents firing into a building where multiple unarmed innocent children lived. The ATF agents claimed that before they'd gone to the compounds, they'd gone to the drugstores or the grocery stores and they'd gotten candy for the kids who they were going to bring out, knowing they'd probably be stressed out and worried and scared. And yet, knowing that the kids are going to be stressed out and worried and scared, so you have candy for them, you still take your gun and shoot into a building where they live?
Yeah,
they
what?
threw in flashbang grenades, also called stun grenades. Historically, they've been used by law enforcement in the United States during riot situations for crowd control, and they're designed to produce a blinding flashing light as well as an intensely loud bang sound, but they're an incendiary device, and they can become very hot, which can cause physical injury to those in the vicinity of them when they go off. Additionally, no arrangements had been made by the ATF to treat their wounded. They hadn't set up a base where they had a dispensary or medical professionals in case anybody was wounded. They literally had to carry their wounded comrades down the dirt road. Sometimes they'd throw them over the hood of their cars so they could get them out. It was horrible. It was disorganized. It was horrible. I don't know if they planned this specifically because they were so cocky going in. They thought that there was going to be no injuries or loss of life on their side, or if they thought that it was just going to go perfectly. But even if you think you have it all perfectly planned, there should still be a backup plan in case somebody does get injured, and they need medical treatment and medical help, and they didn't plan for any of that. What if a child inside had gotten shot, and the Branch Davidians had brought this child out, and they were like, this child is shot, we surrender, but please help this little boy or this little girl. And the ATF agents would have been like, well, we can drive them 10 miles into Waco because we don't have anything set up here, which went completely against protocol. They should have had something there, somebody who was medically trained to help wounded people, but they didn't. So it was just a mess and a stupid decision. Once the shooting had started, Wayne Martin, the lawyer, he called 911 and he got a sheriff's deputy in Waco on the phone. The sheriff's deputy was Larry Lynch, and Wayne Martin basically told him, listen, we're being attacked by the government, they're shooting at us, there's women and children in here, tell them to call it off. And Larry Lynch was like, oh shit, like what's going on? Let me try to call them. But he couldn't call them. He couldn't call them because nobody on the ground at Mount Carmel had a mobile phone on them.
What?
They didn't even have the number or the ability to call inside of Mount Carmel if they wanted to negotiate or they wanted to find a peaceful resolution. So there was literally no way for anybody on the outside, like, you know, the sheriff in Waco, there was no way for them to get a hold of these agents and tell them, pull back or stop or, you know, anything. It's just bananas to me. They didn't have the phone number inside Mount Carmel. They didn't have any way of reaching inside the compound to talk to David Koresh or Steve Schneider and be like, hey, this is what we're here for, this is what we want. It's all going on peacefully if you just come out. All they did was run towards that place with guns and screaming and full tactical gear, looking like the forces of evil. And why, when things started spiraling out of control, did the ATF not withdraw, regroup, and figure out a better tactic or a better way of going about it? They could have just withdrawn, gone back home, been like, okay, this didn't work, we need somebody else, we need help, we need to bring somebody in, somebody to talk to him, let's see if we can call him. They just kept running at the building, ran into the building, and just started shooting. It doesn't make any sense to me. When you're being shot at and you see that your own people are dying, you're not on a battlefield, you're not given instructions or directions or orders to kill every person you see. You're supposed to be there to extract one person and hopefully not hurt anybody else. And
Made a flower for the butterfly.
Didn't act as if that was what their goal was. There's no doubt that excessive and unnecessary force was used by the ATF that day at Mount Carmel. And as a result, it led to more aggravated situations and more heightened tension, and the ATF's initial raid on February 28th turned into a full-out war, and it didn't have to. The next morning, March 1st, the Attorney General reached out to the White House to update them on the situation. The Clinton administration knew that they were in a standoff with the Branch Davidians now, but they predicted it would last for 10 days tops. How wrong they were. A memo from Bill Clinton's chief of staff clearly stated that the FBI would take no significant action without White House approval, which seems pretty logical, but will also come into play later. Because in the aftermath, Bill Clinton would hold up his hands and say that he was not at fault for what happened at all. And let's talk about Janet Reno for a moment. Janet Reno was a lawyer who was chosen to be the country's first female attorney general by Bill Clinton on February 11, 1993. She stepped into this role in the middle of this huge battle between the ATF and the FBI and the Branch Davidians, and she'd end up playing a very large role in what happened later. March 1st was also the day that the ATF relinquished jurisdiction to the FBI. It was kind of like a big brother coming in to clean up his little brother's mess, like, oh, Johnny, you're always messing things up, and I gotta come in here and fix it. That's how I imagined it went down. And the ATF notoriously was kind of jealous of the FBI, kind of like rivals almost, like, we don't need the FBI, we've got this. So they did not like when the FBI had to come in and clean up their mess, essentially. Even though, once again, in my opinion, the FBI did not do a great job of coming in and cleaning up the mess. Some could argue they made more of a mess.
Yeah,
but the ATF was still like a squirrel with a nut. They would not let it go. 7 days later, they raided another property near Mount Carmel, a garage that had been rented by one of the Branch Davidians. They were looking for incriminating evidence against the group, but all they got was another mess. The owner of the garage, who was not affiliated with the Branch Davidians at all, was in disbelief by how much damage the agents had done to his private property. Outraged, he told reporters that they'd torn the place apart, which made no sense considering just the day before he'd offered to give them a key and let them inside. It's like the ATF just wanted to, raid places. It's like they just wanted to forcefully enter places.
They're the biggest
maybe when they were getting trained
organization of gang members in the world.
Go into buildings and
the entire
take
police
the buildings.
system.
They were like, this is cool, and they almost felt like they were playing Army Man, like they were G.I. Joe. And the guy who owned the garage was like, yeah, you can check in here. Here's the key. And they were like, no, we don't want to unlock the door and walk in. We want to break the door down and insurge in with our tactical vests and our guns. And like they're playing Call of Duty or something.
We're just
like
finishing up
and girls playing war.
this part.
FBI negotiators now have their hands on the situation.
About 20 minutes
set up
left.
a command post where they could talk.
We'll end the stream after this one and we'll finish tomorrow.
Inside a Mount Carmel that had essentially become a fortress. They were not coming out. And a 50-man FBI hostage rescue team took the place of the FAF agents that had been there before, and they cut the phone lines, leaving Mount Carmel so that the Branch Davidians couldn't talk to anybody besides the FBI negotiators. On March 2nd, the FBI allowed David to send a pre-recorded message to a Christian radio station. Now, he had promised to surrender after it aired, but later Steve Schneider called the negotiators and told them that God had reached out Koresh and told him to wait. There was still more that needed to be done.
It's not against law to buy a firearm. It's not against law to buy anything that they sell at a gun show. And when this is all resolved, you know, hey, yellow sheet is legal. The accusation is not. And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, I'm the kind of guy that I'll stand in front of a tank, you can run over me, and I'll be back on the tracks. No one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jogged up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. Waco is going to bear witness against the ATF. The two agents across the street over here, Robert Gonzalez, I love the guy. I was honest with him. I brought him into my home. He was going to stay there for 2 weeks. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. You know, he wanted to tour around the place. I promised him a tour. He could have talked to any of these guys around here, anybody. He was free to come and go as he chose. And I did not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with 2 helicopters and cattle trailers and all that, and pushing people around with guns. Hey, I'll meet you at the doorstep any day. You know, and somebody will get hurt. If you want to keep playing that game, I'm talking to you. Somebody's going to get hurt. Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down
the cat.
and things
No, I'm just
like
kidding.
that.
Bonnie, David's mother, to the compound, hoping she'd be able to talk him into surrendering.
I like ironic
But he
pet
wouldn't speak
names.
to her. He suspected that she was working
name
for
a
the
dog,
feds. In reality,
dog or cat.
she just wanted to see her son, and she wanted to see things end without bloodshed like everyone else did, but it didn't work and she left. The negotiators, who felt David liked the spotlight and enjoyed the opportunity to spread his word, they tempted him with promises of big-name television interviews. It was decided that instead, he would make a recording of his voice explaining his side of things, and this tape would be played on local radio stations. He made some promises. He said that every time the radio station played his voice, he would let some children leave the compound. He also said that he was working on his manuscript for the 7 Seals, and that was the main reason he didn't want to surrender just yet, knowing that he'd immediately be arrested and then silenced. His first promise he kept. In the early days of the raid, roughly 21 children were allowed to leave Mount Carmel and go into the care of the Texas Department of Child Protective Services. A psychiatrist who worked with these children, who was named Dr. Bruce Perry, he claimed that most of the kids, if not all of the kids, had this pervasive fear in them. They believed that David Koresh was God and he was not to be questioned. 2 young girls who had already been chosen to join the House of David were actually disappointed because now they wouldn't be allowed to. Perry also said he didn't believe that any of the children who came under his care were sexually abused, but they were being primed. They were exposed to sexual content, language, and behaviors that were inappropriate for their age and development. And they were all scared. Scared of their new protectors, who they'd been told were sent to kill them. Their resting heart rates were double what was normal at all times. And simple things like a flushing toilet fascinated them. They didn't flush toilets in Mount Carmel. They didn't have running water. They sang apocalyptic songs and drew disturbing dark images, When asked what their drawings were depicting, the children would creepily answer, "You'll find out." On March 5th, the FBI profilers wrote in an interagency memo that increasing tactical pressure could become counterproductive and eventually lead to the loss of more life. So you've got these FBI profilers, people who are talking to the negotiators are talking to the people.
That poor remote.
So you'd assume that these people, this group of people,
broke apart
know
again.
the most about the mental state of the Branch Davidians and David Koresh. And they're telling the FBI, the tactical people, like, don't push anyone. Don't continue to push these people. Give it time. Because if you do, I have a feeling that tensions are just going to rise and things are going to be worse and they're going to explode. Did the FBI listen? For a little while they did. Now on March 7th, the FBI requested that Koresh send more children out, and he responded, "No, I've already sent out all the children that I'm willing to send out. What's left in here, these are my children, and they're not going to leave me." So basically what he was saying was the children who were remaining in the compound were all his sons and daughters, which I'm not sure is true, considering that I know a lot of these children were DNA tested after, and some of them were proven to be the offspring of David Koresh, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily true that all of them were, but it's possible. On March 8th, David Koresh had a
burnt my
conversation with his
finger.
sheriff, Jack Harwell from Waco. Now Harwell told Koresh that he wanted to send milk in for the children that remained, and Koresh answered angrily that he just sent 3 kids out, and in exchange for the milk, the feds wanted him to send out an additional 4. And it was always tough to talk to Koresh on the phone and get anything accomplished because he would, without fail, return to preaching about the Bible and the 7 seals and the book of Revelation. Harwell would be trying to get a count of how many children were still inside the compound, and Koresh would respond that there wasn't a nation or power in the world that could or would overrule God. And it's kind of hard to read the transcripts of this phone conversation because, you know, it's clear that Harwell knew Koresh, but they were all familiar with each other. You know, Koresh was a well-known figure in Waco. People knew him. Local law enforcement had worked with him before. And both Koresh and Harwell expressed sentiments of love towards each other. You know, Harwell's like, "I love you. I love all those people in there. I love the children. I don't want to see anything happen to them, and I want to make sure they're being taken care of." And Koresh is like, "Yeah, man, we love you too. You know, we appreciate you trying to help us out." And it's just so sad because these are 2 men who have common ground.
I'm glad
who have
the
a
original
past,
base for this
a
broke
history.
because this is
And
much
they're on
cuter.
such opposite ends of the spectrum, but it's like they're trying to come back together and realign themselves. And it's so sad that couldn't happen. The Branch Davidians sent out video tapes to the FBI where each member was interviewed and gave their opinion on what was happening and why they felt like being there was the right thing for them. No one was forced to stay there, and many parents have sent their children out into the care of CPS, choosing to stay and fight next to Koresh. The intention of these tapes was to show that the children were okay and they were being cared for, but to me it's just heartbreaking. The intention of these videotapes was to basically show that the children were all right and being cared for, but to me it's absolutely heartbreaking. Because although so many children were able to get out, so many were left behind. And knowing what happens at the end, seeing their little innocent, happy faces on the videotapes, and just having the knowledge of what comes next for them, it broke my heart. It's very difficult. Whenever children are involved, it's very difficult because you can say it's the Branch Davidians' fault because they stayed there, they could have left. But the children didn't have a choice. They stayed with their parents. They stayed when they were told to stay, and they left when they were told to leave. They didn't have a choice about it either way. And they've been raised this way.
Little butterfly with a flower.
So maybe even if they did have a choice, they wouldn't have left because this was all they knew. This was where their parents were.
I saw you
And
said that earlier,
It breaks my
Lucinda.
heart because even if you want to say the Branch Davidians were bad people because they
Burnt
followed
my
a bad
pinky
path,
just
the
earlier. What
children
color
are
is the
completely
kitten? What do you mean?
innocent. They don't know what's going on.
The one that we made earlier is black
Besides
with space
what they're
tech.
told. Now the FBI saw these videotapes and they were at first going to release them publicly, but then they said, "Oh, these people actually seem like they're not brainwashed. These people actually seem like
I
they
need
are
to put this
happy,
remote back
and
together."
They know very well and logically what they want, and we think it would be a bad move to release them and show the public because they might question why we're attacking all of them and going after these people so hard when they see videotapes of a bunch of normal people just being normal." The next day, March 9th, without consulting the negotiators, the FBI commanders cut power to the compound, and the Branch Davidians made a banner that read, "God help us, we want the press." Koresh and his followers believed that if the world could be brought inside Mount Carmel, if they could see their simple and happy lives, the ATF and the FBI would look like bullies
10
who
minutes
would
left
have
in
used
this
their
stream.
power and disrupted a
And
happy
this stream
peaceful
and our
community.
stream.
The government did not want Koresh or anyone inside that compound giving interviews or speaking to the press, but what they couldn't control was a certain Branch Davidian who'd been out of town when the siege happened. Paul Fata had been at a gun show that day, and there was a warrant out for his arrest, but he began giving interviews to the press. Fata had been one of the men by David's side when they shot their way into Mount Carmel while George Roden lived there, and he sat down with the New York Times for 5 hours, and he gave the Branch Davidian side of the story, saying that if he'd been at Mount Carmel when the ATF showed up, he would have either hid under his bed or picked up a gun and shot back if it meant protecting his family and the women and the children. The FBI was so heated that Paul was out there giving interviews and they couldn't locate him, they threatened the media outlets that were giving him interviews with criminal punishment if they didn't help them and
For
catch
aiding
him.
and abetting,
The FBI had also
probably.
been consulting with religious experts in an attempt to understand what the driving force of the Branch Davidians was. On March 11th, these experts gave some frightening opinions. They said they believed David Koresh was interested in being a martyr and dying as such. They said, quote, "I think in his mind, this is the prelude to Armageddon. He's made it pretty clear that to be God's spokesman on earth, to convert the world to Davidism, he's got to become a martyr. He's got to die. Jesus died, and he sees himself in the same vein. He's Jesus in the 20th century. Many of them believed that the situation may not be resolved until Easter, April 11th. One of these experts said, "I think Easter is very critical. After all, when did Jesus die?" Now, Paul Fata had claimed that the Armageddon end of days thing had been fabricated by the government and the media to make David and his followers as scary and unrelatable as possible. He said that David loved the people there, especially the children, and he wouldn't allow anything bad to happen to them, but the religious experts were not so sure. They didn't think that the children would be a top priority for Koresh, not if protecting them got in the way of fulfilling his prophecy. The FBI requested permission from the president to use tear gas to bring things to an end, but this request was denied. This was a day before Janet Reno was sworn in as the new United States Attorney General. Now it was her job to call the shots, and being brand new to this position, really having no expertise or experience.
Oh, right.
She should not have been handed such an important situation to manage and be in control of, in my opinion. But regardless, she came
asking
with
for
what,
names
according to
for
Bill
it, right?
Clinton, and according to Janet Reno, who pretty much said, she absolved Bill Clinton of any responsibility. They both said that Janet was given, full carte blanche to make the decisions, and she didn't have to check with him first, even though that White House memo said that no FBI action would be taken at Mount Carmel without permission and approval from the White House. But so okay, that's just Bill Clinton being Slick Willie again, in my opinion. Allegedly. Don't come for me. Hashtag Clinton body count. Now on March 12th, the electricity to the compound is permanently cut. And the FBI starts what I would consider to be torture tactics. They shine these bright spotlights into the windows.
I remember
and
that.
They start
I remember
playing
them.
loud
Yeah.
music. Like these boots are made for walking, which doesn't make sense. Why that song? It's not the worst song in the world. Let's
But
be
they're
honest.
doing mental
Unless
warfare.
Jessica Simpson is singing it, and then it's pretty bad. But they played the sounds of jet planes flying overhead. They played the sounds of rabbits being slaughtered, the screams of rabbits being killed, loudly, 24/7, non-stop, lights shining into the compound. These horrible
Who has
sounds
these just
being
saved on a
played.
PDF on their computer, Can't
I
sleep,
can't
gotta
imagine
put
what
the
it was
horrible
like for
sounds
these
on.
inside. Small children were cowering inside, unable to sleep because the lights were always shining in the windows and the sounds were always playing. They were probably legitimately terrified.
And traumatized.
Terrified. Now, remember the milk that the FBI had sent in the week
milk.
prior? It wasn't just milk. They'd slipped bugs into the milk crate so that they could listen inside the Branch Davidian compound. And on March 15th, one of these bugs allegedly picked up David Koresh talking about the February 28th raid and laughing about how he'd seen an ATF agent shot, slumped over and dying, and saying things like, well, they shouldn't have come for us. They shouldn't have come. We're going to fight back. We're not going to let them take us. On March 17th, Koresh tells a negotiator, "We're saying your commanders are a threat. You're trying to push aside where we're coming from. Therefore, we can't communicate. I'm willing to give and take. I made the first move by sending out the kids. You have continued to digress on the things you promised. You keep yourselves in ignorance. You don't understand." Now, the negotiator responded to him, "No, I do understand, but they're running out of patience." And Steve Schneider told them that 20 to 30 people had been ready to surrender and leave the compound before the FBI had permanently cut their electricity. So basically what they were doing, the FBI, they keep doing these things trying to pull these people out. Well, what they're doing is they're pissing them off and making them afraid of these people that they're supposed to surrender to, so they're staying inside and not leaving. The FBI had brought armored trucks close to the compound and they parked them, and the Branch Davidians took this as a direct threat and a breach of the ceasefire. And in a way, this is what they'd been taught to expect from the ATF and the FBI. A few days later, when 7 members surrendered and came out of their own accord, the FBI answered this seemingly positive development by bulldozing the cars of the Branch Davidians. And on March 30th, an Army veteran named Timothy McVeigh visits the town of Waco. While he's there, he tells locals that what's happening in Mount Carmel is the start of government repression. The world was watching this unfold, holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen. On April 4th, 2 lawyers that had been hired by Bonnie, David's mother, to represent the interests of Koresh and Schneider, 2 lawyers we already spoken about, they announced that the Davidians will surrender after a week-long Passover observation, which they begin the next day on April 5th. 5 days later, FBI agents walk around the compound, creating a perimeter using razor wire. Now, on April 12th, the FBI once again seeks permission from Janet.
Why? They're not going to go anywhere.
Yes, on the people inside the compound. And she
Gosh,
says
Dishonored,
no,
I'll get that out for you.
She asks to be briefed further on why they want to use tear gas. Like, do they have a legitimate reason? Can they justify it? So she has to basically get an FBI briefing on the positive aspects of using tear gas.
What's the positive aspects of pumping this house full of
to
tear
the
gas?
FBI, because the next day on April 17th, Janet Reno approved the tear gas attack. Now, allegedly,
Chemical
the FBI
warfare.
thought this whole 7 Seals manuscript thing was just a way for Koresh to buy time. And many in the agency didn't believe that there was a benefit in waiting for him to finish it or waiting for him to do whatever it was that he had to do. This standoff had been going on for weeks, and it didn't seem like it was close to ending. It didn't seem like people were close to, surrendering. At least David Koresh wasn't, but at the same time, the important
Right, I was going to say, why does that name sound so familiar? Obviously, Timothy McVeigh
people who
from
no longer want to be a part of this battle between good and evil,
the Church of Satanism,
and surrender to the authorities. So little by little, they were making progress. And
yeah, I was gonna say they totally just slipped that in there. That is this random fucking.
As my Italian
and this guy named Timothy just so happened to show up at around the same time.
So whatever kind of progress you can make is beneficial, and it's better than no progress, and it's better than
get y'all's background noise started up. We're about to.
Didn't understand.
This is about to be over, and then we'll stop our stream as well.
There's a few people in the Justice Department who thought there would be a good benefit to being patient and waiting Koresh out. They thought that if they waited long enough, he'd eventually surrender. Just let him do what he has to do. At this point, nobody's really, doing anything wrong.
Right, just hang out.
In there, he's apparently writing.
They'll run out of food or water eventually.
The kids seem to be well taken care of. Nobody's shooting at anybody. Let's just let this lie.
Right.
And wait for him to get tired of this game and this gig. These voices of logic and reason thought that Koresh would eventually concede if there was no violence put towards him. They
or he would end up
Koresh was trying to draw
himself,
the
and then
FBI
everybody else could go free.
A gunfight to eventually fulfill his prophecy.
Okay.
End of days, the battle between good and evil.
I was gonna say, why did that dude look so familiar too? The mugshot. I appreciate that little bit of information, Lucinda.
The forces of evil.
Also, look at this little claw.
And wipe them out.
This is what I used to attach the little flower.
And send in milk and make sure the kids are being fed. But these people can't stay in there forever. In 2 days, the epic fiery battle that David Koresh had been promising his followers for 9 years would come to fruition, because the FBI and law enforcement and the ATF, politicians in general, they may be a lot of things, but they're not patient.
Yep.
They're not patient at all. And there was a lot of people in the FBI that thought almost they felt that they were being shown up by Koresh. Like, they were being made.
What was
to look
supposed to
like
be
fools,
a publicity
and they
stunt
didn't want to look
is making
like
us look
fools.
even
So
worse.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. There is a certain level of confidence, ego, invincibility that a person
Just notice
has to
Pickle
have
Rick.
in order to take
There's
a
stuff
job
like that all
as a
over the room.
police
You'll
officer
notice stuff
or
every
an
now and
FBI
then.
agent. Obviously, you also want to have characteristics
Especially
that
the closer
make
you look.
You know, want justice and to protect people, but there is a certain amount of ego that somebody has to have in order to take that position.
Nice,
because
Lucinda.
it's dangerous. And at some point, if you realize how dangerous it is, you're just not going to.
I didn't know that these were connected.
So you have to have almost this.
I had no idea those two things were connected.
Ideal of what you're capable of doing, and I think that with the.
Oh, you know it's fucking wild to think about? You know how the Oklahoma bombing and the first attack on 9/11 was orchestrated by the FBI and the ATF? To think that this was their first interaction with McVeigh and picked him up and MK Ultra'd him, and then a few years later, Oklahoma happened. It's interesting to think about the full-blown conspiracy side of things while fully understanding, wow, that's a hell of a conspiracy right there. But looking at it from both sides and be like, oh shit, if this is McVeigh's first interactions with these groups, and he was interviewed and saying, oh yeah, this is the start of all this.
Listening to these religious
Things
experts
to
who are
point
basically
out.
saying, you know, he's gonna kill them all.
Same with,
kill himself and kill them all.
Charles Manson.
And then you're gonna look bad because you just stood there and let that happen. They were listening to them. They weren't really listening to the FBI negotiators who were saying, like, just hold off. You know, these people are close.
Yeah, I had no idea those
He
were
does
connected
seem to
either.
be
It's
writing
cool
a
to-
manuscript, you know, everything
it's
seems
cool
cool
to,
in there for now. So, like, let's just try to let this stretch out for as long as possible without any kind of attack. And, you know, the fact that the FBI kept going to the White House and Janet Reno.
And they're like, well, do we have to?
Tear gas.
But what about this tear gas, though?
Freaking patience. They just didn't want to wait. They felt like they were being made to look foolish and ineffective. All right,
But
guys,
hey,
that's
this tear
what
gas,
we're gonna
though.
get today. In part 4, we're going to talk about the actual siege, the day the music died, if you will. And we're going to talk about what happened. And we're going to talk about the legal battles that followed, and we're going to talk a little bit about.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with there being another part. I like how much information she has.
And how they're feeling. And
I like how
what's
much
going on
information
with
she
the
puts
land
in
of Mount
these.
Carmel. We're going to talk a little bit about that too. So we're definitely going to wrap up this series in our next video. And then I have a lot of cool things planned for you guys. So once I'm out,
I had no idea there was all
for
this
this
information
video,
behind it. I knew it was a standoff.
Put out more videos because they don't have to be.
I didn't know it was
weeks and
like-
weeks. I mean, this has been a month and a half of research for this.
Yeah,
series,
no
so
kidding.
I'm not going to need to put as much research into those other videos.
Month and a
It's just
half
these
of
cult series.
research
This is
for
why
these
I don't do
videos.
them
Good
that
for
often
you.
because,
You can tell. You can tell.
It's impossible for me to leave
I-
anything on the table. It's
I'd like to
impossible
shake
for
your
me to
hand.
Feel that there's not every detail
And
that's
have you do
important
my
that
makeup.
needs to be told when I'm telling the story. And that's why I don't do them every month. I used to do them every month, and they were just so time consuming. And then you guys didn't get any other videos except for the cult series, and I felt bad. So I probably won't do a cult series every month. Maybe like once every 3 months. But I do have another serial
part
killers series
4.
coming up, and we have so many cool things. So many cool things coming. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Good shit. Okay, so part 4 is the actual day of the raid. We'll just so probably David Koresh part 4, right? This is the way we'll find that. He even looks like fucking Ted Bundy. Even looks exactly like the same glasses and everything. We were doing so good there for a sec, and then it completely cut out. It hadn't like actually completely cut out since earlier. But we will be back later. We're still banned on TikTok. We'll be banned on there until the 19th. So 4 more days of just YouTube, which I am okay with. I am more than fine with that. Yeah, I imagine that was the only thing on the news at the time. All of this was happening. I don't remember how many days they said it was happening, but I hope they recap it and be like, so this has been going on for this many days, you know? Because I have no idea how long the time frame of this was. Alrighty, friends, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. I appreciate you, and you know where to find me next. Probably another early night on YouTube later tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. Lewis, Lucinda, anyone who may be hanging out. Ruby, thank y'all for being here. Dishonored, thank y'all. Until next time, y'all stay fresh. Love y'all.